Chapter 401 Open the Ancient Period of Naruto Dungeon. Konoha Village. Yang Ming's shop. It was business hours at this time, and the whole shop was already full of people, and it was full of vitality everywhere. Outside the shop, Xia Rixing and her son Smail from the Star Ninja Village finally came here after a long journey. Although Xia Rixing is already a married woman, the years seem to have left no trace on her face, and she still looks so beautiful. In addition, the maternal radiance in her eyes adds a bit of color to her. Smail wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked around impatiently, pouted his lips, and said dissatisfiedly, "This is the Yang Ming store, I don't think it's anything great." Xia Rixing looked at her son with a headache, and wanted to preach a few words, but finally sighed helplessly. "Let's go in and see." When the mother and son finally lined up and it was their turn to enter the store, at this time, Smail's disdainful expression suddenly froze, looking quite funny. The gate of Yang Ming's store is different from other places. It is made of a 1,000-year-old sycamore tree, and the door is carved with dragons and phoenixes. Just a glance, a high-end atmosphere comes to the face. Smail unconsciously opened his mouth. He wanted to say something to find fault with the egg, but he swallowed it back. His face flushed and he stammered. The door of Yang Ming's shop was worth a lot of money, which made him speechless. The slightly old wooden door looked heavy and simple. When passing by, people would have the illusion of time and space interweaving. Creak. When he opened the slightly heavy and simple door, Smail suddenly felt his eyes brightened, as if he had traveled through time and space and came to another world. What caught Smail's eyes was a hall that could accommodate hundreds of people. The environment was very unique and very ancient. The green plants, wooden tables and chairs, the dim candlelight on the table, and the gurgling sound of flowing water can make people who are physically and mentally exhausted find comfort here. Smail looked left and right, his eyes were full of surprise, as if a country bumpkin came to the city and found everything surprising. At this moment, Smail's eyes suddenly widened, and a figure slowly walked towards him. The person who came was a very cute little girl with a rosy face, like a delicious red apple, which made people want to take a bite. What surprised Smail even more was that this cute little girl was wearing a bunny girl costume. 2 long toy ears were worn on her head, and a completely black lace top wrapped her already slender body. 2 furry white balls were specially glued to her chest. When she walked, the 2 white fluffy balls swayed around, which was very eye-catching. After just one look, she couldn't move her eyes away. And her lower body was wearing a pair of special tights, outlining a pair of small and exquisite calves, which made people want to come forward and play with them. Behind the pants, there was a furry bunny tail, which was originally very cute, but when she walked, the little tail jumped up and down, making her look a little more cute. That's right, the person dressed as a bunny girl is our lovely boy Renwan. At this moment, noticing the fiery gaze in Smail's calm eyes, Renwan's body stiffened and felt even more unnatural. But there was nothing he could do. Even Leia joined Yang Ming's shop, and Renwan's legs were healed by Yang Ming. Whether it was emotional or reasonable, Renwan had to bite the bullet and be the waiter. Renwan resisted the discomfort in his heart and made a crisp childish voice, "Guests, what would you like to eat?" When Smail heard this crisp voice like an aureole, he felt comfortable from head to toe, better than taking elixir. Could it be that this is the legendary pervert? Xia Rixing didn't notice her son's strange behavior. She opened the menu and took a look. Seeing that the dishes were more expensive than one another, her face suddenly became ugly. "Oh my god, this is too expensive. Seeing Ninja Village is just a small ninja village in a small country. It doesn't receive many tasks and its income is not good." This makes Xia Rixing, who has always been shrewd, feel a headache. However, Xia Rixing thought that it has been a long time since we have been together with my son Smail, so I have to pay for it. She gritted her teeth and said, "Give us a bowl of dace noodles each." "Okay." Ranmaru carefully wrote it down and turned to leave. At this moment, Smail said in a mysterious way, "Wait a minute. Guest, is there anything?" Ranmaru tilted his head and asked curiously. As soon as Smail said this, he knew he was going to be in trouble. It was too hasty, which made him suddenly embarrassed. Fortunately, Ranmaru's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He smiled and took the lead in speaking to break the embarrassment. "Guest, I see that you are dressed like people from the land of fire, right?" Smail glanced at Ranmaru gratefully, and felt that this girl was exactly the partner he had always dreamed of. Borrowing Ranmaru's words, Smail said, "That's right, we came from the distant Star Ninja village and came to Konoha village after a long journey. Let me tell you, we also passed by the ruins of Lulan Kingdom and almost died there. Just when Smale wanted to brag about himself, what he said before was heard by Yang Ming who passed by. At this time, the system jumped out. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, investigate the whereabouts of the legendary kitchen utensils, Part 3. Mission description: the Naruto world is vast and rich in resources, with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. It is rumored that the powerful Six-Path Sage once left 4 kinds of kitchen utensils in the world. As the future god of cooking, you have the obligation to find their whereabouts. The host goes to Lulan country, uses the power of the dragon veins there to travel through time and space, and returns to the ancient times of Naruto to find them. Mission reward: how to make Buddha jumps over the wall. What? Seeing this mission description, Yang Ming's 24 Krypton gold dog eyes were almost blinded. Although Yang Ming knew that in the Naruto the movie, Naruto and his friends had used the power of the dragon veins of Lulan country to go back to the past. But he never expected that this time the system would play so big that it would actually teleport Yang Ming to the ancient times of Naruto. What is the concept of the ancient times of Naruto? That was the era when Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of the Six-Path Sage and the strongest behind-the-scenes mastermind of Naruto, existed. Let alone anything else, the Six-Path Sage's brother, Otsutsuki Hamura, who was also at the Six Paths level, and the Six Path Sage's 2 sons, Indra and Ashura, were powerful enough to suffocate people. Going back to that era to find the Six Path Sage's kitchen utensils, wouldn't it be necessary to rob and steal? For a moment, Yang Ming was completely confused. Chapter 402 I Want to be a Wilderness Gourmet. Seeing the task description, Yang Ming almost vomited blood. Is there such a way to play, going back to the ancient times of Naruto to find the Six-Path Sage's kitchen utensils? Isn't this going to kill him? What's more, it seems that Kaguya Otsutsuki was ready to destroy the world at that time. This is definitely a deadly rhythm. System, can you stop teasing me, and actually give me such a task? Yang Ming gritted his teeth and said. Host, I'm doing this for your own good. The system said seriously and earnestly. Okay. This is the sentence I'm most afraid of hearing these days. In addition, I would like to remind the host that when you travel back to the ancient times, the clone you left in the shop will lose contact with you and temporarily lose its effect. Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. Does this mean that the shop will be closed during that period of time? You can say that. Yang Ming sighed to the sky. It seems that I have to prepare well. On the other side, Lan Wan finally got rid of Smale's entanglement and sent 2 bowls of hot dace noodles over. The curling green smoke floated with the wind, and the air was filled with the fresh fragrance of dace, which made people feel refreshed. Xiaorixing and Smale looked at the bowl of noodles in front of them, their mouths drooped, and they looked like they had seen a ghost. I saw that this bowl of crystal clear, thin dace noodles, when picked up by chopsticks, drew a beautiful wave in the emerald-like soup, and exuded bursts of fragrance from time to time, which was really mouth-watering. Smale pointed at the dace noodles, his eyes full of disbelief. Is this really noodles? Lan Wan touched his nose. He had just joined Yang Ming's shop and was not very clear about these things. He couldn't answer for a while. Seeing this, Smale raised his mouth and showed a disdainful expression. Could it be that it was made casually to fool people? I tell you, this young master has traveled all over the country and has seen a lot of such things. As he said this, Smale wanted to show off in front of Lan Wan again, wanting to leave a deep impression on him and prove how knowledgeable he was. Then, Smale picked up the chopsticks impatiently, intending to take a bite and then comment on it. Slurp. Slurp. With the unique freshness of seafood, a column of dace noodles was extremely smooth and entered Smale's mouth. Suddenly, Smale seemed to freeze, and the whole person was petrified on the spot, with a mouth full of all the dirty words that were about to be said disappeared at this moment. Oh my god, how can this noodle be so delicious? Noodles, the noodles actually bounced against my teeth. How can this noodle be so elastic? After eating a column of noodles, Smale was immediately attracted by the dace noodles and ate them desperately. Every time he chewed, the noodles bounced in his mouth and bounced against his teeth. This was the first time Smale had eaten such chewy noodles. Not only was it chewy, the freshly ground fish meal smelled fragrant, and the taste it produced was really intoxicating. It has a rich seafood flavor, and the noodles itself is extremely delicious with the slightest amount of seasoning. It is really an outstanding work. Even if he finished eating all of this, there was still a bowl of thick soup with a strong fish flavor left. Smale still poured it into his mouth, and it fell into his stomach through his throat. The warm temperature spread in his body, and he felt a kind of high-class feeling, which was very refreshing. Smale wiped the soup stains from the corner of his mouth, raised his hand, and said with a lingering feeling, "Please give me another bowl." Xiaorixing also said, "I want another one too." Ranmara touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, the restaurant stipulates that each customer is only allowed to order one dish." "What?" Xiaorixing and Smale looked at each other with a bitter smile, shook their heads, and had to order other dishes. At the same time, Yang Ming summoned Kisame and told him the reason for the matter. When Kisame heard that he would travel through time and space to return to the ancient times and even have the possibility of meeting the six-path sage, he instinctively refused. But Duan, Kisame suddenly came back to his senses and suddenly realized that these words were spoken by Yang Ming, and there must be nothing wrong. Suddenly, Kisame was so excited. "You know, Yang Ming is now a wealthy man with so many employees, some of whom are stronger than Kisame." But this time, Yang Ming not only did not find someone stronger than Kisame, but even did not call Zabuza, who was close to him, and only asked him to accompany him. What does this show? This is the rhythm of being valued by the boss. From now on, getting promoted, getting a raise, and marrying a beautiful woman are not dreams. In fact, the reason why Yang Ming asked Kisame to accompany him is very simple. First, he is proficient in water escape, and second, he has Samehata, a weapon that can absorb chakra. The ruins of Lulan Kingdom are remote, and there is a distance of desert nearby. If there is a person who is proficient in water escape to accompany, it will be much more convenient. Not to mention, Samehata, a weapon that can absorb chakra, is a bit confident to fight against Indra and Ashura even in ancient times. Of course, if you face a master like the six-path sage, it is better to die early and be reborn early. Afterwards, Yang Ming told other employees that he was about to travel far away, and the store would be closed for a while. Although many employees were puzzled, they had no choice but to obey Yang Ming's firm attitude. When the store closed, Yang Ming posted a note asking for leave at the door, and attached the reason. "I have to go out to collect materials recently, so I have to go on a business trip for a while. As for when I will be back, to be honest, I don't know," spreading hands. "I know that this will make everyone very unhappy with me. Okay, you can go to the Il restaurant across the street to express your dissatisfaction, really." At this time, the big star Fuji Fuyuki passed by Yang Ming's shop. When she saw this leave note, she was immediately very angry. "Boss Yang Ming, please don't do this. How can I live in the future?" Fuji Fuyuki couldn't imagine how dark her life would be without Yang Ming's cooking in the future. As a big star, Fuji Fuyuki is a sophisticated gourmet and doesn't care about ordinary food at all. Since eating Yang Ming's cooking, she has never eaten anywhere else. "I don't care, Boss Yang Ming, no matter where you go, I will follow you." Facing the food crisis, Fuji Fuyuki had no awareness of being a big star, and acted like a rogue. What do men fear most these days? Women cry, make a fuss, and then hang themselves. Facing the crying and making a fuss of Fuji Fuyuki, Yang Ming twitched his mouth, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said, "Brother is going to be a wilderness gourmet, are you sure you want to come too?" Unexpectedly, Fuji Fuyuki did not retreat, but his eyes lit up. "Then I will give you a live broadcast of wilderness survival." Chapter 403 Black and White Jew, How Do You Want to Die? In the evening, at the door of Yang Ming's shop. It was already business time. If it were normal times, the front of the door would have been crowded. But now, because Yang Ming asked for leave, the shop was closed, and now it has become deserted. Black and White Jew stood at the door of the shop, looking at the leave note written by Yang Ming, and the whole "I am going crazy. I have to go out to collect materials recently, so I have to be away for a while. As for when I will be back, to be honest, I don't know," spreading hands. "I know that this will make everyone very unhappy with me. Okay, you can go to the Ichiraku restaurant across the street to dine to express your dissatisfaction, really." Black and White Zetsu's eyes went dark, and he felt that the sky was falling. If Yang Ming was not there, what should he do? How should he face Uchihamadara's anger? Black and White Zetsu didn't know. He returned to the Hokage building in a daze, as if he had lost his soul, and was completely out of state. Unknowingly, Black and White Zetsu still came to the door of Uchihamadara's office. This time it's over. Should I tell the truth? Black and White Zetsu felt uneasy, and kept wandering back and forth, like an ant on a hot pot, and the whole person was about to collapse. But in the end, after several struggles, Black and White Zetsu still bit the bullet and knocked on the door of the office. Dong! 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 The door was knocked, and Uchihamadara was ready early, and said happily, "Come in." Creak! The door opened, and to Uchihamadara's surprise, Black and White Zetsu did not push the cart in this time. An ominous premonition enveloped Uchihamadara's heart, making him feel particularly distressed. Is there something wrong with Chef Ichiraku? Uchihamadara thought of this at the first time, and he never thought that Black and White Zetsu would deceive him. After all, the relationship between the two of them is a companion relationship. They prosper together and suffer together. Hibaiju can be said to be Uchihamadara's most trusted subordinate, no one else. So, after Hibaiju came in, Uchihamadara said with concern, "Is Chef Ichiraku sick?" Hibaiju was confused. "Damn! You have a big imagination." At this moment, Hibaiju was even more entangled, not knowing whether he should take advantage of the situation to make up for the lie. However, when he thought that Yang Ming would not be back for a long time, Hibaiju felt a pain in his balls. After thinking about it, Hibaiju gritted his teeth, knelt on the ground suddenly, and said with a sad face, "Master Madara, I am guilty, I shouldn't have deceived you." Uchihamadara was completely confused by this sudden change. Is it not Chef Ichiraku who is in trouble? How did he become like this? Uchihamadara was puzzled. Uchihamadara was confused and said in surprise, "What happened?" Bang! 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 Black and White Zetsu kowtowed 3 times on the ground and said, "Unless Lord Madara is willing to forgive my sins, I dare not say it." Uchihamadara's expression eased and he said in a friendly manner, "What is the relationship between you and me? Is it that serious?" Seeing that Black and White Zetsu still refused to tell the truth, Uchihamadara frowned, "Okay, I forgive you, confess quickly." "Yes." Black and White Zetsu raised his head slightly, and seeing that Uchihamadara didn't seem to care much, he said carefully, "In fact, the food you ate during this period was not made by Chef Ichiraku." "Oh." Uchihamadara raised his eyebrows and became interested, "If it's not Chef Ichiraku, then who is it?" Gurgle. Black and White Zetsu swallowed his saliva and said a few words slowly. "It's Boss Yang Ming." Boom. As soon as Hibaiju finished speaking, the desk in front of Uchihamadara exploded instantly, and was slapped into ashes by him. Uchihamadara's face changed drastically, and suddenly turned ashen. His messy black hair flew wildly behind his head, like the tentacles of a group of demons dancing wildly, looking extremely terrifying. A momentum as big as a mountain and as big as the sea burst out from him, as if the actual pressure suddenly fell on Hibaiju, like a mountain pressing down on his head, pressing him so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist, and buried his head hard in the ground, unable to lift it up at all. "Yang Ming. Ju, you actually gave me the food he cooked." Uchihamadara never forgot the dark history of being bullied by Yang Ming twice. Once he asked her to kneel down in public, and the second time he made fun of her in public. No matter which one, it was absolutely unforgivable for the proud Uchihamadara. Although there was a cooking challenge before, and Uchihamadara was the referee, he just wanted to find an opportunity to disgust Yang Ming. Who knew that Yang Ming's cooking was too outstanding, and Uchihamadara couldn't find any fault with it. Uchihamadara's cold and ruthless eyes were like the eyes of heaven, looking at the people of the world as straw dogs, cold and piercing, making people feel cold. "Ju, how do you want to die?" Like the wrath of winter, the bone-chilling cold swept over, causing the Black and White Jew's heart to tremble, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body was shaking. Trembling constantly. "I can't die. I still have a great mission to accomplish." Hibaiju gritted his teeth fiercely, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he finally resisted the pressure from Uchihamadara. He raised his head stubbornly and smiled cunningly, "Mada, you just said that you would forgive my sins." Uchihamadara. Uchihamadara is a proud person by nature, and that's why he disdains to break his promise. At this moment, Uchihamadara wanted to slap himself. "You talk too much, now you know you're wrong." Uchihamadara sat on the chair with a gloomy face, surrounded by a terrifying low pressure, and a suffocating feeling came over him. Gurgle. Gurgle. But at this moment, Uchiha Madara's stomach made a series of muffled sounds, breaking the embarrassing situation. Uchiha Madara's face turned red. During this period, he had eaten Yang Ming's cooking every day on time, and his body had formed a habit. Once he didn't eat, Uchiha Madara felt uncomfortable all over, as if something was missing. But, apart from Yang Ming's cooking, who else could satisfy his stomach? For a while, Uchiha Madara fell into deep despair. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to simplicity. After getting used to Yang Ming's cooking, eating other people's cooking is just like chewing wax. You can imagine how it feels. Hei Baiju has been with Uchiha Madara for so long that he can already read his face and know what he is thinking. In order to make amends, Hei Baiju showed a flattering smile on his face. Master Madara, I heard from others that Boss Yang Ming is going to do a live broadcast of wilderness survival. After watching it, I think you will have an appetite for food. Uchiha Madara's face suddenly changed. Just when Hei Baiju thought he had guessed wrong, he heard him say, "What are you waiting for? Turn on the TV for me." Chapter 404 Live Broadcast of Eating Dark Cuisine. In the evening, in the nameless forest, Yang Ming and his group have prepared to camp here. They set up the tent and prepared a fire to keep warm. The big star Fuji Fuyuki Ei set up a miniature camera and broadcast the whole process to Yang Ming. "Boss Yang Ming, what are we going to eat tonight?" Fuji Fuyuki Ei asked curiously. Yang Ming raised his lips, revealing a half-smile. "Have you ever eaten dark cuisine?" Dark cuisine. Fuji Fuyuki Ei heard this new word for the first time, and couldn't help but be curious. What is that? For some reason, when she heard this word, she felt a sense of uneasiness in her heart, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Yang Ming climbing up a tree on the side. The trees in the forest near Konoha village are generally like century-old trees, and this tree is no exception. I saw that this tree was very tall and thick, as if it was inserted into the sky, and it was estimated to be at least 20 meters high. What is Boss Yang Ming going to do? Fuji Fuyuki Ei looked in the direction Yang Ming was moving, and saw that at the end of her vision, a beehive the size of a papaya was on this tree. Oh my god! Although Fuji Fuyuki Ei had a wide range of knowledge, she was still a girl after all. When he saw the swarm of bees flying out of the hive to defend their territory, like a group of flying fighters, launching a fierce attack on Yang Ming, his face suddenly changed color. Buzz! 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 One bee is not scary, what is scary is a group of bees attacking at the risk of their lives. The swarm of bees is like a black cloud, and it is bound to sting the intruder into a hornet's nest. However, although Yang Ming himself has not learned many ninjutsu, he can still deal with the situation in front of him. Fire escape. Phoenix fire technique. Yang Ming suddenly opened his mouth and took a breath, and then suddenly spurted out, and a group of high-temperature flames met the challenge and just blocked the way forward for the swarm of bees. Boom! 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 These bees are no match for the flames. Just a fight, the originally dense swarm of bees was instantly diluted a lot, and the bees hit in the middle were even more annihilated. Those on the edge were not much better, emitting a burnt smell and falling like raindrops. As for the other scattered bees, they might be a threat to ordinary people, but they were not a threat to Yang Ming, who easily killed them all. Done. Without the obstruction of most bees, Yang Ming stood up and landed, and was able to easily take down the honeycomb. Of course, even so, some bees could still be seen crawling on the honeycomb, which looked very scary. These bees had black and yellow stripes, and the wings on both sides of their bodies were wet, and they could not fly at all. Of course, if you underestimate them for this reason, they will teach you a lesson with their needles. Seeing this, Fuji Fuyuki was a girl after all, and she was immediately shocked. Her scalp was numb and her face turned pale. Fortunately, as a big star, she had a decent psychological quality and did not scream out of fear, but she looked very bad. Hat. Hat. Fuji Fuyuki showed an unnatural expression, and her lips trembled as she said, "Boss Yang Ming, is this the dark cuisine you mentioned? Are we going to eat them tonight?" Fuji Fuyuki stared at Yang Ming intently, almost throwing the camera in her hand at him. "No, it's just a snack." Yang Ming waved his hand calmly, not noticing that Fuji Fuyuki's face became even uglier. After that, in front of Fuji Fuyuki and Kisame, Yang Ming grabbed a bee from the hive, pointed it at the camera and said, "Look, this lively and cute little thing." In Yang Ming's hand, the sticky bee was still struggling hard. Fujifuaki could even see the limbs of the bee clearly from a close distance. Yang Ming seemed not to notice Fujifuaki's ugly expression, and continued to talk to himself, as long as you pull out the hard needles at their tails, you can taste this cute little thing. Don't underestimate this bee. In its small size, it contains rich protein, which can well supplement the nutrients lost in a day. As he said, Yang Ming cut off the hard needles at the back of the bee, and ate the bee raw in the surprised eyes of the other two. While eating, Yang Ming also gestured to the two, "Look, it's crunchy." Human teeth are a very magical part in the history of biological evolution. As Yang Ming kept chewing, the bee seemed to make a last wail in his mouth, and was crushed into pieces by his teeth. Fujifuaki felt her stomach churning. It was unbelievable that bees could be eaten raw. I've never seen anything like this before. Seeing this, Yang Ming shrugged and said, "Don't like bees? It doesn't matter. You can try the honeycomb." As he spoke, Yang Ming took out a knife and cut the honeycomb in half. You can see that the cross-section of the honeycomb presents a very neat and beautiful pattern. In it, not only are there some bees working hard, but you can also see some larvae wriggling inside. Yang Ming cut a square piece out of the honeycomb, which looks like cheese, but it is covered with a sticky yellow liquid, honey. Although it is unbelievable, honeycombs can indeed be eaten like this. Ah! Yang Ming opened his mouth and took a bite. He felt that it melted in his mouth, and a strong honey smell came to his nose. Eating honeycomb is like chewing a piece of candy. For those who like sweet things, the almost greasy taste is a gift from God. Of course, if you don't like sweet things, you may not want to eat it after one bite. Because it's too sweet. Fujifuaki's hands were shaking as she held the mini camera. She regretted it a little now. Why did she follow Yang Ming to commit suicide? Hey! Fujifuaki took a deep breath and tried to speak in a calm tone, saying, "Boss Yang Ming, is this what you call dark cuisine? It's really terrible. Why don't we make some serious dishes as soon as possible?" Hey! Yang Ming looked at Fujifuaki strangely. "No, didn't you hear me say before that this is just a snack?" As he said that, Yang Ming stuck out his tongue and licked the honey stuck on the corner of his mouth. Just a snack? Snacks. Boom. As if struck by thunder, Fujifuaki was in a state of panic. Hat. Fujifuaki's charming face showed a look of being teased. "Boss Yang Ming, what exactly is the real dark cuisine?" "Oh, this." Yang Ming pointed to the dead tree where she was sitting. "It's in here." Chapter 405, The Erotic Live Broadcast. Konoha Village. Hokage Building. Uchiha Madara and Black and White Zetsu sat in front of the TV, watching Yang Ming's live broadcast. When they heard that the dark cuisine Yang Ming was talking about was actually in the dead tree, they looked at each other in surprise, with unusual expressions on their faces. Uchiha Madara touched his smooth chin, half-closed his eyes, an array of brilliance flashed. "Ju, do you think he wants to eat insects?" Hey Baiju's mouth twitched fiercely, and he said hesitantly, "Probably." While the two of them were talking, Yang Ming had already started to act on the TV. Yang Ming first picked a thin and tough branch, and then smeared fresh and delicious honey on it, making the whole branch sticky. Then, he walked to the dead tree. Because the forest was relatively humid, and the tree had been dead for a long time, it provided a breeding ground for a certain creature to grow. That's right, it's termites. Generally speaking, there will be 2 or 3 termite nests in 10 dead trees. Fortunately, there is a termite nest in the dead tree that Yang Ming chose. When the branch coated with honey is inserted into the dead tree, the sticky honey is simply the natural enemy of termites. Yang Ming just rotated the branch slightly inside and extracted it. Oh my god! Fujifuaki was suddenly pale and couldn't believe what she saw. I saw that on the sticky branches, there were silver-white termites. Because there were so many of them, it looked so dense that patients with trypophobia would probably faint at a glance. The body of each termite seemed much fatter than its limbs. If you look closely, it even looks transparent. Perhaps because they eat better, these termites generally grow larger, each one is the size of a soybean. When they gather together, they look quite scary. That being said, termites have very high nutritional value. Some backward tribes in Africa even often eat termites for a living, but they are blessed because they are not like other black people who have a deformed and enlarged stomach due to lack of nutrition. Of course, Yang Ming will not eat them raw like them, because he has a better choice. Yang Ming took out the dragon pot, heated it with fire escape, and then took out cooking oil from the package he carried with him and poured a lot of it into it. Seeing this, I am afraid that many people have guessed it. That's right, Yang Ming is going to fry termites. Before frying, Yang Ming first prepared a bowl of starch water, then used a brush to cover it, smeared it on the termite colony, and then put it in the oil pan. Crackling! Crackling! When the termite colony fell like raindrops, because it was covered with starch water and honey, when it touched the boiling cooking oil, it was like Mars hitting the earth, erupting with a fierce collision, making a beautiful crisp sound. Of course, you have to be careful during this process to avoid the boiling oil from popping out. It doesn't take much time to fry termites, because termites are relatively fragile. Although the outer layer is protected by 2 layers of starch water and honey, they are still easily cooked. Therefore, Yang Ming just picked them up after putting them into the pot and served them on the washed banana leaves. The washed banana leaves look lush green, and with the fried yellow and white termites, it gives people an extremely strong visual impact. What's more, there is a faint fresh smell on the banana leaves, which will make people's appetite open. After doing this, it can actually be eaten. However, if no other seasonings are added, the taste will be lighter. Yang Ming took out cumin powder and a little salt and sprinkled them on the fried termites. The effect was immediately apparent. The fragrant wind that came to the nose made people salivate. Even Fuji Fuyakiwai, who had a lot of complaints about insects, seemed to have changed after smelling the fragrance, and actually took the initiative to pick up a termite and put it in her mouth. When the termites entered her mouth, the simple aroma of cumin filled the air, turning her entire tongue into a sea of aroma. What surprised Fuji Fuyakiwai was that the fried termites were unexpectedly delicious, not as disgusting as she had imagined. Instead, they became very crispy after being fried because they were coated with a layer of starch water. After biting through the starchy skin on the outside, the honey inside burst out, instantly blowing a sweet and fragrant breeze through the tongue, catching people off guard. And under these 2 layers were the termites themselves, which tasted unexpectedly satisfying, as if they were eating taro, and tasted very powdery. Oh my god, are these really termites? I actually ate them. I can't believe it. Oh my god. For a moment, Fuji Fuyakiwai was incoherent and could hardly close her mouth while eating. The termites that she originally hated were rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye and fell into her mouth. When there was nothing left to eat, Fuji Fuyaki suddenly woke up, and a rare blush appeared on her face. With her charming face, she looked like a ripe peach. Fuji Fuyaki's beautiful eyes were full of spring, and she was full of charm. Unfortunately, Yang Ming and Kisame, who were present, one was concentrating on frying termites, and the other was a non-human species, and they ignored Fuji Fuyaki's charm. In front of the micro-camera, Fuji Fuyaki put her oily fingers into her mouth with great interest, and her clever and smooth tongue ate all the remaining delicious food on her fingers like a snake out of a hole. Many male viewers who were watching the live broadcast on TV immediately raised their tents to pay tribute to her when they saw such a stunning scene. Fuji Fuyaki's beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist, just like a peerless fairy, and every move touched the hearts of the audience. Fuji Fuyaki touched her flat stomach and still felt very hungry. She pouted her sexy red lips and said to Yang Ming coquettishly, "Boss Yang Ming, is there anything else to eat? I'm still very hungry." It is said that the human stomach is a bottomless pit, especially for girls who never gain weight no matter how much they eat, and their appetite is even more amazing. Termites do not need to eat too much to be full, because they contain a lot of nutrients, especially protein, and ordinary people only need to eat a little to be full. But obviously, this rule is invalid for Fuji Fuyaki. Fuji Fuyaki took Yang Ming's arm, raised her rosy face, smiled in her beautiful eyes, and opened her red lips. "Boss Yang Ming, I want more." Ahem, this sentence is very ambiguous, but it actually has no other meaning, really. However, for Mei Terumi and Tsunade, when they saw this scene, they almost smashed the TV. This shameless woman! On this day, a shocking roar came from the Mizuki's office, scaring the whole village. Chapter 406 Can Wild Geese Be Eaten? Under Fuji Fuyaki-aka's pleading, Yang Ming had no choice but to say, "Okay, let's make something more formal." In front of the TV, when Uchihamadara heard Yang Ming's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly ordered black and white zetsu, "Quick! Go and call the chef over and take a good look at how Yang Ming cooks." At this time, Uchihamadara was already starving, and he wanted to run to the place where Yang Ming was live streaming and catch him to cook for him. What kind of live streaming? It's really not doing his job. Before, watching Yang Ming fry termites, Uchiha Madara's saliva almost flowed out. God sees pity, it's all Black and White Zetsu's fault. Uchiha Madara has been eating Yang Ming's cooking for a while, spoiling his mouth, and he can't get used to other people's cooking. Yes, I'll go right away, right away. Black and White Zetsu wiped a cold sweat, almost fled from the office, and called all the chefs in the Hokage building over. These chefs were all tall and strong, and they thought that the Hokage was finally going to use them, so they walked into the office happily. Who knew that when they opened the door, the Hokage, who was always dignified and almost kept people away, was sitting on a small stool at this moment, concentrating on watching the live broadcast on TV. What was even more infuriating was that the protagonist of the live broadcast was Yang Ming. As the saying goes, colleagues are enemies. As chefs hired by the Hokage building, they are naturally very arrogant. But even so, they were not sure about Yang Ming, the famous chef. Uchiha Madara glanced at them and waved his hand impatiently. Why are you standing there? Come here quickly, Yang Ming has started cooking. A group of chefs came up with a confused look on their faces, still not understanding the situation. Ahem. Seeing this, Hei Baiju smiled awkwardly. Lord Hokage wants you to learn how to cook from Yang Ming, and then cook for him. For a moment, a group of chefs looked at each other, with only countless creatures named Nima running in their hearts. At this time, it was the evening of late autumn. Occasionally, there were flocks of wild geese in the sky, forming a V-shaped leap across the sky. When a group of wild geese flew over the heads of Yang Ming and his group, at Yang Ming's instruction, Kisame took a big gulp and then suddenly opened it. Boom! A water cannon made entirely of water, as if it had divine prediction, blasted towards the leading wild goose with incredible accuracy. Snap! The leading wild goose whimpered, and its entire body was hit unprecedentedly, like a kite with a broken string. It was first shaky and then could no longer support the injury. It flapped its wings in vain, but still could not save the decline, and fell crookedly from the sky. The sudden change caused the other geese to panic and scattered in all directions. The leading goose fell into the forest, and with the force of falling, it broke dozens of branches of varying thicknesses in succession, and finally fell to the left not far from Yang Ming and his party. At this moment, the leading goose was no longer as majestic as usual. Its beautiful feathers were scattered, and bloodstains were all over its body, making it look extremely ugly, like an ugly duckling. There was actually a reason why Yang Ming wanted Gisha to hunt the leading goose. Generally, the goose that can become the leader is generally stronger than the other geese in the team to compete for this position. This also means that the meat of this goose is firmer and more delicious. Yang Ming walked up to the leading goose, but surprisingly found that it had not been killed by the fall. It made a cluck sound from its mouth, as if accusing Yang Ming of treating it like this. However, the reason why humans are human is that they have been hunting other creatures for thousands of years of evolution, which has established their position at the top of the food chain. Yang Ming was merciless and gave the leading goose the final blow. Then, after the wok was boiled with water, the whole goose was put in. When the water in the wok was a little foamy, the goose was taken out and drained, and then all the feathers on the goose were pulled out. Then, Yang Ming cut open the goose's stomach after plucking its feathers and emptied its internal organs. Then, Yang Ming smeared fresh and delicious honey on it and the surface of its skin, and passed a grill made of a branch through the goose. Fire escape. Phoenix fire technique. Yang Ming sucked in his mouth suddenly, and a small fire suddenly spurted out, which he placed under the goose and slowly grilled. His hands kept moving, constantly rotating the grill to prevent the goose from being grilled for too long and causing it to burn. The honey smeared on it effectively prevented the flames from burning the goose's skin, and on the other hand, it also added a bit of flavor to the goose. When the sticky honey slid down the goose's body and fell on the blazing fireball, it occasionally made a crackling sound, and then a faint honey fragrance spread. There was no charred smell from grilling with firewood as the fire source, which made this goose more pure. Under the burning fire, the wild goose was gradually roasted into a light golden color, and then a beautiful golden yellow. The strong roasted aroma seemed to travel through time and space. Even Uchiha Madara and his party in front of the TV screen seemed to be able to smell the refreshing and beautiful aroma. Uchiha Madara's eyes were straight. Damn Yang Ming, what kind of live broadcast is this? It's really not doing his job. In this regard, Uchiha Madara could only curse a few words in his heart, but his eyes never left the TV, as if it was full of magic that attracted him. While Yang Ming was roasting the wild goose, his hands were not stopping. From time to time, he would use a brush to apply honey on the wild goose to prevent it from being burnt. At the same time, he also sprinkled some salt and cumin powder evenly on it, and even poured a little wine to remove the fishy smell from the wild goose. When the flames touched the wine, the fire suddenly grew bigger. The flames that had shrunk into a ball suddenly rose a lot, and the blazing flames immediately covered the whole goose. Fortunately, Yang Ming had already prepared it. He rotated the grill in his hand leisurely, so that it was slightly smoked. Then, Yang Ming stopped the ninjutsu and put the roasted red and black goose on the fresh banana leaves. The steaming hot air curled up, and the tempting fragrance drifted slowly, which made people's appetites suddenly open, and they couldn't help but eat a lot. In front of the TV, Uchiha Madara slapped his knees and yelled to the chefs behind him, "Have you finished watching? Hurry up and roast a goose for me to eat. If you don't do it well, you can get out of here." "Ah!" The chefs were completely dumbfounded, "But we can't catch the goose. You are a bunch of waste, garbage, and gluttons who eat white rice." Uchiha Madara roared. On this day, the entire Hokage building was shaking violently. Chapter 407 Bears Appear. The night was deep and starry. Yang Ming and his party had already entered their respective tents to rest, and occasionally there were snoring sounds. The bonfire burned quietly in the dark night, and crackling sounds were heard from time to time when burning firewood. Because Yang Ming was very confident in the strength of his party, he did not let Kisame keep watch, and the entire camping place was completely defenseless. Although he did not receive Yang Ming's order, as a cage-level strongman, Kisame had always experienced many battles and naturally knew the dangers of camping in the wild. He did not take off his clothes, but slept with his clothes on. The whole person was between wakefulness and sleep. The slightest movement would wake him up suddenly. This is the inevitable professional training of a ninja, because in the complex wilderness, you can't always be safe, and you will be attacked if you are not careful. Just like Cao in the Three Kingdoms period, who had the habit of killing people in his sleep, Gaizami also had a similar habit. Suddenly, Gaizami's ears moved, as if he heard a strange sound. Crackling. Crackling. Snap. Day. In the silent night, even the owls had fallen asleep. In addition to the sound of the bonfire burning firewood, there was a little more noise at this moment. In the deep forest 500 meters away from where Yang Ming and his group camped, a pair of yellow pupils were like bright lights, which were particularly conspicuous in the dark woods. When the clouds blocking the moon in the sky dissipated, the bright moonlight fell like a gauze dress, and when it fell on the owner of these eyes, a hazy figure was reflected. I saw a nearly 5-meter-tall outline looming, and the knotted muscles were like pieces of diamonds, looking sturdy and powerful. This is a bear. And it is a medium-sized spiritual beast. Its nose twitched constantly, smelling the faint sweet fragrance in the air, along the wind direction, and its eyes burst into a very eager light. What a fragrant honey! Tick! Tick! Bean-sized saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth into the grass, making a low humming sound. It followed the direction of the fragrance and carefully it walked towards the camping place of Yang Ming and his group. As a spiritual beast, although it was still wild and could not speak human language, it had already become wise and possessed the wisdom of a normal adult. So it knew very well that it was very risky to take honey from humans. It moved its slightly fat body, carefully and flexibly moving forward, successfully eliminating the sound of footsteps with its broad bare paws. Unfortunately, even though it was so careful, it could still make a slight snapping sound when its feet stepped on dead branches and leaves. For ordinary people, even when awake, it is natural to ignore such slight sounds. But Kisame was obviously not in this category. Even when sleeping, he remained fully alert. When he found something wrong, Kisame suddenly opened his dead fish eyes. In this dark night, coupled with his shark face, he looked particularly terrifying. Kisame immediately grasped Samehada in his hand, then suddenly opened the quilt, and suddenly jumped out of the tent in a rolling posture. Kisame completed the whole action in one go. It was obvious that he was already used to being attacked by enemies. With the help of the flickering light of the campfire, the big black bear suddenly widened his eyes and saw a figure coming out. He was shocked and didn't know that he was exposed. Roar! The big black bear simply went all out. Since things had developed to this point, he suddenly let out a deafening roar, which was no less than dropping a missile in this silent night. The surrounding trees were affected by the sound waves, and suddenly swayed violently from side to side, making a rustling sound, and the leaves fell in a colorful manner. Yang Ming and the big star Fuji, who were sleeping soundly in the tent, were awakened by the sudden roar, and only realized it later and climbed out of the quilt leisurely. Outside, the big black bear suddenly stepped on the ground, and the soft soil suddenly exploded into a 1-meter wide deep pit. Then its whole body blasted out like a cannonball, and its figure, which was much taller than Kisame, brought a whistling wind and rushed over like a mountain. Fuck, it turned out that you disturbed my sleep. A trace of red murderous intent flashed in Kisame's dead fish eyes. The same hata in his hand felt the anger of its owner and trembled slightly. Get out of here. The same hata, which was as tall as a person, suddenly turned into a killing machine in Kisame's hand, drawing a sharp arc in the air, as if it was going to tear the dark night sky in half, making a sound of rags tearing, and then slashing heavily at the big black bear. Ouch! Although the big black bear had overestimated the human in front of it as much as possible, it still found that it had underestimated its opponent at this time. Severe pain suddenly swept over, and the big black bear almost bit off its tongue. Then, its 5-meter-tall body, weighing tons, flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and slammed heavily into the dark forest. Kisame, what happened? At this time, Yang Ming came late and walked out of the tent. From this detail, it can be seen that Yang Ming is indeed only suitable to be a chef. Fortunately, he has a loyal employee like Kisame under his command. Kisame touched his head, opened his mouth wide, and said, "It's okay, a big black bear broke in." Oh! Hearing this news, Yang Ming's eyes lit up immediately. Is it really a bear? Yes, boss, I am definitely not mistaken. Kisame said seriously. Pa! Yang Ming slammed his palms together, with a delighted expression on his face. That's great, just the right midnight snack for us. Ah! Kisame was confused. In the Naruto world, for the people here, the big black bear is just a creature with a strong desire to attack. They can't imagine that the big black bear can be eaten. Roar! At this time, the big black bear staggered to get up from the ground. With the wisdom of an adult, how could he not know that he had kicked the iron plate? It habitually roared, and immediately ran away into the depths of the dense forest without looking back. Seeing the cooked duck about to fly away, Yang Ming was immediately anxious. He hadn't eaten the braised bear paw yet, how could he let it go? Kisame, hurry up and bring it back to me, regardless of life or death. Your wish is the direction of my blade. Kisame lowered his head and said respectfully. As soon as the voice fell, a water column burst out of the ground, forming a water dragon, carrying Gaizami to chase the fleeing black bear. Chapter 408 Bear Paw Banquet. The dark night was cold and lonely, and the bright moonlight fell, covering the earth with a layer of gauze. Ah! Suddenly, an extremely shrill roar broke the silence of the night. Suddenly, countless flocks of birds in the forest were frightened, woke up from their sleep, and flapped their wings to fly into the air. In the deep and dense forest a splash of hot blood spurted into the air, and the scarlet blood beads were like rubies, emitting charming brilliance. Whoosh! Kisame wiped the sweat from his forehead and took the same hata out of the neck of the big black bear under his feet. It was very easy for him to deal with this big black bear, but the trouble was to carry it back to the camping place. Kisame put the big black bear's arm on his shoulder, and his shoulder suddenly sank, feeling the incomparable weight. Kisame carried the big black bear all the way. Because the big black bear was 5 meters tall, nearly half of its body was dragged on the ground. As Kisame walked along, it plowed a bloody trail behind it. Bang! After finally returning to the camping place, Kisame was already exhausted and panting, and quickly unloaded the black bear. Fuji rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked in confusion, "Why did you bring this bear back?" "Of course it's for midnight snack." Yang Ming said lightly. "Midnight snack? Just this big black bear?" For a moment, Fuji didn't react at all. After all, for the people in the Naruto world, it is simply unimaginable that such an ugly and barbaric animal can be eaten. You know, even on Earth before Yang Ming crossed over, there were few countries that ate big black bears. Only the nation of big foodies who are known as eating everything flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water began to study how to eat big black bears many years ago. Among them, the unique bear paw is the most delicious. Among the delicacies rated as 8 delicacies, bear paws are on par with leopard fetuses, orangutan lips, dragon livers, phoenix marrows, carp tails, and crispy cicadas. They are the delicacies on the court. Bear paws are rich in nutrition and are the top of mountain delicacies. Bear paws have a long history of being eaten as a top-grade delicacy in the country of foodies. In the book Mencius King Hui of Liang during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, it is recorded, "Fish is what I want, bear paws are also what I want. I cannot have both, so I give up fish and take bear paws." Later, in the Qin, Han, Wei, Jin, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, bear paws were loved by emperors and princes. In the famous Manhan banquet, there is a dish called braised bear paws, which is fresh and fragrant, crispy and smooth, and white as jade, and all diners praise it. Nowadays, people use the four words strange, fresh, clear, and nourishing to describe the four treasures of Longjiang, namely bear paws, flying dragons, elk noses and monkey head banquets. What did you say? Black bears are protected animals and cannot be eaten? In this regard, Yang Ming could only laugh. You know, for a country that loves food, black bears are the top ingredients. How can ordinary people kill and enjoy them? Of course, it must be banned. Although bear paws are delicious, they contain a lot of gelatin, so it is difficult to cook them in a short time. However, later, chefs of successive generations have explored many methods of cooking bear paws in practice. In the book Food Xianhongmi written by Wang Shizhen during the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty, there is a method of eating bear paws. For those with hair, dig a pit in the ground, put half of the lime in, put the paw in, add lime on top, and pour cold water on it. Wait for it to ferment, let it cool, and take it out. The hair will be easy to remove and the roots will come out. Wash and soak it in rice water for 1 or 2 days. Wrap it in lard and cook it, and then remove the oil. This dish is the same as pork. From this, we can see that this dish must be crispy and delicious after being dehaired with lime, soaked in rice water, and steamed. Of course, Yang Ming now has limited materials, and he has no cooking method given by the system, so he can only cross the river by feeling the stones and cook with his own method. Fortunately, Yang Ming has been to the little chef world and has made up for his basic skills in Yangchuan restaurant. This is not difficult for Yang Ming, but he just doesn't have the method given by the system to make it delicious. However, before cooking bear paws, there is another very important thing. You should know that black bears have 4 paws. Bear paws are the paws of black bears, which are often covered with skin and hair, and are divided into front and back paws. The front paw is often smaller, about 15–20 cm long, with obvious paw flowers, more gelatin, wider palm surface, more fragrant meat, and no smell. The back paw is longer, about 20–30 cm long, with no obvious paw flowers, narrower palm surface, slightly smelly smell, and not as good as the front paw. Its quality is mainly wide, thick, dry, and smelly. Obviously, cooking bear paws actually refers to the front paws of black bears. When cooking bear paws, you must separate the 2 paws. The paw that you lick every day must be plump and juicy. Of course, as the top-notch ingredient, bear paws are very particular. First, the newly cut bear paws must not be exposed to water, and blood must be wiped dry with straw paper. Secondly, after cleaning the bear paws, you must first apply a thick layer of honey, cook it on a slow fire for an hour, then wash off the honey, put in the seasonings, and stew it on a slow fire from the beginning. After stewing for 3 hours, it must be fragrant and tender. If you don't stew it with honey first, you won't be able to pick up your chopsticks even if you stew it for 3 days and 3 nights. During this process, Yang Ming first put the bear paws into a hot pot, boiled it in boiling water for more than 10 minutes, and then took it out. Then, boil water in the pot again, add onion, ginger, cooking wine, and then put in the bear paw and cook for more than 10 minutes, then remove it and remove the fishy smell of the bear paw. When the bear paw is stewed to 60% to 70% of its original flavor, remove the iron pot from the heat. Yang Ming removes the onion and ginger, takes out the bear paw, puts it on the fresh banana leaf, gently removes the bones, and then cuts it into cubes, leaving the skin at the bottom connected. In the country of big foodies, bear paws are precious, so they are usually stewed with a lot of ingredients, so the ingredients often take away the flavor. In the bear paw cooked by Yang Ming, there are not too many seasonings, so the original flavor of the bear paw can be presented. When Yang Ming was cooking, Fuji Fuyuki had already turned on the micro camera for live broadcast. At this moment, when she saw that the bear paw was really cooked, she couldn't help but drool. Dear audience, don't blame me for getting up in the middle of the night to taste the food. If you want to blame someone, blame boss Yang Ming. Well, I will eat all your portions. Fujifuyuki stretched out her white onion-like fingers, gently picked up a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. Suddenly, a taste that she had never enjoyed before exploded instantly. The richness of the bear paw is not like pig's trotters and beef tendons, but more like extra thick top-quality fish lips, and the small strips of muscle inside are especially soft, tender, and delicious. When Fujifuyuki chewed, she couldn't help but scream with joy. It's so delicious. That kind of strong chewing power is like a strong man, which can make every woman crazy. Chapter 409 Uchiha Madara is crazy. The richness of the bear paw is not like pig's trotters and beef tendons, but more like extra thick top-quality fish lips, and the small strips of muscle inside are especially soft, tender, and delicious. When Fujifuyuki chewed, she couldn't help but scream with joy. It's so delicious. That strong chewy texture is like a strong man, which can drive every woman crazy. When watching Yang Ming and his group eating bear paws with relish on TV, Uchiha Madara looked expressionlessly at the chefs invited to the Hokage building, including Uncle Ichiraku. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's condition was obviously very wrong. His face was extremely pale, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he looked extremely scary. Since Yang Ming left the village, Uchiha Madara has not eaten for a whole day, and now his stomach is almost going crazy with hunger. Bang! Uchiha Madara stared coldly at the chefs in the village and slapped the table. Look at the bear paws made by others, and then look at the bear paws made by you. Do you have the nerve to do that? It turned out that one morning, Uchiha Madara turned on the TV and saw that the program was replaying Yang Ming's live broadcast last night. Uchiha Madara was so excited about the bear paw banquet shown in it that he quickly called all the chefs in the village to come and discuss and make this dish together. Compared with the rare flocks of wild geese that occasionally fly in the sky, there are many black bear habitats scattered in the forest near Konoha village. Uchiha Madara, the current Hokage, has spoken, so how can others not obey in public and go to hunt black bears immediately? Unfortunately, these chefs saw that Yang Ming cooked bear paws very easily, but once they did it themselves, they found that there was a lot of knowledge in it. As mentioned earlier, black bears have 4 paws. Bear paws are the paws of black bears, which are often covered with skin and hair, and are divided into front and back paws. The front paw is usually smaller, about 15 to 20 centimeters long, with obvious flour, more gelatin, wider palm surface, more fragrant meat, and no fishy smell. The back paw is longer, about 20 to 30 centimeters long, with less obvious flour, narrower palm surface, slightly fishy smell, and inferior to the front paw. Its quality is mainly wide, thick, dry, and fishy. Obviously, cooking bear paw actually refers to the front paw of the black bear. But the chefs in Konoha village didn't know this. You know, in the past, they never thought that black bears could be used for cooking. I've seen this for a long time. Nearly half of the chefs chose the back paws of black bears. It is conceivable how bad the smell of the bear paws made is. The smell of feet that have not been washed for several years almost made Uchiha Madara vomit the overnight meal the day before yesterday. As for the other half of the chefs, although they chose the front paws of black bears, they all made a fatal mistake. They didn't know a crucial point, that the newly cut bear paws cannot be exposed to water, and the blood must be wiped dry with straw paper. This involves a common sense issue. Generally, when winter is approaching, bears will find a tree hole or cave that can accommodate themselves. When winter comes, they can sleep to spend it. If they wake up hungry, they will lick their palms, because bears usually store excess fat and other substances on their paws when eating food. When it is difficult to find food in winter, they will lick their palms and absorb the nutrients in them to satisfy their hunger. In other words, the black bear's front paws have a lot of fat. When these chefs use water to wash them, the fat on the paws is very fat. When washing bear paws, a lot of water enters the paws, which will greatly affect the cooking time and the taste of the food itself during the cooking process. It is conceivable that when these chefs follow Yang Ming's cooking process and cooking time, the bear paws they make have a completely different taste. Moreover, this kind of bear paw tastes hard, just like chewing a piece of wood, and even Uchiha Madara's front teeth were knocked out. So, don't look at Uchiha Madara's angry words before, but because of the missing front teeth, his words are leaky, and he doesn't sound majestic at all, but a little funny. Facing Uchiha Madara's anger, all the chefs lowered their heads and looked at their toes, as if there was a treasure there. I'm really pissed off. Uchiha Madara was feeling extremely miserable now. After eating Yang Ming's cooking for a while, he found other people's food tasteless and a pity to throw away. Gurgle. Gurgle. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's stomach made muffled noises again. After all, he hadn't eaten for a whole day. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, swept his eyes over the group of people in front of him, and roared, "You bunch of good-for-nothings, garbage, and waste, get out of here." Of course, since Uchiha Madara's front teeth fell out, these words became a little funny. Seeing this, the chefs didn't dare to breathe and rushed out of the office. At this time, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze to the silent black and white Zetsu. Where did Yang Ming go? Black and white Zetsu bowed his head respectfully. Yes, I have already found out that they are heading towards the ancient country of Lulan. Boom. Black and white Zetsu had just finished speaking when he felt the entire floor shaking violently and a roar came from the front. He couldn't help but look up, and his jaw almost dropped to the floor in surprise. I saw that the back wall where Uchiha Madara was originally sitting was completely blown to pieces. As for Uchiha Madara, of course he skipped work. Mr. Madara. Black and white Zetsu stood on the wreckage of the wall with a confused look on his face, calling Uchiha Madara affectionately, but still couldn't keep the others back. Damn! What's going on? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Black and White Zetsu's mind, but this idea was too incredible to accept. Uchiha Madara skipped work just to find Yang Ming? And, just to fill his stomach. Oh my god! At this moment, Black and White Zetsu stood in the cold wind, feeling that he had gone crazy. If Uchiha Madara ran away, he would not be able to convince the people if he stayed in Konoha village alone. Even those big families who secretly opposed Uchiha Madara's dictatorship might take this opportunity to support someone they like to come to power. All of this broke Black and White Zetsu's long-standing layout. How could he have fun like this? Thinking of this, Black and White Zetsu became ruthless in his heart, gritted his teeth, and simply pretended to be Uchiha Madara himself. Bang! A puff of smoke surrounded Black and White Zetsu, and he used the transformation technique to turn himself into Uchiha Madara. Of course, this is just a stopgap measure. It can be concealed for a while, but not forever. Hey Baiju can only pray in his heart that Uchiha Madara, the damn bastard, should eat a full meal and come back to work. Chapter 410 What to eat to nourish the kidneys? On the way to the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, it is inevitable to pass through a distance of desert area. The desert is a place where few people go. It is hot during the day and cold at night, with a very large temperature difference. This is a forbidden area for life, but it is also a miraculous place where life is born. There is no fixed terrain here. Everything is determined by the wind. The sand dunes on the ground change with the wind and often make changes, making this place gradually unpredictable. If there is no guide, it is easy to get lost in this place. Under the scorching sun above their heads, Yang Ming and his group walked on the hot sand. The wind was howling and the heat was rolling. Each of them had a layer of white cloth wrapped on their heads, and this cloth was wet with water. You know, in the desert, the most terrifying thing is not the lack of food, but the lack of water. Yang Ming and his team can protect their heads well by doing this, and will not suffer from heat stroke due to long-term sun exposure. Due to the characteristics of the sand, the temperature of the entire ground is very high, even exceeding 60 degrees Celsius, and even people looking at the scenery in the distance can perceive that the picture is distorted. It's so hot. How long will it take? Fuji Fuyuki was so hot that her tongue was about to spit out, and she was in a state of depression and looked terrible. Kisame had been to the ruins of the ancient country of Lulan once before. At this time, he was in the endless desert and it was difficult to clearly know where he was. He could only comfort him, "It's almost there, in 1 or 2 days. We will be there in a few days." Oh, Fuji Fuyuki said weakly. Suddenly, Fuji Fuyuki felt a violent vibration coming from under her feet. What's going on? No one answered her, because the others were looking around with a vigilant look on their faces at this time. The vibration was getting bigger and bigger, and you could even see that the sand on the ground began to vibrate upwards. Then, Fuji Fuyuki saw that the sand under their feet was constantly sinking down. If you look down at this area from a god's perspective, you can see that this sand with a diameter of 50 meters is forming a landslide. Oh my god! This sudden change instantly scared Fuji Fuyuki and made her pale. The suction from under her feet was extremely strong. In just a moment, it had already submerged her knees. If you were sucked in by the sand, you would only become a handful of yellow sand. Seeing this, Yang Ming pulled Fuji Fuyuki with one hand, stepped on his feet, used the quick escape, and left the sand at a very fast speed. Hey! Hey! Standing on the edge of this unusual sand, Fuji Fuyuki's face turned pale, and her chest rose and fell violently, as if a broken blower was installed, constantly pulling and breathing heavily. Kisame stood beside Yang Ming with a serious face. Boss, the situation seems to be wrong. Be prepared for emergencies. Yang Ming said calmly. Yes. Perhaps influenced by Yang Ming's calmness, Gaizami's face lost a trace of uneasiness. In their sight, with the place where they were just now as the core, a huge vortex with a diameter of 50 meters was formed, which was going to swallow everything in it. If they had left late just now, they might not be able to open their eyes to the pulling force of the sand and be buried alive in the sand. Squeak! Squeak! Seeing that his plan failed, the initiator of all this made a sound of unknown meaning. Then, in the surprised eyes of Yang Ming and his group, a huge scorpion with a length of more than 20 meters emerged from under the desert. The color of the scorpion is similar to gravel, with dotted patterns on the surface. If it stays in the sand, it is difficult to distinguish it at first glance. What is even more frightening is that this scorpion has a pair of large claws, each of which is the size of a truck head. In the sun, it exudes a layer of metallic luster, and it is very tough. Behind this giant scorpion, there is a tail as long as the body. At the end of the tail, there is a huge stinger, as thick as a pillar that 5 people hug. A faint light flashed by. Damn! Seeing this, Yang Ming and his companions were speechless. How could a long journey lead to such a big trouble? Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. Is he the reincarnation of Conan? Conan is a mobile natural disaster. Wherever he goes, there will be murders. Wherever Yang Ming goes, he will encounter food automatically delivered to his door. This is more enthusiastic than the door-to-door express delivery service, and you don't need to pay for the delivery. Yang Ming looked at the current sky. The desert was filled with smoke and the long river was setting. It turned out that it was already evening without knowing it. No wonder there were scorpions. After all, although scorpions are species in the desert, they are also afraid of the sun and high temperatures. They only come out to hunt in the evening and at night. Obviously, Yang Ming and his group unfortunately walked into someone else's territory. Yang Ming pointed at the giant scorpion, and said with a sense of commanding the world, "It's decided, you are the one to eat tonight." Giant scorpion. Everyone. Hee hee. Hee hee. Fuji Fuyuki's scarlet lips twitched fiercely. Boss Yang Ming, how do you want to cook such a big scorpion? Well, this is indeed a problem. Yang Ming said lightly. Squeak. Squeak. The giant scorpion was a little confused when it saw that these humble humans were not afraid of it at all, and then it was furious. It is the undisputed overlord of this desert with a radius of 100 miles. How can it allow a few humans to ignore it? It wants to use the blood of these stupid humans to declare its supreme overlord status. The giant scorpion moved. It is as quiet as a virgin, and as fast as a horse that has broken free from its reins. With a force from its densely packed legs, it instantly bursts out with an amazing speed, like thunder. Like the head of a truck, it swept in from both sides. Before it arrived, a sense of oppression as if it were real had already descended on everyone, and the heat wave that came in the face even lifted the cloth strips wrapped around everyone's heads. Kisame faithfully fulfilled his duty as a guard, roared, jumped up, and stood in front of the giant scorpion. In front of this giant scorpion that was as tall as 4 or 5 stories, Kisame looked so small, yet so resolute. Under the tragic sunset, the blood-like light reflected on Kisame behind him, a figure without hesitation was dragged out. At this moment, Kisame was wearing Ultraman's costume, which was just right for the scene. Ultraman fights monsters. Get out of here! Kisame suddenly roared, and Same Hada turned into a huge blade, like a half-full moon across the sky, and hit the giant scorpion's head with great sharpness. Boom! With one man and one beast as the center, waves of sand and dust rolled around, sweeping up the smoke and dust in the sky, filling the surroundings. Chapter 411 Traveling Through Time and Space. With one man and one beast as the center, waves of sand and dust rolled around, sweeping up the smoke and dust in the sky, filling the surroundings. However, what everyone didn't expect was that after enduring Kisame's full-strength attack, the giant scorpion was still unscathed. With a bang, Kisame felt a huge force coming from Same Hada, causing his knuckles to suddenly break open, and his entire hand was almost numb from the vibration. Seeing this, Kisame turned pale, turned his head and yelled, "Boss, you guys retreat!" Boom! As soon as the voice fell, the giant scorpion's head crashed into Kisame, but he used same hata to block it in time. Although he parried the enemy's attack, Kisame was also in a bad mood. His face turned pale, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood. The whole person was like a cannonball, and fell heavily on the sand in the distance. Yang Ming frowned, not expecting that the giant scorpion's defense was so strong that it could block Kisame's attack. Without saying anything, Yang Ming quickly grabbed Fujifuyaki's hand, stepped on the ground, used the swift escape, and quickly left the area. After all, in this desert area, the strength of Kisame, who is good at water escape, will be severely weakened. In addition, Yang Ming has already taught Kisame the Flying Thunder God technique, and there is a kunao engraved with Kisame's technique on Yang Ming. Even if Kisame has any accidents, it can be transmitted to Yang Ming in time. Boom! Boom! When Yang Ming ran at least 1 kilometer away and stopped, he could still hear a series of huge roars. Yang Ming squinted and saw that the place where he was originally was full of rolling sand and dust, covering the sky and the sun. The fierce battle there could even be felt under their feet. Chi! At this moment, a ripple appeared in the space around Yang Ming, and Kisame fell out of it with an embarrassed look. At this moment, Gaizame's body was covered with scars and bruises, and he was seriously injured. But Gaizame didn't think about his own injuries. Instead, he grabbed Yang Ming's hand and yelled, "Boss, hurry up, run!" Without Gaizame saying anything, Yang Ming also grabbed him and quickly ran away. Because the giant scorpion didn't know what was going on, but it actually caught their direction and was running towards them at an unprecedented speed. When the giant scorpion drilled into the ground and moved, a small mound of earth suddenly bulged on the sand, and it quickly closed the distance with Yang Ming and his group at a speed visible to the naked eye. Run! 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 Under the scorching sun, Yang Ming grabbed a person in one hand and ran away as fast as he could on the hot ground. If this was not a desert area, Gaizame could still fight with this giant scorpion, but unfortunately his strength was weakened too much here. Just as Yang Ming was running out of breath, feeling that the water in his body was about to be evaporated by the high temperature, and even his throat was piercingly hot, as if it would explode at any time, the giant scorpion was faster than them and arrived in front of them one step earlier. Boom! The small mound on the sand suddenly broke, and the giant scorpion's huge body jumped flexibly and drilled out from the ground. The scales on its body shone brightly in the sun, flowing with a metallic luster. Seeing this, everyone suddenly changed color. Fortunately, there is always a way out. At this time, the system voice sounded in Yang Ming's ears. It is detected that the surrounding area is the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. The system begins to pull the power of the dragon vein and prepare to form a gate for traveling through time and space. Warning! Warning! Because the host is far away from the dragon vein, the pulling time increases and is expected to take 5 minutes. The pulling begins. Seeing this news, Yang Ming was happy at first, and then he almost cursed. We need at least 5 minutes to travel through time and space back to the past. Can they hold on for 5 minutes in their current state? At this time, Gisha resolutely broke away from Yang Ming, and his blood-stained hands tightly grasped the same muscle. His mouth grinned, and his eyes burst into a terrible brilliance. As a bodyguard, I have long been aware of death. Boss, let me stay here to buy you some time. For a moment, a gloomy atmosphere of farewell filled the crowd, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Yang Ming felt extremely guilty. If he had known earlier, he would have brought a few more employees with him. Unfortunately, the giant scorpion on the opposite side would not give them any extra time. Boom! A stream of air was squeezed fiercely, and then a dull sound erupted. The 2 claws of the giant scorpion carried a whistling wind, with the momentum to destroy all enemies, trying to tear the sky and shatter the earth, and swept over with a bang. Same hata. Let's go. The hero's true qualities are revealed in difficult moments. At this critical moment, Kisame performed the duties of an employee, and his dead fish eyes revealed the awareness of seeing through life and death, and rushed up with a face ready to die. Swish! When Same Hata's big knife chopped the giant scorpion again, it immediately rubbed out fierce sparks, as if hitting leather, and made an extremely harsh sound. Fortunately, Kisame learned to be smart this time, and only used 7 out of 10 points of strength. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately rolled to the side. Due to the huge size of the giant scorpion, the speed naturally slowed down, but it just narrowly passed by Kisame. Seeing this, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. While they were fighting fiercely, time passed little by little. Soon, in front of Yang Ming, the system exerted its power, and the space rippled, and the outline of a gate appeared in sight. This is the gate to travel through time and space. Kisame, we are leaving, come quickly. Yang Ming shouted. Kisame nodded, and then when the giant scorpion waved its claws again, it did not dodge this time, but took advantage of the opponent's impact and knocked him out fiercely. And the place where Kisame hit was the gate of time and space. Ah! When the prey within reach disappeared, the giant scorpion was extremely angry and wanted to take advantage of the victory to chase it. But at this time, a majestic momentum suddenly descended from the sky and pressed hard on it. I saw Uchihamadara falling from the sky like a god. Just when the giant scorpion thought he would fall to death, a giant hand made of chakra lifted him up steadily. Uchihamadara's mind moved, Susanoo roared, stretched out two giant hands, and with a click, removed one of the giant scorpion's claws. Uchihamadara looked at the gate of time and space thoughtfully, with a mysterious expression on his lips, and plunged into it with the giant scorpion's claw. Ah! Seeing this, the extremely angry giant scorpion also wanted to crawl into the gate of time and space, but not only could it not get in, it even broke the gate of time and space apart. When Yang Ming and his party passed through the gate of time and space, an extremely strong feeling of dizziness suddenly surged into their hearts. It was unknown how long it had been, perhaps a century, or perhaps a second. When they came to their senses, they found that they had come to a small village under construction. Here, a figure fell into Yang Ming's eyes. This strong man from the ancient times almost made him shout out his name in surprise. Chapter 412 Ashura and Uchihamadara. Ashura. In the distance of Yang Ming and his group, the young man who was directing the villagers to draw water from the well was the second son of the six-path sage, who was called the counterattack model of the early waste and the late genius. When he saw Ashura, Yang Ming was relieved. After all, he didn't know what time period the system would take them to in the ancient period of Naruto. Since Ashura is already a teenager at this time, it means that Kagaya Otsutsuki has been sealed by the six-path sage. And combined with the current surrounding environment, it is obvious that Ashura and his brother Indra were assigned by the six-path sage to two places to inspect them. In this plot, Ashura realized that he was weak and needed to cooperate with the villagers to build the village together, and realized the true meaning of love, so he was recognized by the six-path sage. Unlike Ashura, his elder brother Indra has mysterious confidence in his own strength. He does not rely on anyone, but he cannot get the recognition of the six-path sage. This is also the beginning of the mutual hatred between the two brothers and their descendants for thousands of years. Hey! Just as Yang Ming was thinking in his heart, a hand suddenly slapped his shoulder, and a voice that Yang Ming felt familiar rang out. Boss Yang Ming, I'm hungry, hurry up and cook for me. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he turned his head stiffly, and saw a figure that could never appear here. Uchihamadara. When he saw him again, Yang Ming found that Uchihamadara's image had changed drastically. Not only was his face pale, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he looked like he had not slept well for several days. More importantly, Uchihamadara, where are your front teeth? Missing a few front teeth, looks very cheap, doesn't it? Perhaps noticing Yang Ming's gaze, Uchihamadara's old face turned red, and with a big hand, the giant scorpion's claw slammed heavily on the ground, making a dull sound. Uchihamadara felt his stomach twitch, and looked at Yang Ming with a resentful look, just like a woman who had not been comforted by a man for more than 10 years, suddenly met a strong man, and instantly dry wood met a raging fire. Yang Ming, can you cook or not? At this moment, the unusual movement here finally attracted Ashura's attention. Although Ashura's strength is still very poor, he is stronger than most ninjas. Seeing Yang Ming and other people he has never seen before appear here, and wearing strange clothes, which he has never seen before, he immediately became suspicious. When Ashura's eyes turned to Uchihamadara, the aura that made him feel very familiar made it difficult for Ashura not to pay attention. Indra. Uchihamadara's temperament is almost exactly the same as Ashura's brother Indra. Ashura saw that there seemed to be a conflict between Yang Ming and Uchihamadara, and suddenly his heart burst out, and he ran up at a very fast speed. Who are you? Ashura's sudden insertion made Uchihamadara feel very uncomfortable. When he was about to speak, he suddenly found that he saw the shadow of a familiar person on Ashura. Senju Hashirama. These 4 words have long become Uchihamadara's obsession, making him unforgettable all the time. But when Uchihamadara blinked, the image of Senju Hashirama in front of him suddenly disappeared, and there was only a young man who looked very young, with a tall figure, handsome looks and a white headscarf tied on his forehead. However, the familiarity that the other party brought to him could not be shaken off. So, Uchihamadara's mind moved, and he immediately thought of waiting and watching. After all, from the desert with nothing, suddenly appeared in this tree-lined village, plus the young man in front of him who was very similar to Senju Hashirama in temperament. They kept telling Uchihamadara that this place looked very wrong. As for what was wrong, with his decades of experience, he would never have thought that time and space could be traveled in this world. Seeing this, Yang Ming raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. We are travelers who walk everywhere, and I am a chef. He pointed at the big star Fuji Fuyuki next to him, and said in her angry eyes, she is my wife. Then, he introduced the remaining 2 people, they are all my bodyguards. Uchihamadara rolled his eyes at the fact that he had inexplicably become Yang Ming's bodyguard. Ashura did not doubt this explanation too much. After all, although it was not the Warring States period, it was not so convenient to go out and walk, and it was easy to be attacked by wild beasts. It is worth mentioning that in today's world, the 6th-path sage had just spread the secrets of ninjutsu, and only a few people mastered it. Most people were used to swords and spears, and famous samurai were basically very popular at this time. Ashura was easygoing, with a sunny smile on his face, giving people a great affinity. He put his arm around Yang Ming's shoulders and said enthusiastically, "Great, I was worried that no one in the village could cook, Yang Ming, you came at the right time." Yang Ming. Ashura glanced and saw a huge claw under Uchihamadara's feet. On the cut cross-section, you can see the tender pink meat, and his eyes lit up immediately. Oh, my god, where did you catch this thing? It looks delicious. Watching Ashura squatting on the ground, staring at the giant scorpion's claws with drooling, Yang Ming only had countless creatures named grass and mud horses running in his mind. Yang Ming had already predicted that Ashura was unreliable, but after seeing the real person, he found that he was too naive. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Warning! Warning! Because the space-time gate of the host's original time and space has been destroyed, the host can only stay in the ancient times for a maximum of 1 month. During this time, the system will try its best to refine the remaining dragon vein power in the host's original time and space, and summon the time and space gate again. Note, the time flow rate of the ancient times and the present is set to 10:1. If the host exceeds the expected time in the ancient times, the dragon vein power will be exhausted, and the time and space gate will never be opened again. The host will stay in this time and space forever and will never go back. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, get the recognition of Ashura and his villagers. Task description, the host wants to obtain the kitchen utensils of the 6th-path sage. In addition, since he has just arrived, he must open a gap from Ashura. Task reward, a random item. That damn giant scorpion. When Yang Ming saw the space-time gate being destroyed, he knew with his toes that it must be that the giant scorpion could not find them and attacked angrily, destroying the space-time gate to vent his anger. Fortunately, the system gave him another month. What can be recognized by Ashura? Of course, it is to make a sumptuous meal. Chapter 413 Scorpion Meat Hot Pot. Yang Ming and his group came to the open flat ground. Seeing these strangers, the villagers who depended on Ashura all looked at them strangely, put down their work, and gathered from all directions. Seeing this, Ashura smiled heartily. This is the chef Yang Ming who came from afar. He will prepare our dinner today. Of course, as the host, we should provide them with corresponding housing in return. What do you think? As soon as the voice fell, a villager looked suspicious. How do we know if they have ulterior motives? Hearing this, Uchihamadara stood with his hands behind his back and snorted coldly, "You are so long-winded." As these words were spoken, a terrifying murderous intent roared like a tsunami, aiming directly at the villager who had just questioned. Ashura's eyes moved, pretending to be nonchalant and blocking the two of them. He snorted and blocked the villager, but his face still showed a sunny smile that could melt the glaciers and snow peaks. "It's okay, I believe Yang Ming." After saying that, he glanced at Uchihamadara meaningfully. "Humph." Uchihamadara snorted coldly and glanced away, but his eyes were always on Ashura. Like. So much like. Ashura and Senju Hashirama, both in temperament and behavior, gave Uchiha Madara a long-lost sense of familiarity, which made him involuntarily recall the glorious years when he and Senju Hashirama created Konoha village together. After this setback, Yang Ming asked people to cast a stove with stones in the center, and then borrowed an iron pot from a villager's house. As for why he didn't use the dragon pot he carried with him, it was nonsense. This was originally the thing of the Six Paths Sage. How could he use it in front of his son Ashura? At that time, he couldn't wash it off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Yang Ming picked up the giant scorpion's claws and found that the claws were as big as a truck head and 3 or 4 meters long. When Yang Ming wanted to peel off the shell on the claws, he encountered great difficulties. It's too hard. Even the famous sword Samehada can hardly shake the giant scorpion's shell, so you can imagine how strong it is. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara had already fainted from hunger. Although he was very unhappy with Yang Ming, he had to help at this time. The majestic chakra flowed out of Uchiha Madara's body, forming 2 slender arms. When he saw the familiar Susanoo, Ashura's eyes almost popped out, and he felt like he had seen a ghost. In fact, in Ashura's heart, he began to doubt whether Uchiha Madara was the illegitimate son of the Six Paths Sage, otherwise how could he use such power? Under Uchiha Madara's control, Susanoo grabbed the giant scorpion with one hand and tore it with brute force with the other hand, and immediately broke the giant scorpion's shell off as fast as stripping clothes. Seeing this, Yang Ming raised his lips and said, "Ban, you can break these shells into palm-sized pieces. I will use them to make soup base." "Humph, I am not your employee," Uchiha Madara said with a proud frown. Although he said no, his body was very honest and did everything exactly as Yang Ming ordered. Yang Ming threw the shell fragments into a super large black pot, which was a pot specially used for making big pot rice, which was enough to hold a lot of ingredients. Then, Yang Ming put some spices such as mushrooms and peppers into it, and then put half a pot of water into it, and began to boil the soup base for the hot pot. After doing this, Yang Ming drained the blood from the giant scorpion's claws, cut them into pieces, and threw them into the big pot. As time passed, a strong aroma wafted out from the pot, making people feel refreshed. Uchiha Madara was already very hungry, and when he smelled this aroma, his stomach was rumbling. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he took a piece of scorpion meat out of the boiling pot and tasted it. When the scorpion meat entered his mouth, Uchiha Madara was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He originally thought that the giant scorpion's shell was so hard, and the scorpion meat inside would probably not be much better. However, after chewing with the upper and lower rows of teeth, he found that the scorpion meat was unexpectedly crispy and delicious. Not only was it extremely delicious, but it was also crispy and not hard, and it tasted great. What's even better is that Yang Ming put a lot of chili peppers in the hot pot, and the hot taste splashed on the tip of the tongue. The spicy taste from the chili peppers immediately blew into a whirlwind, spinning violently in the tongue. Cool. So cool. Uchiha Madara hadn't eaten for several days. After eating this piece of scorpion meat, his body was shaken and he felt goosebumps all over his body, as if every cell in his body was about to moan with joy. How could a piece of scorpion meat satisfy him? It couldn't satisfy Uchiha Madara's appetite at all. After eating a piece, Uchiha Madara put it in the pot again. However, at this moment, there was a figure who was faster than Uchiha Madara, who got ahead of him and grabbed the largest piece of scorpion meat in the pot. When someone's money is like killing his parents, and stealing someone's food is like being cuckolded. In an instant, Uchiha Madara's eyes turned cold and he looked at the instigator angrily. It was Ashura. Ashura was still shaking the piece of scorpion meat proudly, and said in a mean way, "Oh, sorry, I accidentally grabbed the biggest piece of meat. You bastard." It would have been better if Ashura didn't say it, but once he said it, it immediately added fuel to the fire of Uchiha Madara. Susanoo stretched out his arm suddenly, pretending to pinch Ashura. Seeing this, Ashura's eyes moved, and in the face of Uchiha Madara's angry eyes, he swallowed the scorpion meat into his mouth, and deliberately chewed loudly, and from time to time, rich and fragrant juice spurted out of his mouth, splashing his mouth full of oil. "Ah! You bastard!" Suddenly, Uchiha Madara burst into anger, and was about to use all his strength to teach Ashura a lesson. But strangely, Ashura was not afraid, but raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a meaningful expression. Seeing this, Yang Ming knew that Ashura was doubting Uchiha Madara's identity. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yang Ming quickly pulled Uchiha Madara. Madara, do you still want to eat? The dishes are almost finished. Upon hearing that the scorpion meat was almost eaten up, Uchiha Madara immediately put away his thunderous anger and turned his attention to the hot pot. At this moment, the hot pot used for making big pot meals was already crowded with people. With their hard work and crazy eating, the full pot of scorpion meat was decreasing at a visible speed. Oh, no! Uchiha Madara seemed to have lost the most precious thing, and let out a shrill roar. He turned back and kicked away all the villagers who were blocking him. Amidst a bunch of abuse, he walked to the hot pot, picked up the chopsticks and ate a lot. Chapter 414 World Food Competition. Ashura stood aside, tasting the scorpion meat in his mouth carefully. The more he tasted it, the greater the surprise it brought him. It was really hard for him to associate the scorpion meat he was chewing with the creature with poisonous stings and a hideous look. Because the scorpion meat was so delicious. The crispy and delicious taste was even more addictive than eating fried chicken wings. Let the sweetness bursting out flow on the tip of the tongue and occupy every inch of the tongue. The taste was really amazing. At this moment, Ashura suddenly realized that his decision to take in Yang Ming and his group was a wise choice. In fact, he was now considering whether to attract Yang Ming and his group to settle in his village. Although the construction here had just started not long ago, Ashura believed that this place would definitely become a prosperous city in the future. Even Ashura thought that Yang Ming's cooking was delicious, not to mention the villagers who had doubts at first. When they swarmed to the hot pot, they devoured the full pot of scorpion meat and simply built a bonfire on the spot. In ancient times, people were simple and natural. When they were happy, they held hands, circled around the bonfire, sang ancient folk songs, and danced primitive dances. Although they had not received professional training, the dances they performed were not so elegant, but they were warm and passionate, full of vigor and vitality. Every villager's face showed a vision of a better future. The young man took the opportunity of the party to pluck up the courage to confess to the girl he had been secretly in love with for a long time. If they made eye contact, they would join the dancing crowd. Whenever this happened, the villagers would burst into warm applause and swear words to tease each other, creating a happy atmosphere. As the chef who cooked the delicious scorpion meat hot pot tonight, Yang Ming was naturally favored by many young girls in the village. In this era, this is a great advantage. One by one, the young girls blushed and twisted their graceful waists to invite Yang Ming to dance with them, but they were all rejected by Yang Ming one by one. Seeing this, the big star Fuji Feng Sui was quite jealous and said quietly, "Boss Yang Ming, you seem to be very popular, why don't you go and have some fun? Aren't you men always proud of having had sex with many women?" Yang Ming, In response, Yang Ming could only smile awkwardly. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he is only 13 years old now. Even if he has ideas in his mind, he can't do anything with his lower body. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Hidden task, get the recognition of Ashura and his villagers. Task description, the host wants to obtain the kitchen utensils of the six-path sage, and since he is new here, he must open a gap from Ashura. Task reward, a random item. Task completed, reward issued. The system said seriously and seriously. When the voice fell, a roulette wheel that no one else could see appeared in Yang Ming's eyes. After some extraction, a very strange item appeared in Yang Ming's hand. This is actually an electric stick. Avoid censorship. When Yang Ming saw this prop, he almost fainted. Why are the rewards from the system so weird recently? I am a serious person, how dare you give me such a thing? After seeing the effect of the electric stick, Yang Ming almost vomited blood. My brother is awesome. Once this thing comes out, who can compete with it? Yang Ming silently put the stick into his pocket. At this time, Ashura came over and invited Yang Ming. Chef Yang Ming, your cooking skills are amazing. I really hope you can settle down in our village. Ashura did not hesitate or pretend, but directly stated his intention. Not only did he not give people a very abrupt feeling, but because of his hearty smile and sincere eyes, people felt very comfortable and easy to accept. Perhaps, this is Ashura's personal charm. If it were another chef, I am afraid he would have been moved by Ashura's sincerity. Unfortunately, Yang Ming is not an ordinary chef, let alone a person of this era. Since the time-space gate was destroyed by the giant scorpion, the system only allows Yang Ming to stay in the ancient times for 1 month. If they have not completed the task within this time, they will be trapped in this time and space forever. Therefore, Yang Ming just smiled and declined Azura's invitation. Azura did not mind this, but said, "It seems that Chef Yang Ming, you want to participate in the World Food Competition." World Food Competition? What the hell is this? Seeing Yang Ming's puzzled expression, Azura was stunned. "Are you not going to participate?" "No, I just don't know this news," Yang Ming confessed. Azura's eyes flashed, and he looked at Yang Ming deeply, explaining, "The World Food Competition is a grand competition held by my father, Otsutsuki Hago Romo. The purpose is to let more people know about the ninja sect and its beliefs through this competition. After all, too few people are learning ninjutsu now, and my father is almost worried to death. Of course, the reward is also very generous. The first place can make a request to my father that does not touch the bottom line. In this era, the city dominated by Otsutsuki Hago Romo is the most prosperous in the world, and his influence is also extraordinary. Such an award is indeed very generous. For ordinary chefs, if they are lucky enough to win the first place, it is equivalent to ascending to heaven and living a life of luxury. It seems that in order to achieve his goal, the six-path sage is really willing to give up. However, for Yang Ming, his request is not excessive, as long as the 2 remaining kitchen utensils of the six-path sage are enough. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's mouth curled up. Where is the competition venue? In Fengdu City, not far from here. I will take you there tomorrow, and I can take a break by the way. Azura smiled heartily, not ashamed of being lazy at all, but said it openly. In this case, I will trouble you tomorrow. After giving way to each other, Yang Ming turned around and left, told the news to others, and prepared to pack up and rest. Looking at Yang Ming's back, Azura's eyes moved, and he murmured in a low voice, "As a traveling chef, you don't know about the World Food Competition. There is also a weirdo who looks like my brother, and another man with huge chakra in his body. Who are these people?" Azura's mouth curled up, revealing a ruffian look. "Who cares, let daddy worry about these. Anyway, these people don't look like people from the Otsutsuki clan." Chapter 415 The Food of Death. The next morning, the sky was clear and the wind was gentle. Early in the morning, the villagers got up early and started working, and the village, which had taken shape, began to become lively. When Yang Ming opened the door of the room, he found that Azura had been waiting at the door for a long time. Azura showed a hearty smile on his face. "Chef Yang Ming, did you rest well last night?" "Very good, just like at home," Yang Ming said. Azura extended his hand and made a gesture of inviting, smiling. "The food that Chef Yang Ming made last night was really amazing. Today I plan to make some breakfast for you, please taste it." When Yang Ming heard that there was food, his eyes lit up immediately. Under the leadership of Azura, Yang Ming and other friends who had woken up came to the dining room together. On the table was a large basin with a very beautiful fish swimming in it. It was the puffer fish. To live or to die, this is an eternal question. For all foodies, the ultimate test is whether they are willing to taste food with awareness of death, and puffer fish is the most charming touchstone. Kintaji Rosenran wrote in The Kingdom of Cuisine, the deliciousness of pufferfish is far from comparable to akashi sea bream, sea cucumber, or goose liver. It is a tasteless taste. Hearing this, you may think that Lushenran and Dugakaubai may be good friends who traveled through time and space. In today's world where all kinds of cuisines are very heavy in taste, the taste of tastelessness is not necessarily the taste of the masses. However, the rich umami amino acids such as glutamic acid and glycine and nucleotides such as inosinic acid and guanylic acid in pufferfish meat are indeed a powerful annotation of its delicious taste. For most people in the Naruto world, because they love to eat pufferfish, but they don't know how to remove the toxins in it, many people die every year. Eating pufferfish will kill you is an extremely rough statement. In fact, different parts of pufferfish of different species, different origins, different genders, and different seasons have different toxicities. The amount of pufferfish toxins also varies with the season. Before the spawning period in spring, the liver and ovaries are more toxic. After spawning, the toxicity decreases. In addition, the toxin level of male fish is usually lower than that of female fish. Because the cooking of pufferfish is so complicated, even experts who claim to have studied pufferfish for decades dare not determine how to make completely non-toxic pufferfish dishes. As for the reality, many people are fine after eating pufferfish. In fact, it is because most of the toxins in the pufferfish have been removed, and only a little bit is left in the human body, which does not cause much harm. However, for people who are prone to allergies, even a little bit can be fatal. Among all the people present, except Yang Ming and Ashura, the others immediately changed color when they saw the pufferfish. Even Uchiha Madara, when he saw the pufferfish, it brought back bad memories. Although Uchiha Madara did not die after eating the pufferfish due to his good physical fitness, he had diarrhea for 3 days and 3 nights, which made his face blue and his lips white, and he almost doubted his life. Of course, apart from these disadvantages of pufferfish meat can be said to be the best of all fish meats and can be called the uncrowned king. If you choose the most delicious part of pufferfish, choose pufferfish liver. Since the Edo period, Japan has regarded pufferfish liver as a delicacy. The food critic Hattori Yukio believes that pufferfish liver has a rich flavor like condensed milk and favors it. The season for pufferfish is winter, and there is a saying that it is from the other side of autumn to the other side of spring. Pufferfish meat in this season is equivalent to diamonds in human society, and it is the best of the best food. Seeing that most people present were afraid of pufferfish, Ashura was not surprised. However, when he saw that Yang Ming was still calm, he couldn't help but shine his eyes and asked curiously, "Isn't Chef Yang Ming afraid?" Ashura's question was quite tentative. In his opinion, maybe Yang Ming just had never eaten pufferfish. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming said lightly, "There is no need to be afraid. If you make sashimi dishes, cut the pufferfish meat into small pieces and rinse it repeatedly with water to remove the poison. If you are making hot pot dishes, cook the pufferfish meat thoroughly over high heat, and most of the toxins in the pufferfish will be removed. After all, rinsing, rubbing, and heating can significantly reduce the content of pufferfish toxins. Heating can also cause structural changes in pufferfish toxins, gradually turning them into weakly toxic dehydrated pufferfish toxins and non-toxic tetronic acid. Therefore, by properly treating pufferfish livers, the toxicity can be reduced." As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent, looking at Yang Ming with amazement, and their admiration could not be expressed in words. Ashura smiled heartily, "I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect that Chef Yang Ming would already know how to make this dish, which makes me a little suspicious of showing off my skills before an expert." Yang Ming didn't say anything, but rolled his eyes secretly. Although Yang Ming didn't know how to cook pufferfish, he had seen pork even though he hadn't eaten it. In the country of big foodies, pufferfish, a top dish, is as well known as fried eggs. After hearing what the two said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Madara touched his flat belly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He didn't expect that he could eat delicious food with Yang Ming. It was a pleasant surprise. Of course, what Uchiha Madara cares about most is Ashura. After all, Ashura and Senju Hashirama are so similar. Before describing Ashura's cooking, let's talk about another cute skill of pufferfish. Will you die if you don't act cute? When pufferfish act cute, you suddenly have a sense of seeing a crazy bird. Yes, the pufferfish can instantly change from a serious fish to a cute ball, or vice versa. The reason why it can do this is that unlike many fish, the pufferfish has no pelvic fins, waist belt bones, or ribs on the vertebrae. In addition, the skin on the abdomen has strong elasticity, which allows a large amount of air or water to enter the extremely elastic stomach, making the body expand several times in size to scare off predators. However, for Ashura, these are not a problem at all. When he reached into the large basin with his eternal hand and grabbed the pufferfish, the originally small-looking pufferfish swelled up instantly, from the size of a wooden stick to the size of a football. The surface was full of small thorns ready for battle, and the mouth was round and plump. It looked not only not fierce, but also very cute. However, in Ashura's hands, this cute pufferfish was cut open soon. Pufferfish meat, because it is particularly rich in fiber, it is more elastic and harder to chew than other sashimi. Obviously, since Ashura is planning to make pufferfish dishes, although he does not understand what fiber is, he immediately uses the thin cut method to solve the problem of chewing difficulties with his rich experience. Chapter 416. The theme is actually invisible dishes. The slender knife fell into Ashura's hand, as if the soul was injected into it. As the tip of the knife danced flexibly, thin and light pufferfish meat pieces were scattered on the plate like fairy flowers. It can be seen that the arrangement of pufferfish slices is very particular. The pufferfish sashimi is arranged in a positive shape like a peacock spreading its tail. Each piece of transparent crystal, the sunlight shining through the window shines on it, and a layer of soft color appears, which looks beautiful, really like a peacock showing its most beautiful side to people. Finally, Ashura paired orange vinegar, spicy radish grated, shallots, etc. for everyone. The freshness and elasticity will bring a completely different taste experience from other sashimi. Ashura smiled heartily, let me show you how to taste puffer fish. The juice of sour orange is squeezed into orange vinegar to enhance the flavor. Scallions and carrot grated are added to the orange vinegar according to Ashura's own preferences. White onion segments are evenly placed on the puffer fish sashimi. The puffer fish sashimi is rolled with white onions and eaten with sauce. If you eat puffer fish, it is undoubtedly a wise move to start with the light puffer fish sashimi. Puffer fish meat has a very low fat content, is rich in animal gelatin, and has a very elastic texture. Sometimes it is complained by people who don't like it as seafood-flavored chewing gum. However, seeing Ashura's happy face after eating a piece of puffer fish sashimi, everyone can't help but be eager to try. Uchiha Madara took the lead and put the puffer fish sashimi roll into his mouth according to Ashura's steps. Ah! Uchiha Madara chewed it carefully and felt something special. Puffer fish meat first felt like eating fat pork, with a strong toughness, followed by a burst of sweetness, the fragrance from orange vinegar and chopped green onions, which immediately blew a strong wind in the tongue. Uchiha Madara sighed and felt that it was 100 times more delicious than the top-grade tuna belly. However, after eating, because there was still some puffer fish toxins left in the sashimi, the mouth would be slightly tingling. Fortunately, Ashura had already prepared and handed Uchiha Madara a bottle of old wine in time. After swallowing several mouthfuls of old wine, Uchiha Madara recovered. Yang Ming admired Ashura's approach. Because the small spines of puffer fish when they are puffed up are not a joke, roll them up and swallow them whole. Although it will cause temporary discomfort to the throat, it is good for the stomach and is not easy to scratch the stomach wall. Compared with Uchiha Madara's boldness, the big star Fuji Fuyuki was obviously much more cautious. Perhaps because she had been poisoned by eating puffer fish before, she did not eat it immediately, but observed Uchiha Madara for a moment before she mustered up the courage to open her cherry-like mouth and took a small bite. After swallowing the skin, Fuji Fuyuki's nervous nerves relaxed a little and began to eat the puffer fish meat. Fuji Fuyuki's two slender eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and she felt that the meat was firm, chewy, sweet, and the taste of the sauce was just right. The nervous nerves seemed to be another seasoning of this dish, making people want to eat but dare not eat, dare to eat but still a little afraid, and feel a little intoxicated. Finally, Ashura took the puffer fish bones to make soup, took out the overnight rice and poured it into the soup, and after mixing part of the fish, vegetables, and sauce, this puffer fish seemed to be closer to the earth, and it had a casual feeling of eating at home. For a moment, Fuji Fuyuki's tense nerves were completely relaxed at the last bit, and the comfort brought by the slowly satisfied stomach finally prevailed, bringing a magical food journey to a perfect end. In Fuji Fuyuki's view, puffer fish is not only attractive for its taste, but also for the subtle feeling of emotions and feelings mixed in it. On the one hand, you are intoxicated by the deliciousness of a dish, and on the other hand, there are a little bit of tense nerves constantly reminding you that this is a creature that can kill you if you are not careful. Even if you know that this dish has been processed and programmed and is very safe, there will still be a little worry accompanying you every time you chew it. This experience is the real beauty of eating puffer fish. After tasting this hearty breakfast, Yang Ming and his group couldn't help but look at Ashura with admiration, and everyone gave him a thumbs up. Ashura, well done, you're almost catching up with boss Yang Ming. Facing the praise from everyone, Ashura smiled modestly and said, No, I just learned a little bit from my dad. Dad's cooking skills are unparalleled in the world. Hearing such arrogant words, Kisame was immediately dissatisfied and said, Unparalleled in the world? Is there a cooking skill as good as boss Yang Ming? For Kisame's rude words, Ashura waved his hand calmly and said, You will know this when you arrive in Fengde City and participate in the world cooking competition. Yang Ming's eyes flashed, Ashura, can you introduce us to the schedule of the world cooking competition? After all, we are unfamiliar with the place. Ashura unconsciously interlocked his fingers, held his chin, and memories filled his eyes. In fact, this is the third time that Dad has held the world cooking competition. The purpose is to arouse people's yearning for a better life after the war of destruction. The world cooking competition is divided into 3 processes. The first step is the simplest interview, which is asked by the examiner in person. The second step is the preliminary round. I only know that the theme of this year is invisible cuisine. Usually, most people only have 1 or 2 who can pass the preliminary round and get the reward directly. No one has been able to reach the third step so far, because then, Dad will personally participate in the competition. After listening, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Interviews should be the easiest. As for the preliminary round, what kind of theme is that? Invisible cuisine, such a weird and annoying theme, who came up with it? Six-Path Sage sneezed suddenly. Since it is cooking, why do you have to point out that you can't see it, then how can you do it? This is countless times more difficult than the competitions Yang Ming has participated in before. The most speechless thing is that in the end, the referee Six-Path Sage may even play the game himself. How can we compare? He is the referee and the chef, and he has the final say? For a moment, Yang Ming only felt the deep malice from the world. It seems that the next two steps are not so easy. However, when Yang Ming arrived at Fengde City and took part in the interview, he suddenly realized that the interview was not simple at all. Although the questions asked were simple on the surface, it was actually a huge pitfall. Nearly half of the participating chefs were disqualified from the competition, which made countless people vomit blood. Six-Path Sage said that I would not take the blame for this. Chapter 417 Uchiha Madara vs Indra. After eating the breakfast made by Indra, Yang Ming and his party, led by him, rushed to Fengde City where the Six-Path Sage was. In the ancient times of Naruto, the population was sparse, and there were dense forests in ancient times, and giant trees that went straight into the sky were everywhere. In such a vast world, people will feel relaxed and happy. But when they were still half a day away from Fengde City, an accident still happened. A towering figure stood on the road. He just stood there, as if he was the master of the world. All things had to worship him. He had a temperament that changed the world. When Azura saw this man, his eyes changed and he exclaimed, "Brother!" Facing Azura's call, Indra did not comment, but looked at everyone with indifference, vaguely giving the feeling that a god was looking down on the world. If you just take a look, you will find that his robe is stained with some scarlet blood, which is the blood of his most trusted subordinates. Indra didn't know where he got the news of the eye evolution, and he killed his proud subordinate alive not long ago. Although Azura vaguely felt that Indra was not right at the moment, the brotherhood since childhood made him ignore the danger and move forward. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, who was standing by, suddenly stretched out a hand, and his palm turned into an iron claw in mid-air, tightly grasping Ashura's wrist like a vice. "Let me go!" Ashura roared, and tried to get rid of his hand, but unexpectedly found that the strength of the opponent's claw was as steady as Mount Tai, indestructible, and his face changed drastically. "What do you mean by this?" Uchiha Madara ignored him, staring at Indra, with a strange light flashing in his eyes, puzzled, curious, but more of a strong desire to fight. Facing this person who was almost the same as him in temperament and strength, Uchiha Madara's desire to fight against the strong in his heart burst out like a volcanic eruption, and it was out of control. Perhaps sensing the strong momentum from Uchiha Madara, Indra's indifferent eyes were cast on him. As the eldest son of the Six-Path Sage and the most gifted ninja, Indra was more sensitive than Uchiha Madara. The moment they met, he could feel the chakra in the other's body that came from the same source as him. You know, even the closest relatives have different chakras. But now, the living reality of Uchiha Madara was placed in front of Indra, which forced him to face it. For a moment, Indra almost thought that the other party was his own son. But when he thought of the age of both parties, Indra threw this idea into the trash can. "Who are you?" Indra said indifferently, and his deep eyes unconsciously rotated 3 megatamas, turning into a pattern with dense images. At the same time, as soon as he finished speaking, a strong momentum rose up, and the ground under Indra's feet collapsed instantly, cracking into snake-shaped cracks, winding and spreading around. The whirlwind formed by its momentum was like a sharp knife, fiercely attacking Uchiha Madara's face was shaved, revealing a cold and sharp edge, showing Indra's arrogant attitude. Facing Indra's almost forced questioning, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. He was also not someone who was willing to suffer a loss, and like Indra, he was a person who had pride deeply engraved in his bones. "Since you want to be proud, I will be more proud than you." Uchiha Madara folded his arms in front of his chest, ignoring the opponent's momentum. His eyes turned and instantly turned into his unique Mangekyo Sharingan. His cold voice was like the wrath of winter, low and trembling. "Who are you?" Indra did not answer. His eyes were like an eagle, staring at Uchiha Madara's eyes sharply, as if he wanted to dig his eyes out. His eyes were filled with endless confusion and curiosity, as well as deep malice. For Indra, his current status is not because he is the eldest son of the six-path sage, but because he was born with the awakening of the three Magadama Sharingan, becoming a rare genius. Yes, he had three Magadama Sharingan when he awakened, more than Uchiha Obito back then. At this moment, there was only one sentence in Indra's mind. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Indra absolutely cannot tolerate that there are geniuses like him in this world. This not only means a strong enemy, but also his current position is in jeopardy. Indra stood on the earth arrogantly, without hiding the murderous intention in his heart. The vast murderous intention wave, like waves after waves, swept towards everyone. Suddenly, everyone's face changed drastically, and Azura's face became much uglier. He roared in a low voice, "Brother, do you know what you are doing?" Facing his brother's questioning, Indra sneered, and his words were not at all humane, and even carried a cold sarcasm, "You, a waste, are not qualified to point fingers at me." After that, he pointed to the sky with one hand. His face was full of arrogance that looked down on the world and regarded the heroes of the world as nothing. In this world, as long as there is a genius like me, it's enough. When his voice fell, a strong vibration came from the ground, as if there was a sudden earthquake. At this moment, as if a dam had found a breach, Indra's body burst out with a huge amount of chakra, and outside his body, a creature with a strange skeleton suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Supported by countless chakras, the skeleton swelled up like a balloon, with a muscular body and a mighty and domineering armor like a giant. Indra stood on Suzanu's hand without any defense, and was dragged by it and then lifted high, while Indra's gesture of pointing to the sky did not change at all. Indra, who appeared in front of everyone, announced one thing to the world with his unique arrogance. "I am the only one in the world." Whoosh! 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 As if welcoming the master, the wind suddenly blew and blew Indra's hair wildly. The 3,000 strands of troubles danced in the wind, showing his demeanor of looking down on the world and overlooking the heroes of the world. Facing all this, with the pride in Uchiha Madara's heart, how could he bear it? He clenched his hands tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, and drops of blood dripped onto the ground. But Uchiha Madara's eyes seemed to have a flame burning, full of unruly and fierce fighting spirit. Fight! 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 Chapter 418 Susanoo vs Susanoo. But Uchiha Madara's eyes seemed to have a flame burning, full of unruly and fierce fighting spirit. Fight! 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 It seemed that infinite chakra poured out from Uchiha Madara's body, and a Susanoo that was no less powerful than Indra's torn the sky and descended into this ancient era. Originally, Indra had already thought highly of Uchiha Madara, but when he saw Susanoo appear, no matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "You can do it too." It's no wonder that Indra was so shocked, because even in their family, the only person who could awaken this power, in the younger generation before this, was Indra. But now, there is a character named Uchiha Madara. How could Indra, a man who worships power to the extreme, bear this? Crazy thoughts exploded in Indra's mind. Only by killing this hateful guy in front of him can he calm his anger. Kill! 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 As if sensing the murderous intent in his master's heart, the 1,000-foot-tall purple giant moved. As if the legs of Optimus Prime moved, the whole earth suddenly shook violently. The flat ground was like a tender woman being severely ravaged, crushed by Susanoo's foot, and a small pit sank down. It happened in a flash. Under Indra's control, the purple giant waved his huge fist expressionlessly, like the sky falling, and the huge black shadow blast at it enveloped Uchiha Madara, like a world-destroying blow that brought unparalleled pressure. The strong pressure even uprooted the surrounding trees and collapsed, startling the birds within a radius of 10 miles, and they fled away in panic. Facing this unstoppable punch, Uchiha Madara's eyebrows jumped up fiercely, and you can see the veins on his forehead, which shows how angry he is. He has always been the only one who killed people with one punch. When has he ever been treated like this? Since you want to do it, I will fight hard. Let's see who is afraid of who. Ah! Uchiha Madara's Susanoo roared to the sky, and the deafening sound waves spread out to the sky in a fan shape. In an instant, a large piece of white clouds was removed, revealing a large piece of blank blue sky. In Uchiha Madara's concept, there is no such thing as being a coward. No matter what kind of enemy it is, he cannot be made to bow his head. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo fist suddenly clenched and punched out with a bang. It was striking back at the opponent's fist. If you respect me 1 foot, I will respect you 10 feet. If you bully me an inch, I'm sorry, I will destroy your entire family. Uchiha Madara is so strong, he is really a real man. The two giant god soldiers, like the mythical stories, launched the most tragic collision between this vast world. Boom! The two huge fists, carrying the raging anger of their respective owners, punched each other heavily. Instantly, with them as the center, a strong airflow rippled out, and the sharp wind blades flew in all directions. If they hit wood or stone, they would be broken into pieces. If they touched the ground, the earth would be plowed countless times, showing extremely tragic and crisscrossing cracks, as if it was bitten by a mad dog. Indra always stood on Suzanu's hand, without any intention of avoiding it. Facing the fierce wind blowing towards him like a blade, Indra just narrowed his eyes slightly, but there was no fear in his eyes, but a burning anger surged. He is the world's #1 genius. How can this powerful force that is above all others be mastered by other young people? How can this be possible? The wildly dancing black hair behind his head is extremely flamboyant, like a group of demons dancing wildly, reflecting him like a demon god descending to the world, looking down on the world. A trace of blood-red light burst out from his eyes, like a lion whose territory was invaded by someone, revealing a ferocious and crazy look. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! At this moment, in Indra's mind, there is only this sentence left. And below, Ashura and Yang Ming and his group had already avoided the fight between the two giants and came to a secluded distance. Seeing his elder brother showing such a crazy side, Ashura shook his head. There is something wrong with his elder brother. Even if he is a little arrogant, he will never become like this. Hearing this, Yang Ming's eyes moved and his nerves tightened immediately. If it is really as Ashura said, it means that Indra is being secretly influenced by someone. And in ancient times, only Black Zetsu had the ability to secretly harm Indra. Obviously, Black Zetsu must have been lurking beside Indra. He originally wanted to provoke a war between him and Ashura, but he didn't expect to accidentally divert Indra's hatred and target Uchiha Madara. It can be said that Uchiha Madara was shot even when he was lying down, and was pitted by Black Zetsu again. Just as the two were talking, the situation changed again. After realizing that relying solely on the brute force of Susanoo would not win, Indra, who was indeed the most gifted genius, immediately distanced himself from Uchiha Madara. Then, the purple giant spread its wings behind it, and a longbow with an ancient, mysterious, and domineering style appeared in its hand. Indra raised his mouth and smiled cruelly. Go to hell! Under his control, the purple giant bent his bow and put an arrow on it, and then he loosened his hand, and the sword made of chakra flew out like an electric current, with an extremely amazing speed. Others could only observe a purple ribbon passing through the sky, as if it cut the sky and the earth apart. But the power of this arrow cannot be ignored at all. Because it is an arrow shot from the divine artifact Tianzi Magia ancient bow. The arrow has not arrived yet, but Uchiha Madara has already felt an unprecedented sharp force coming, which pierces his forehead sharply. Uchiha Madara is also a ninja with extremely rich combat experience. In addition, his Susanoo has no special defensive artifact. Seeing that things are impossible, he has no time to care about his face. He controls Susanoo to jump to the side and dodges dangerously. The arrow that lost its target continued to move forward on the predetermined track, and finally shot into the dense forest. Boom! An extreme explosion exploded, and in an instant, the forest within a few miles was completely emptied, and the countless creatures living in it were exploded instantly, and flesh flakes fell like raindrops. In the core where the arrow hit, a bottomless pit was exposed, and the rocks on the edge were melted by the high temperature, emitting hot steam. It is conceivable that if hit by this sharp arrow, the end will be terrible. Chapter 419 Uchiha Madara is seriously injured. At this moment, Indra and Uchiha Madara are obviously bloodthirsty, neither side is willing to bow, like two wild beasts, and it is bound to end with one side falling. Boom! Another sharp arrow flew out from Indra's Susanoo, carrying the terrifying power of tearing the sky and shooting through the scorching sun, flying straight towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's cold pupils burst out with a piercing cold light. The opponent repeatedly let him go, which obviously angered him. Don't get too proud. Like a beast roaring, the 1,000-foot-tall blue giant stretched out forearms and brazenly launched a seal. Yashikani no Megatama. A heart-pounding breath suddenly descended upon the world, and the dazzling light was as bright as the dawn of dawn, illuminating the world with an extremely tragic color. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to be stained with this layer of ominous color, which looked extremely terrifying. Tear. Under the attack of Yasakani no Megatama, the god-killing arrow shot out from the artifact Tianzi Magia ancient bow was like a moth to a flame, and gradually disappeared from the arrowhead at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally was completely annihilated into pieces and disappeared into the air. At this time, Yasakani no Magatama's power was also completely exhausted, and he was unable to move towards Indra. Seeing this, the madness in Indra's eyes became a little more intense, and even a trace of blood began to spread in his pupils. He looked indescribably hideous and terrifying, as if a beast that chose to eat people woke up from sleep. Under the influence of Black Zetsu, who was nowhere to be found, it was obvious that Indra had already embarked on a road of no return. No, or rather, since Indra killed his most trusted subordinates alive in order to obtain the power of I-evolution, he had already stepped into the trap set by Black Zetsu. His madness now is just the result of the seeds planted at the beginning. No one is more talented than me. No one. Indra looked crazy, and these words seemed to burst out from the deepest part, full of cruel malice. When his voice fell, the purple giant under his feet suddenly moved and bent his bow and drew his arrow again. This time, in order to deal with the extremely difficult Uchiha Madara, Indra obviously used all his strength, and the bow was equipped with 9 sharp arrows at once. Bow full moon, shoot the wolf. Bang! The giant bow suddenly made a deafening sound, followed by 9 sharp arrows, completely locking the left and right directions in front of Uchiha Madara, completely blocking all his space for escape, and sweeping in with an overwhelming force. The 9 sharp arrows seemed to fall from the 9 heavens, and seemed to pour out from the Milky Way upside down, exuding a terrifying breath of destruction. This is Indra's arrogance, to subdue people with force, and to use the most powerful force to make people surrender to him. In the past, Indra's trick has been tried and tested, and every time he uses it, he will be invincible. But this time, he faced Uchiha Madara, a man who had the same Mangeki Sharingan as him. In fact, now Uchiha Madara's eyes have evolved to be even more powerful, one step ahead of Indra, and he has the legendary Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, and the pattern representing the Mangeki Sharingan in his eyes rotated rapidly, forming the Samsara Eye in a short moment. The howling wind blew his black hair wildly, just like his unruly personality. Uchiha Madara stared at Indra, as if he wanted to cut out every word and spit it out. Shen. Luo. Tian. Zhang. As if the Emperor of Heaven had issued an order and spoken a holy word, the invisible repulsive force swept in all directions in a fan shape. The terrifying power was so strong that even the space could not bear it. It rippled in the air one circle after another, confronting the 9 sharp arrows with the force of a storm. Sharp sounds rang out one after another, and the 9 sharp arrows pierced into the range of Shenluo Tianzhang in no particular order. Tear. 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 In an instant, as if cotton cloth was torn apart, a series of harsh sounds were heard in the sky. The 9 sharp arrows were indeed the strongest attack Indra had launched with all his strength, and they were powerful enough to break mountains and seas. Even someone as strong as Uchiha Madara and the power of the Samsara Eye could barely resist his attack. When the two sides were in a stalemate, Indra saw Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye, and was stunned at first, then jealousy burst out from his heart, and his heart was full of resentment. Why, the most talented person in the world didn't get the Samsara Eye? Why, by this family who has never met how can a guy get the favor of the Samsara Eye? Why? 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 Indra's inner demons became a demon barrier, and bloodshot eyes filled the entire pupil, just like a bloodthirsty beast escaping from a cage, releasing unprecedented killing intent. Under his control, the purple giant under his feet suddenly pulled out the samurai sword beside him, stepped out like Optimus Prime, and the whole earth was like a weak and innocent girl being severely ravaged, making a series of violent noises, and one after another huge footprints were printed on the ground, which was shocking. Kill. 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 As long as he killed the man in front of him, he, Indra, would still be the eldest son of the Six-Path Sage, a decisive genius that the world could only look up to. In this world, as long as there was only one genius like him, it would be enough. With jealous murderous intent, the purple giant swung his sword fiercely. The sword was extremely graceful and the unparalleled blade light was like a starry sky inverted down. The dazzling light tore the sky apart. A little cold light on the tip of the sword arrived first, containing the thunder power of burning the sky and boiling the sea, and fiercely chopped Uchiha Madara's blue giant. Tear. The arrogant blade light flashed by, leaving an invincible style in this world. The overflowing power was even unbearable for the earth. In a short moment, it seemed to be plowed into countless criss-crossing cracks. Each crack was bottomless, and the edge was burned into crystals by the terrifying high temperature, and bursts of smoke were filled. As for the main person under this attack, it was even more tragic. A winding crack started from the left shoulder of the blue giant, which was thousands of feet high, and spread to the edge of the right abdomen. It looked extremely terrifying. Ah! Then, this extremely unruly Susanoo let out an indignant roar, and the whole body suddenly tilted away and collapsed. Puff! Suffering such a severe blow, Uchiha Madara's face became as ugly as inferior paper, and blood spurted out violently as if it was free, staining the ground with a layer of miserable color. Chapter 420, The Man with BGM. Indra looked down at Uchiha Madara, who was like an ant, from a high position, and his bloodshot eyes released a light like choosing someone to devour. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! At this time, this voice sounded again in Indra's mind, making Indra's murderous intent even stronger. The red light in his pupils was like a substance, which made people tremble with fear after seeing it. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had been severely injured by a terrifying blow, and it was the opportunity to beat the dog when it fell into the water. How could Indra miss such a good opportunity? The purple giant raised the samurai sword that had severely injured Uchiha Madara high in his hand, pregnant with the terrifying power of killing gods. Just as he was about to chop it down, Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth and was about to do his best to reveal the hidden card. At this moment, something strange happened. Stop! A magnificent voice came from far away. It was clearly coming from a very far place just now, but in just a moment, it fell into the ears of everyone present. As soon as these words came out, it was like a wise saying, and the whole world was filled with this voice, as if he was the sky, he was the earth, and everything in the world had to crawl at his feet. At this moment, not only Indra's face changed drastically, but even Uchiha Madara suddenly changed color, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Who is this person, who actually has such great power? Uchiha Madara thought to himself, and raised his head with difficulty, and saw a scene that he would never forget. The purple giant under Indra's feet suddenly stiffened. Even though Indra used the power of his eyes and the veins around his eyes bulged, he was still helpless. Under his feet, the purple giant trembled violently, and his whole body seemed to turn into a stone statue at this moment, and it continued to break apart from top to bottom at a speed visible to the naked eye. Indra naturally realized that it was the good deed of the person who spoke, and immediately let out a shrill and resentful howl, "Dad, why did you stop me?" Hearing this, Uchiha Madara frowned and thought to himself, "Oh no, the old one came after the young one was beaten." He couldn't even deal with Indra. Once the old man mentioned by the other party appeared, wouldn't he be finished? Just as Uchiha Madara wanted to use the power hidden in the Samsara Eye to summon the outer path demon statue, a kind voice came out from the bottom of his heart. "Child, don't be afraid." Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically, and he looked around suspiciously. "Who are you?" The voice appeared from the bottom of his heart again, still so kind and peaceful. "I'm above you." When Uchiha Madara looked at it intently, he was so surprised that even his chin almost dropped. "I saw that in the blue sky, a man with a face that didn't look like an ordinary person and two horns on his head, surrounded by seeking jades, walked over step by step. It can be seen that under his feet, the invisible air suddenly revealed one outline after another, just like the shape of a ladder, respectfully welcoming him's arrival. When he came over, the earth, which was originally covered with cracks by the battle between Indra and Uchiha Madara, smoothed out the cracks in this short moment and returned to its original appearance, without any trace of the previous dilapidated appearance. The originally destroyed forests regrew green seedlings, growing at a speed that violated the law of growth, and turned into a green forest. Many birds and beasts returned at once and regarded this place as a new paradise. When this man fell from the sky, Uchiha Madara even vaguely saw that there was a holy light born around him, and a series of pious singing voices were curling up, like the savior in the legend. The sunshine fell on him, giving people an extremely sacred and inviolable feeling. If Yang Ming said it, this is the man who appeared with BGM, very good at pretending. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara felt that his eyes were opened and he felt that his three views were rebaptized. This powerful force is really, too wonderful. Uchiha Madara said hoarsely, his tone full of envy. Hearing this, the strange-looking man in the sky shook his head and looked at Uchiha Madara with a kind look. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara felt a sense of peace in his heart, as if a baby was surrounded by amniotic fluid in the mother's belly, feeling an unprecedented warmth and comfort. Child, you are wrong. There is no absolute power in this world. Only when you truly understand the true meaning of love, you will have real power. He said this not only to Uchiha Madara, but also to the others present. Uchiha Madara frowned. Although he couldn't believe it, the flying truth-seeking jade around him couldn't be fake. Uchiha Madara grinned with difficulty and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you the Six-Path Sage?" The Six-Path Sage descended from the sky step by step and landed on the ground, looking at everyone with a gentle look. "I don't dare to be called a sage. My name is Otsutsuki Hago Romo. It's really you." Although Uchiha Madara had guessed it in his heart, when the facts were in front of him, he had to accept it. Uchiha Madara was surprised at the beginning. Why did he follow Yang Ming and his group through the strange gate and come from a desert to the Ashura village surrounded by trees? It turned out that they traveled through time and space and came to the ancient times. Then, Uchiha Madara was excited and wanted to ask the Six-Path Sage about the possibility of the infinite moon reading. But at this moment, Indra, who was secretly plotted by Heizetsu and whose eyes were blinded by rage and jealousy, refused to give up. Red light burst out from Indra's arrogant eyes, exuding an indomitable aura. Then, he moved. As a genius unmatched in the world, Indra not only has the best talent in cultivation, but also has the best fighting talent in the world. Indra caught the Six-Path Sage talking to Uchiha Madara and suddenly attacked. Yes, Indra actually attacked his biological father. Indra's speed was so fast that even the air couldn't bear it. There was a strong sonic boom. Even if someone opened the 3 Megatama, he still couldn't catch his figure. Only Uchiha Madara vaguely saw Indra's movement trajectory. The other party's seemingly absurd actions actually ran behind the Six-Path Sage. The sharp tip of the knife was like a bloodthirsty fang, stabbing straight into the heart of the Six-Path Sage. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up, revealing a strange brilliance. Whether it is really the Six-Path Sage, we will know in the next moment. With this thought, Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, watching the show quietly. Chapter 421 The Incomparably Powerful Six-Path Sage. At this moment, the wind stopped, as if even the space was frozen. When they saw Indra pointing his weapon at the Six-Path Sage, everyone was shocked. Ashura even let out a shrill roar, "No!" Seeing that the sharp blade like a bloodthirsty fang was about to pierce through the clothes of the Six-Path Sage and pierce his heart fiercely. Suddenly, the Six-Path Sage moved. The Six-Path Sage showed a trace of deep disappointment in Indra in his eyes, and sighed suddenly. Then, the Dao-seeking jade that was spinning around him suddenly tore through its disguise, revealing its hideous fangs. Bang! The Dao-seeking jade is not an ornament, but a divine weapon that can attack and defend at the same time. Under their crazy acceleration, they blocked the tip of Indra's knife at the critical moment, making a harsh sound like the friction of iron tools, and bursting out violent sparks. Indra's arrogant and bloodthirsty red light burst out like a substance, like a wild beast roaring and raging wildly. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes kept spinning under this crazy drive, and a drop of bloody tears like red agate dripped from the corner of his eyes. Amaterasu. At such a close distance, Indra actually used a cruel move and shot at him's biological father used Amaterasu. The black flame roared out like a black dragon, with a color that symbolized ominousness and disaster, and flew towards the Six-Path Sage like a moth to a flame. Facing all that happened in front of him, the Six-Path Sage's face was not moved at all, but the disappointment in his eyes became more intense. From beginning to end, for the Six-Path Sage, no matter how fierce Indra's attack was, he was just a naughty child. Under the Six-Path Sage's thoughts, a seeking jade crashed into the black flames, like a candy falling into the mouth of a fierce black dragon. But this inconspicuous truth-seeking jade burst out with amazing power, breaking into Amaterasu with great force, and instantly annihilated this so-called inextinguishable flame. After all, the truth-seeking jade is composed of the yin-yang chakra of the Six-Path Sage, which can break any ninjutsu in the world, even Amaterasu has to bow down to it. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara's eyes burst out with a desire for extreme power, just like a teenager in adolescence seeing a girl stripped naked, it is an extremely eager desire to do everything possible to possess. And under Uchiha Madara's feet, which he did not notice, strands of charming black chakra, as thin as hair, are difficult to see with the naked eye. In this gap, they slowly and firmly merge into Uchiha Madara's body. If you sneak under the earth, you can find a mysterious smile on Black Zetsu's face. Boom! At this time, Indra launched another thunderous attack. His figure seemed to be divided into 8 Indras at this moment because of his speed, bombarding from all directions of the Six-Path Sage. Facing such a violent attack from his own child, the Six-Path Sage was like an indestructible reef, standing firmly in the sea of constant waves. When the raging waves hit and set off thousands of waves, the water droplets turned into fragments, revealing the toughness of the reef. The Six-Path Sage just raised his hand, and the Seeking the Way jade hovering beside him flew out like a hound released by its master, and hit Indra hard. No matter how you change, in front of the source of all ninjutsu, I will break it with my own strength. Puff! Indra was hit hard, and his waist arched up fiercely because of the impact of the Seeking the Way jade, like a fresh shrimp bending over, and his face turned blue and white because of the extreme pain. Indra suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood, which turned into a blood mist in the air. The whole person was like a torn bag thrown away casually, and fell heavily to the ground with a dull sound. Why? Why are you so strong? You obviously have such a strong power, why don't you give it to me, why? Indra struggled to get up from the ground, his face covered with spitted blood, making him look as hideous and terrifying as a devil from hell. Indra looked at the Six-Path Sage with confusion and greed for power. Indra didn't understand. He obviously had the best talent in the world, but his father never told him about the evolution of his eyes. If he could evolve his eyes to be like Grandma Kagaya Otsutsuki, wouldn't he have the final say in this world? Seeing Indra blinded by ambition, the Six-Path Sage sighed, "You are still young, there are many things you don't understand. No. This is just that you are afraid that after I get this power, it will shake your rule." Indra didn't believe it at all and roared in a low voice. Alas! The Six-Path Sage was like every parent who saw his own naughty child disobeying discipline and full of rebelliousness. The Six-Path Sage was extremely entangled in his heart. After all, he was still his own child, and he was a man of flesh and blood. He really couldn't bring himself to hit Indra. But seeing Indra's current appearance, the Six-Path Sage also vaguely realized that he had made some mistakes in his past education, and he felt even more guilty. The Six-Path Sage waved his hand fiercely, and several seeking jades turned into a cage to lock Indra, and also sealed the chakra in his body. Just relying on this superb trick, it is amazing. One has to say that the Six-Path Sage is worthy of being the god of ninjutsu, and this is not without reason. Stinky old man, let me go. Let me out. Indra was like a lion locked in a cage, roaring in vain, and even tried to open the cage with his hands, but it was still useless and he could do nothing at all. The Six-Path Sage looked at Indra with disappointment. "When you understand how to truly use your power, I will naturally let you out." Hearing this, Indra was almost angry to death. What does this mean? It's like a parent telling a child that we will save the New Year's red envelope for you first and return it to you when you grow up. It's all up to you. Indra stared at the sky with a dull face, completely despairing. Dad. At this time, Ashura, with a worried look on his face, brought Yang Ming and his party to the Six-Path Sage. When he saw Ashura's genuine expression, the Six-Path Sage felt warm in his heart, and felt like he still had a filial child. Naturally, for this son who was still quite useless, the Six-Path Sage had already started to think about how to help him improve his strength. The Six-Path Sage glanced at Yang Ming and the others, smiled kindly and said, "If there is anything, let's go back and talk about it." After that, he raised his hand, and everyone present disappeared instantly. He actually used the time and space ninjutsu to transfer them to Fengda City where he was. Chapter 422 I want to challenge the Six-Path Sage. The Six-Path Sage's home. A table, a pot of tea, and a peaceful atmosphere filled the surroundings, making people let down their guard and filled their hearts with warmth. Although the Six-Path Sage is a mythical figure, he does not have any of the airs that a big man should have. Instead, he seems very easygoing, just like the old Wang next door, kind and amiable, ahem. Under the anxious gaze of Yang Ming and his group, the Six-Paths Immortal smiled slightly and poured them steaming hot tea one by one. Perhaps the Six-Paths Immortal's tea art is very good. On Yang Ming's cup, the tea leaves are floating upside down in the middle, giving people a different feeling. Seeing this, the Six-Path Sage looked at Yang Ming deeply and said in a deep voice, "It seems that you are the person of destiny." Yang Ming was confused. "What do you mean?" The Six-Path Sage's eyes were full of memories. "There lives a toad sage who is as powerful as me in Myobo Mountain. He is also a good friend of mine. He once told me a prophecy. It said that when I make tea for guests upside down, it is the day when the person of destiny appears. He is both light and darkness, and can bring disasters and hope. At this moment, Yang Ming's heart was shocked, and he silently thought of the electric stick he got not long ago. The effect it brought was really crazy. On the side, Azura pulled the corner of his mouth, obviously unbelieving, and couldn't help saying, "Dad, you are exaggerating too much. Yang Ming is just a chef who came to participate in the world cooking competition. How can there be such a threat?" The six-path sage laughed dumbly, just shook his head, and didn't explain much. "However, since you are here to participate in the world cooking competition, Yang Ming, have you understood the competition procedures?" The six-path sage stared at Yang Ming with a scrutinizing look, as if he wanted to crack open his soul for research. Under such a gaze, Yang Ming felt that he had become a transparent person in an instant, and all his secrets were exposed in front of the six-path sage without any cover. Fortunately, the six-path sage was also very particular about propriety. This very uncomfortable treatment was just a blink of an eye, and people almost doubted the authenticity of the previous treatment. Yang Ming knew his own business. No matter how strong the six-path sage was, it was impossible for him to recognize the system, right? So, although he felt a little uncomfortable, Yang Ming quickly put it behind him. Yang Ming's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "I will definitely win the world cooking competition." "Oh." The Six Paths Immortal's eyes flashed with interest. "It seems that you are determined to win." Although Yang Ming already felt something was wrong at this time, he had to pretend to be cool and keep pretending. Yang Ming gritted his teeth, smiled calmly, and said, "I think this is already in my pocket." He said this as casually as buying cabbage in the market, and did not take the world's outstanding chefs into consideration at all. Who knew that the Six Paths Immortal clapped his hands and laughed 3 times, "Very good, in that case, I will wait for you in the 3rd round of the world cooking competition." Puff. Hearing this, Yang Ming almost vomited blood. "I shouldn't have pretended earlier. You know, the world cooking competition usually only has the 2nd round to decide the champion." But now, Yang Ming's action actually stimulated the six-path sage to participate in the competition himself. Oh my god! At this moment, Yang Ming's mood was as bleak as the fallen leaves in the wind and rain, full of speechlessness. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Yang Ming's ears. "Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, defeat the six-path sage in the world cooking competition." Task description: perhaps only in cooking can the host find a little sense of superiority in the six-path sage. Defeat him and become famous in ancient times. Task reward: a random item. Seeing this task, Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely, and he really wanted to laugh. This is the first time that Yang Ming has been despised by the system. This is too much. In order to wash away this shame, Yang Ming immediately decided to say goodbye to the six-path sage and go to the first round of interviews for the world food competition. Naturally, Azura led them as a guide. Along the way, Yang Ming and his party discovered that in the Fengde city of the Six Paths Immortal, the people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and the atmosphere was full of tranquility, like a paradise. Everyone, regardless of their wealth, high or low status, has a happy expression on their face. This is not a TV interview program asking people if they are happy, but it is something that people can really feel. Being in this place, you will feel a heartfelt sense of happiness. When Yang Ming and his team arrived at the first round of interviews, they found that it was already crowded with people. Outstanding chefs from all over the world gathered together, making this place very popular. However, Yang Ming found that this interview was as abnormal as Azura introduced. Nearly half of the chefs left here dejectedly after the interview, which made people around them sigh. Yang Ming's ears moved, and the voices of the people around him discussing came over. "Oh my god, the interview questions this year are too difficult, no one can pass." "That's right, especially the examiner at number 11, who gave the simplest questions, but no chef has passed so far." "Well, that's why the number 11 exam room is also called the desperate exam room by the participating chefs this year, because they all think that it is impossible for anyone to pass the interview there." Hearing these people's conversation, Yang Ming's eyes moved, and he looked around, and soon found the number 11 exam room they were talking about. It turned out that because there were too many people participating in the world cooking competition every time, 25 exam rooms were distributed in this empty venue, and each exam room was decorated with a building similar to a yurt, with the number plate of the exam room hanging on it. There were crowds of people in front of other exam rooms, but only in this number 11 exam room, there was no one queuing, which seemed particularly strange and desolate. It seems that other participating chefs also learned about this exam room from others, although from time to time there were chefs who were very confident in themselves, and even some popular genius chefs went in. But so far, all the chefs who have entered, whether mediocre or genius, have failed without exception. Suddenly, this examination room number 11 is a Jedi, specially used to trap the participating chefs. Yang Ming looked at the queue and raised his eyebrows. If it were normal, he would have to wait for several hours at least, and it would be late by then. This is not in line with Yang Ming's style. You know, only others line up to eat his food, so why would he line up for others? So, Yang Ming resolutely went to the examination room number 11. Guess what kind of perverted test questions made so many chefs fail? Chapter 423 The most difficult interview questions in history. When Yang Ming walked towards the examination room number 11 that no one had been able to pass so far, he immediately attracted countless curious eyes around him. Even the six-path sage, who was sitting at home and remotely monitoring with a crystal ball, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. The six-path sage frowned tightly, like two blades, revealing a hint of sharpness. This is not going to be easy. If Yang Ming goes in, I'm afraid he won't be able to pass this test. Even the six-path sage was not optimistic about Yang Ming's behavior. It can be imagined how perverted the examiner inside was, and how crazy the interview questions were. Yang Ming didn't know that his every move was under the six-path sage's watch. His face was still calm, and he walked towards the examination room as if he was walking in a garden. This made others curious and pointed at him. It seems that this is another young man who is so stupid as to go to the examination room number 11. Doesn't he know that the examiner is very perverted? That's right. I remember that the unlucky guy who went in last time was crying when he came out. I found out that he was irritated by the examiner after asking him. Under the gaze of many eyes, Yang Ming held his head high and walked towards the examination room number 11, which was similar to a yurt, like a soldier going to war. Yang Ming felt his eyes brighten and appeared in a rather spacious venue. In the center, there was a table and a stool, and a woman who looked like someone owed her hundreds of millions. It seemed that she was the examiner here. This woman had a zombie-like face, her complexion was extremely pale and colorless, her pair of phoenix eyes contained a harsh and ruthless charm, her sharp eyes like a blade were fixed on Yang Ming, like an unsatisfied middle-aged wife. She made a sound more unpleasant than the cry of a duck. Newcomer, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you get over here? The examiner's dry shouting was as disgusting as two pieces of iron rubbing against each other, which made people feel disgusted. Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely, and he came to her, but found that there was no place for him to sit here, so he had to stand there blankly. When the old woman saw this, she slammed the table fiercely, and the voice of dissatisfaction swept over like a storm. Newcomer, you are so arrogant, standing in front of me, do you want me to look up to you or what? Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he really wanted to slap her. But this old woman kept talking, using her fat. The old woman waved her hand fiercely, and said loudly with a tone full of disgust, as if to drive away a fly. Forget it, you can't pass me anyway. If Yang Ming hadn't considered that the other party was an examiner, he really wanted to flip the table immediately. How could there be such an examiner who would make trouble for nothing? Isn't this deliberately making fun of people? The old woman put on a zombie face, snorted heavily, and blew out 2 columns of smoke from her nostrils, and even a few snots flew out and stuck on Yang Ming's clothes. Seeing this, Yang Ming tried to tell himself to take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, isn't it just deliberately making fun of people? He must not fall for this evil. Seeing Yang Ming's angry look, the old woman's narrowed phoenix eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, just like a hunter seeing the prey fall into a trap, calm and wise, not as vulgar as she appeared on the surface. The old woman took the water cup and moistened her throat, then said in her unpleasant voice like an old duck. In my case, there is only one interview question, and you will pass if you can answer it correctly. The old woman did not register Yang Ming as a contestant at all. It seems that she thought he could not pass the test from the bottom of her heart, which shows how disgusting the question she asked next was. Let me ask you, what is the most important thing for a chef? This old woman was not without viciousness. Before asking this test question, she used a series of verbal attacks to make the chefs who came to participate in the competition feel disgusted and angry, and thus blinded by emotions. Even if there are really participating chefs who are well educated or not easily angered, it doesn't matter, because when the test questions are asked, the truth is already revealed. What is the most important thing for a chef? This question seems simple. Even if someone who has not learned cooking can say something, such as kitchen utensils, ingredients, or cooking skills, etc. But if the question of the old woman in the examination room number 11 is so simple, why did all the participating chefs who came before fail? Obviously, this question seems simple, but it is actually very difficult. Yang Ming was silent, his mind was full of thoughts. Since this is the first round of interviews for the World Cooking Competition, this interview question that seems to have nothing to do with it can only be considered from relevant aspects. Perhaps she noticed that Yang Ming was thinking, and the old woman was obviously trying to increase the difficulty, shouting in her unpleasant voice, "You idiot, have you thought about it? If you can't think of it, get out of here." This old woman has a sinister intention. Even Yang Ming, who is so calm, can't help but want to beat her up after hearing her words. "Can't you see that I am thinking? I really deserve a beating. For a chef, what is the most important thing?" Yang Ming held up his chin and recalled the history of chefs, which can be traced back to the ancient human period. Ancient humans drilled wood to make fire, thus surviving in the ice and snow. Then, I don't know which human started to learn to use fire to grill meat, thus getting rid of the life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Could it be fire? No. Although it seems that fire is very important to chefs, it is not something that cannot be replaced. So, in the long years, especially in ancient times, what did chefs use to cook? That's right, it's salt. Whether it's an era of scarcity or an era of abundance, people's homes must not lack something, and for chefs, it's salt. Only people like Yang Ming, who come from the modern information society and have more information to summarize, can think of this. After all, for most smart chefs, they will probably fall into the pit of fire. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's mouth curled up, and a ray of confidence flashed in his eyes, like the dawn, which made people look sideways. Yang Ming slammed the table, supported his upper body with both hands and leaned forward, staring down at the old woman examiner's phoenix eyes like a winner. For a chef, the most important thing is salt, right? The old woman trembled, her pupils suddenly shrank, and she screamed so loudly that it would pierce your eardrums. How did you guess it right? Chapter 424 Black Zetsu's Conspiracy. When Yang Ming walked out of the number 11 examination room, his face was calm and indifferent, but in the eyes of others, this was a sign of failure. The participating chefs who were queuing in the examination room next to him were shocked when they saw this. Look, if he failed, but he still pretended to be indifferent, as if he was afraid that others would know that he failed, and he didn't feel tired. Alas, this number 11 examination room seems to be a dead end. When will someone break it? Hearing the weird conversation of these people, Azura's face changed, and he hurriedly went up to greet Yang Ming, and patted him on the back affectionately, and gently comforted him. It doesn't matter, you didn't pass this time, isn't there a next time? Failure is the mother of success. I think you will do better next time. It must be said that Azura is naturally friendly. When these words come out of his mouth, people feel warm and useful. Unfortunately, Azura expressed the wrong feelings. Yang Ming raised his lips and said in a daze, I have passed the interview. At this time, Azura was still comforting him. I tell you, I guarantee that you and your father will study hard this year, maybe next year. Wait. Suddenly, Azura came back to his senses, staring at Yang Ming with wide eyes, as if he knew him for the first time, and wanted to look at him carefully. What did you say? You actually passed the interview. Yang Ming said lightly, of course. Azura obviously didn't believe it, and his eyes were full of suspicion. You didn't say that on purpose for the sake of face, did you? Do you think I'm so boring? After saying this, Yang Ming walked forward calmly. Azura blinked his eyes, and suddenly realized that Gaizami and others who accompanied Yang Ming were not nervous at all after learning that Yang Ming came out. Now that I think about it, they must have full confidence in Yang Ming and believe that he will definitely pass. Thinking of this, Azura hurriedly chased after him. Yang Ming, I heard that the examiner in the number 11 examination room is very perverted, why don't you tell me about it? So Yang Ming told him about his experience after entering, which made Azura speechless. He didn't expect that there would be such a mean old woman. Azura patted Yang Ming's back heavily and smiled, you are still good. You can handle this. It seems that you can successfully participate in the second round of the competition in 2 days. At this time, since Yang Ming and his group arrived relatively late, the first round of interviews had actually reached the end. However, although the interview questions were difficult, they were still not as difficult as the theme of the second round of competition. Yang Ming has not had any ideas about the theme of invisible cuisine so far. I am afraid that he will have to rely on the help of the system at that time. At the same time, Uchiha Madara did not accompany Yang Ming, but walked out of Fengdu city alone and came to the top of a small hill outside the city. Uchiha Madara's cold eyes looked around, and a suffocating edge burst out, like an extremely sharp sword, which was very intimidating. Since you said that you have something very important to tell me here, why don't you show up? The wind stopped, the birds shut up, and the whole forest was silent. Then, a burst of strange laughter sounded. Hee hee hee, hee hee hee. This kind of strange laughter was as abrupt as a thunderclap in the plain, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. In a trance, Uchiha Madara felt that the surrounding environment became very strange, as if every big tree was laughing at him. Humph! Uchiha Madara hugged his hands in front of his chest, his face was frost-piercing, and he snorted coldly. With a wave of the giant hand of Susanoo, the surrounding big trees could not withstand it, and collapsed with a loud bang, becoming extremely messy. Playing tricks? After saying that, Uchiha Madara was about to turn around and leave, and at this moment, a mound of earth appeared on the ground not far in front of him, and a figure came out shyly. Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with cold light, and he suddenly stepped forward, as fast as a tiger out of a cage, and pounced on the figure like a flying bird, with his palms turned into claws, and he firmly grasped the man's throat like an iron chain. But when he grabbed the man, Uchiha Madara's face suddenly changed. Because this was clearly a corpse that had been dead for a long time, and the skin touched by his palms felt piercingly cold. But the strange thing was that the head of this body was obviously rotten, and worms could even be seen crawling out of his empty eye sockets, but he could still speak. Let me go quickly, I have a way to let you get the power of Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Before in Fengdu city, after seeing the incomparable power of the six-path sage, Uchiha Madara was excited, and heard the same words, and asked him to come here. With a half-believing and half-doubting attitude, Uchiha Madara parted ways with Yang Ming and his party afterwards. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and threw the other party to the ground heavily. Since the other party was just an ordinary corpse that had died a long time ago, you could even hear the sound of several broken bones. But these had no effect on this man. He slowly got up from the ground and tried to squeeze out a creepy smile on his rotten face. Since you have awakened the Samsara Eye, you must be able to summon the outer path demon statue, right? Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, his cold eyes as sharp as a blade, staring straight at the other party. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Hee hee hee. The man screamed, in this case, that is to say, as long as you can gather the power to open the 10 tails, you can get the power comparable to Otsutsuki Hago Romo. And me. At this moment, Uchiha Madara could even feel the other party's enthusiasm. I can help you get the power to open the power of the 10 tails. What? When he heard this, Uchiha Madara was obviously shocked, and then he looked unbelieving. You know, the six-path sage has not yet separated the 10 tails from his body and turned into 9-tailed beasts, and he is still the 10 tails Jinkraki. In other words, if you want to release the true power of the outer path demon statue, you have to snatch it from the six-path sage. How is this possible? Even if Uchiha Madara had 100 guts, he would not believe it. If the other party really had this ability, why had Uchiha Madara never heard of his name? The man on the opposite side laughed strangely. You think too much. To open the power of the outer path demon statue, you only need a little power in the 10 tails body. The seal will be unlocked naturally at that time. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara immediately understood it. In the original work, Uchiha Obito took away part of the power of the tailed beasts and forcibly opened the outer path demon statue to become the 10 tails. In other words, this method works. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of heat in his heart. It was ambition, dream, and the desire to finally realize his own ideals. Chapter 425 The 10 Tails Chakra is in hand. It was late at night, even the moon was covered by clouds, and the whole land was shrouded in darkness. Residents of the six-path sage. Although Otsutsuki Hago Romo was constantly deified by later generations, he felt that he was a very ordinary person, just like a top student who felt that his learning ability was average, and his life was very regular. So, he lay down on the bed to rest early in the morning. Beside him, there lay a beautiful woman in her 30s, whose graceful figure was looming under the swaying gauze, making her look particularly charming. Although she was not Otsutsuki Hagoromo's wife, after all, Otsutsuki Hagoromo was also a man with normal needs, so he had sex with her a few years ago, and she was equivalent to a concubine. This woman was just an ordinary person, without any chakra in her body, so Otsutsuki Hagoromo was very confident in her. But at this time, this ordinary beautiful woman suddenly showed a weird look on her face. I saw a hazy black shadow on her charming face, and then in a short time, the cunning face of Black Zetsu occupied half of the beautiful woman's face, looking like a hermaphrodite, full of weirdness. It turned out that the person beside the bed of Otsutsuki Hagoromo was a hidden man that Black Zetsu had already laid. No wonder he dared to boast to Uchihamadara that he would take the Ten Tails chakra. Of course, if Uchihamadara had not traveled to this ancient period with Yang Ming and his party, Black Zetsu originally planned to unite with Indra. Unfortunately, Indra is still too young now. He has just evolved the Mangeki Sharingan with his help, and it is unknown how long it will take to reach the realm of the Samsara Eye. When Black Zetsu saw that Uchihamadara actually had the Samsara Eye, this ancient Black Zetsu was horrified and almost thought that Uchihamadara was the illegitimate son of his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. Fortunately, Black Zetsu was a master at playing with people's hearts. He soon realized that Uchihamadara had a strong desire for the power possessed by the Six-Path Sage. This is why the story in the previous chapter happened. How ghostly Black Zetsu appeared was that it could not be described as silent. Even the Six-Path Sage still did not find anything wrong and was still sleeping. Otsutsuki Hagoromo would never believe that his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya actually gave birth to a third son. In fact, Black Zetsu is the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya through asexual reproduction, which is equivalent to the eyes of her own consciousness. Because of this, when Black Zetsu hugged Otsutsuki Hagoromo tightly like a beautiful bride and slept on his side, one hand quietly placed on the other's body that sealed the 10 tails, which had been motionless in the sealed place, suddenly shook. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Black Zetsu released a wisp of charming black chakra into it, appeased the 10 tails, and then secretly deprived it of the 10 tails chakra in its body bit by bit and temporarily stored it in his own body. Although this seems to be an easy job, Black Zetsu is nervous and has a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. This is because he is nervous, and secondly, the 10 tails chakra is not so easy to get along with. If it weren't for his special physique, I'm afraid it would be difficult to tolerate this power. After more than an hour, when the chakra in the 10 tails was deprived of nearly 1/10, Black Zetsu quickly withdrew his hand and glanced at the Six-Path Sage who was still sleeping without noticing. A sarcastic arc appeared on the corner of Black Zetsu's mouth. Then, just like when he came, he quietly withdrew from the beautiful woman he possessed. When the face that symbolized Black Zetsu disappeared completely, the beautiful woman, whose face was originally as rosy as a blooming peach, suddenly turned pale and colorless. She felt weak and cold all over, and her teeth were trembling. Outside Fengdu City, the moon poked out half of its body from the clouds, and the hazy and bright moonlight was draped over the earth, making the figure below look as tall and straight as a mountain, majestic and inviolable. Uchihamadara stood with his hands behind his back. Although he was here he waited for a long time, but his face showed no impatience. At this time, on the ground in front of him, a mound of earth suddenly arched up, and then a rotten hand stretched out, and then a ragged corpse appeared in front of Uchihamadara. Uchihamadara raised his eyebrows, and his cold pupils suddenly shrank into pinholes, and a trace of deep fear flashed across his face. However, he was a great hero in the ninja world after all. Although he had already praised the other party in his heart, he did not expect that this mysterious guy would actually keep his promise. And when this weirdo laughed strangely, he spread his palm and saw that a ball of condensed and undispersed chakra full of domineering and unruly ominous was displayed in Uchihamadara's eyes. You really stole the 10 tails chakra. Although he had guessed it in his heart, when the reality was in front of him, Uchihamadara still showed a stunned expression. No wonder he was so surprised. You know, this is snatching food from the Six-Path Sage's mouth. That's the Six-Path Sage. At this moment, Uchihamadara's vigilance against this guy he had never met before had broken through the sky, and there was even a trace of murderous intent in his heart. He. The mummy possessed by Black Zetsu laughed a few times, and the dry voice came out of Po Feng's throat. If you don't believe it, you can summon the Outer Path Demon statue and absorb this ball of chakra into it and see for yourself. Uchihamadara frowned coldly, as if two sharp blades crossed together, and he seemed quite hesitant. However, when he thought of the Moon Eye project, this was his lifelong dream. Although this was the ancient times and not in his original time and space, it did not hinder him from carrying out his plan at all. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and he gritted his teeth, as if squeezing out from his teeth, and said fiercely, "That's fine." As he said that, he quickly formed seals with both hands, and in a phantom overlap, he pressed his palms heavily on the ground. Spirit Summoning Technique. In a thick smoke, the unique body of the Outer Path Demon statue appeared between the vast sky and earth, stretching out its huge body under the hazy moonlight, sitting on the earth like a small mountain. Just like this, an extremely suffocating breath spread around. After seeing the Outer Path Demon statue appear, the corners of the mouth of the mummy possessed by Black Zetsu slightly curled up, showing that he was in control of his wisdom. Uchiha Madara took the Ten Tails chakra from Black Zetsu's hand. If you look closely, you will find that in the core of this chakra, there are still traces of Black Zetsu's unique black chakra, which looks so weird. Uchiha Madara, with a little trepidation and excitement in his heart, sent the Ten Tails chakra into the Outer Path Demon statue. "Sorry, I'm stuck, and there is another chapter to be posted later." Chapter 426 Ten Tails Resurrection. When Uchiha Madara sent the Ten Tails chakra into the Outer Path Demon statue, strange changes suddenly occurred. The Outer Path Demon statue seemed to have been blasted, and the two wrapped eyeballs suddenly bulged, and it looked like it was struggling to break free. "Ah!" It opened its huge black mouth and roared to the sky, as if accusing the heaven of injustice. The angry roar turned into a circle of vibrating sound waves, sweeping in all directions. Even the space seemed unable to bear it, rippling waves after waves. The birds and beasts in the forest were frightened by this great shock and woke up from their slumber. With their animal instincts, they sensed the fatal crisis here. How dare they stay here for long? They fled to the distance in an instant, turning into a beast tide that stretched for hundreds of miles. There was no end in sight, and it looked magnificent. Then, the lower body of the Outer Path Demon statue suddenly rose up, and countless vines as thick as several people hugged whipped on the ground. It was like a mad attack, sweeping away the surrounding woods in an extremely crazy manner. The fragile earth could not bear such a strong blow, and cracks appeared in an instant, as if it was going to tear the earth apart and make it look like a place with thousands of holes. Under the tense gaze of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, the expression of the Outer Path Demon statue became more and more ferocious, as if it was trying to break free from the shackles on the surface of its body and release the most primitive killing appearance. However, not long after, the Outer Path Demon statue was as powerless as a bald old man in his 50s or 60s facing a beautiful woman. It surrendered after only 3 minutes of effort, and stood still in dejection, as if it was dead. Seeing this, not only Uchiha Madara was confused, but even Black Zetsu was confused. In fact, this is very easy to understand. The Outer Path Demon statue is like a car, and the Ten Tails chakra is gasoline. Only enough gasoline can drive this car. Now, Black Zetsu only received about 1/10 of the Ten Tails chakra from Otsutsuki Hago Romo, which is equivalent to catching only 1 shikaku. The Outer Path Demon statue is not powerful enough to break through the shackles, and even activating it has become a big problem. In the original work, the Outer Path Demon statue summoned by Uchiha Obito also absorbed most of the tailed beasts, and then absorbed the chakra of the remaining tailed beasts, and then barely allowed the 10 tails to reappear in the world. Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically, and it looked as ugly as liver. His face was covered with frost, and his cold eyes showed murderous intent, like 2 sharp blades slashing at Black Zetsu. The cold breath was overwhelming, like the anger of winter. Uchiha Madara was furious, and felt that he was being fooled. His blood rushed to his head, and veins on his forehead were winding like green snakes. He didn't say much, and stomped his feet with a bang, like a dark streak across the sky, and flew to the front of the mummy possessed by Black Zetsu. His palms turned into claws, and in a flash, he stretched out his claws like a real dragon and grabbed the other's throat fiercely, and his 5 fingers pinched deeply into the other's rotten flesh. "How dare you lie to me?" Uchiha Madara suddenly exerted force in his hands, lifted the mummy possessed by Black Zetsu, and then smashed it heavily on the ground. Bang! This corpse was just an ordinary person, how could it withstand such a heavy blow? For a moment, the sound of several broken sternums could be heard. Uchiha Madara stared at the other party with his eyes full of shame, and roared wildly like a gambler who lost everything, "Why did you lie to me?" Even in such a desperate situation, Black Zetsu did not lose his calmness. Instead, his thoughts flew, and he browsed through the knowledge taught by his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki, and then he suddenly realized. So, before Uchiha Madara was about to hit his head, Black Zetsu roared, "I know what's going on." Uchiha Madara's fist finally stopped an inch away from the other party. If he really punched it, the brain of the mummy that Black Zetsu was currently possessed would definitely be splattered. And Uchiha Madara didn't really want to kill the other party, but just expressed an angry attitude. If he really wanted to do it, why bother so much? Uchiha Madara's cold eyes burst out with a terrifying light, like a flying dragon or snake, full of a terrifying sense of oppression. "Tell me what you know." Black Zetsu did not dare to hide anything. He put all his chips on Uchiha Madara, and at this time he had no way to retreat, so he immediately came out with a tray. The 10 tails chakra absorbed by the outer path demon statue is not enough. I only stole nearly 1/10 of it this time. I estimate that at least 1/2 of the 10 tails chakra is needed to break the shackles of the outer path demon statue. This time, Otsutsuki Hago Romo did not discover my little trick. As long as I am given some time to replicate today's success, I will definitely be able to gather enough 10 tails chakra. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He had long known from Yang Ming that his group of people could only wait for a month in ancient times. If it exceeded this time, they would stay in this time and space forever. He couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "I don't have that much time to wait for you. I will only give you 3 days. If it exceeds this time, then our cooperation will end here." Uchiha Madara had a good plan in his mind. Even if the other party did not agree, it didn't matter. Anyway, he didn't lose money, and it was the other party who was anxious. Although Uchiha Madara's suggestion was very harsh, if he really did this, I'm afraid that the hidden chess piece arranged by the Six-Path Sage's bed would be gone, and even Black Zetsu's life would be in jeopardy. After all, the Six-Path Sage is not a fool. When the outer path demon statue was drained of nearly half of its chakra, he would definitely find such a big gap. But the purpose of Black Zetsu's existence is to rescue his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. He has already risked his life. In front of the hope of seeing Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu gritted his teeth and showed the crazy determination of a gambler who gave everything. "I promise you." After getting a satisfactory answer, Uchiha Madara showed a smile on his face and let go of the other party's hand. But at this moment, a sharp sound of breaking wind came from a distance. It was originally far away, but in just a moment, the distance has been shortened a lot. The only one who can have such speed is the Six-Path Sage. Obviously, the noise made by the outer path demon statue before was a bit loud, attracting him to see what was going on. For a moment, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu thought of this at the same time, and their faces changed instantly. Black Zetsu, this ungrateful guy, didn't even say hello, but disappeared from the mummy in the blink of an eye, and burned the mummy completely before leaving no possible clues for the Six-Path Sage. Chapter 427. The second round of the game begins. Before the Six-Path Sage arrived, Uchiha Madara quickly reversed the spirit of the outer path demon statue and summoned it back to its original place. When he finished all this, Uchiha Madara quickly formed a seal in his hands and used Earth Escape to leave this place of trouble. After a while, the Six-Path Sage finally arrived. The Six-Path Sage frowned and looked at the ground with thousands of holes under his feet. It was obvious that something had caused such huge damage. However, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu escaped quickly enough. The Six-Path Sage patrolled the area several times, but still could not find any clues. He returned to his residence with deep doubts and sent his men to conduct strict surveillance here to prevent this from happening again. After 2 days, on the third day, the second round of the World Cooking Competition began. After the first round of extremely harsh and cruel elimination, only less than 100 chefs were selected and could enter the competition stage. For today's competition, the Six-Path Sage had already made sufficient preparations. A huge platform was built, which was square in shape. There was a white jade pillar carved on each of the 4 corners, with lifelike dragons and phoenixes painted on it. There were 99 steps underneath, each of which was made of expensive granite. From a distance, there was a majestic feeling. On both sides of this platform, kitchen tables and utensils were placed flat, all with uniform expenses and without bias. On the south side of the platform, a grandstand was built, and a chair made of 1,000-year-old mahogany was quietly placed here, covered with an extremely precious white tiger skin, and the black and white stripes looked extremely eye-catching. This was naturally the referee's seat, for the Six-Path Sage to sit. It can be seen that the Six-Path Sage worked hard for this game and made it extravagant, in order to revive the people's hearts and attract more people's attention to it, so that he could carry out the publicity plan of the ninja clan. Early in the morning, the high platform was surrounded by a surging crowd. When you look past, you can see a sea of black figures, as if there is no end. As one of the contestants, Yang Ming, under the leadership of Ashura, a privileged person, easily squeezed through the crowd and stepped onto the competition stage. Ashura looked around and was stunned. He whispered to Yang Ming, "It seems that this competition is not good for you." "What do you mean?" Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and said softly. Ashura pointed to an old man who looked sad. Although he was not very old, his face was covered with ravine-like wrinkles. Each wrinkle was deeply embedded in it like a knife, an inch deep, which was impressive. This is the Third World Cooking Competition, and he is the champion of the first one. As his name suggests, he is best at cooking bitter dishes. He is an expert in this field. When he won the championship, he just asked his father to cure his son's terminal illness. I didn't expect him to come again this year. I don't know why. Then, Ashura pointed to another person. This is a woman, but she has a face like Fengjia and a figure like Sister Furong. When she moves casually, the fat on her body surges like waves, which makes people almost doubt whether she can do it. Don't be fooled by her plain appearance, she has unparalleled knife skills and the ability to create something extraordinary. Her cooking is full of amazing performances. It is said that she came to participate in the competition because she was bored and came out to hang out. She didn't even take the reward. After hearing Ashura's introduction, Yang Ming couldn't help but get nervous. It seemed that these two people were his strong opponents in this competition. Although Yang Ming believed that his cooking skills had improved a lot, there were many talented people in the world, and he didn't dare to be careless. What's more, the theme of this competition was invisible cooking, and Yang Ming still had no clue. As the competition time approached, the Six-Path Sage had already taken his seat and gave an opening speech. As the waiter raised a stick as high as a person and struck the drum bell heavily, the deafening clang echoed in the air, announcing the official start of the competition. For a moment, the whole competition venue was in full swing, and almost every chef was busy cooking. Yang Ming seemed out of place among them. He watched others cook step by step, but he was just standing there doing nothing. Of course, Yang Ming was not doing nothing, but was staring at the two competitors pointed out by Ashura. Under Yang Ming's astonished eyes, the woman with the face of Feng Ji and the body of Furong Ji actually showed a light knife skill that did not match her body shape. This woman's knife is, as her name suggests, called Zi. The knife in Zi's hand is not an ordinary kitchen knife, but a knife specially made for carving. There are 12 knives in total, each of which is of different lengths and sizes, corresponding to shaving, chopping, blowing, and other methods. In her hands, the 12 specially made kitchen knives seem to be infused with souls, like a dancing dancer, dancing the complicated and difficult ballet to perfection. There was a living big yellow cow standing in front of Zi, as big as her. But when Zi picked up a kitchen knife that looked like a machete, the big yellow cow in front of her was neatly cut into several pieces in a flash of blade light, just like a precise surgical operation. What was even more shocking was that the cross-section of the big yellow cow was as smooth as a mirror. Not only did it not destroy the pattern on the surface of the beef, but it seemed to follow the pattern. The white fat was distributed like spider silk, which looked pleasing to the eye. Zi was like dicing a cow. Under her magic hands, the meat and bones were all separated. The blood fell on the ground like a torrential rain, soaking the earth but not disgusting. Instead, there was a kind of bloody beauty, that kind of momentary beauty, showing the purity of the knife skills. Yang Ming couldn't help but stare at it in a trance. This kind of knife skills was a level he had not yet reached. Unexpectedly, he had the honor to witness it, but it is said that he benefited a lot. When Yang Ming turned his sight and looked at another powerful competitor, Ku, he suddenly found that the other party had already cooked the food without knowing when. This speed, this efficiency, is really extraordinary. Ku, an old man with a sad face, did not show a trace of joy on his face. Too many vicissitudes of life, like the wrinkles on his face, were deeply imprinted in his soul and also integrated into the food he cooked. The title of Master of Bitter Cuisine is not a false reputation. Only chefs who have tasted all kinds of life and integrated all kinds of suffering they have experienced into food can get this title. Chapter 428 Black Chicken Rice. Under Yang Ming's gaze, as his strong opponent in this competition, Ku carried a pot of hot food, slowly and firmly walked to the referee's seat, and placed it in front of the six-path sage. Ku was the champion of the first world cooking competition, and Liu Dao sage was not unfamiliar with him. That was why he twitched his mouth in secret. He did not expect that Ku was the first chef to serve the dishes. To be honest, Liu Dao sage really did not want to see this situation. It was because Ku's dishes were really bitter. Even after so many years, Liu Dao sage still had lingering fears about Ku's dishes, which could give us a glimpse of it. Liu Dao sage glanced at the hot dishes on the table. It was black chicken soup. The soup base was made of 47 kinds of precious medicinal materials. The thick soup was pitch black, and there was a suffocating smell of Chinese herbal medicine. Seeing this, Liu Dao sage could not help but frown, and the middle of his eyebrows squeezed into a shape, with a look of worry. I said, Ku, you should know what the theme of this competition is, right? Liu Dao sage looked at Ku with deep eyes and said kindly. The theme of this competition is invisible dishes. But now, the black chicken soup made by Ku can be seen. This means that Ku, the former champion of the competition, may fail. But in fact, is it really that easy? Ku pulled the corner of his mouth, and tried to smile, but it affected his facial muscles, and the knife-like wrinkles suddenly stretched out, like a blooming chrysanthemum, which looked uglier than crying. The real dish I made is here. He stretched out a hand towards the black chicken soup, and you can see that the back of his hand is covered with scars left by whipping, like snakes crisscrossing. I don't know what this sad old man has experienced. In his hand, a sharp blade with a cold light was tightly grasped, and he carefully turned up the belly of the black chicken and tore it apart bit by bit. When the belly of the black chicken was completely cracked, what appeared in front of the six-path sage was a bunch of crystal clear and full rice-like pearls. A strong fragrance different from the smell of Chinese herbal medicine filled the surroundings, and even the six-path sage's tongue could not help but speed up the secretion, and there was a strong desire to eat. It can be seen that as the belly cracked, strands of liquid like gold quietly flowed out from it, and an extreme attraction firmly grasped the six-path sage's sight, and he could no longer move away. Ku looked at the dish with eager eyes like treating a lover, and said proudly, "This is the black chicken rice I made, please enjoy it slowly." The six-path sage took a deep breath, and the water mist steaming from the black chicken rice flew out like a white dragon and was swept into his nose. For a moment, a smell of Chinese herbal medicine and a strong chicken fragrance occupied the tongue like a whirlwind. The six-path's immortal's body trembled, and he felt that his internal organs were about to be filled with fragrance, and even the breath he exhaled was stained with fragrance. The six-path's immortal suppressed his desire and pretended to be calm on his face, but his hand holding the spoon trembled slightly, revealing his inner restlessness. Ah! When the crystal-clear and plump rice entered his mouth, the six-path's immortal clapped his hands suddenly, and his eyes burst into a light of extreme surprise. This is indeed the taste of chicken. And it's the most top-notch delicacy. What a solemn and gorgeous sweetness, as if it was swept by turbulent waves, but it was extremely colorful and fascinating. Rich taste, my blood, I seem to be able to hear the sound of blood rushing in my body, the unique taste that is both elegant and sweet, it is really the best, this is the 100% chicken that can bring happiness to people. The six-path's immortal's face was flushed, and he stood up excitedly, almost making a high-pitched sound like a man and a woman making love. He originally thought that the dish made by Ku was no different from what he had made in the past, and the bitter taste was still the selling point. But it was not. When the extreme bitterness came to an end, the sweetness came. It was obvious that Ku had taken the bitter dish to the extreme, reaching a new height, and completely sublimating this dish. It can be said that this dish gave the six-path sage a big surprise. Not only was it delicious, but it also fit the theme of the competition. It can be said to be a masterpiece of the treasure of the store. Delicious! So delicious! The six-path sage exclaimed, without stopping, and kept putting the black chicken rice into his mouth. As he devoured it, it didn't take long before the full rice was eaten up, leaving only the hollowed-out black chicken belly, revealing the traces she had left. At this time, the six-path sage was obviously still hungry, tearing off a piece of black chicken meat and chewing it, hoping to continue the previous pleasure. But something unexpected happened. The black chicken meat that entered his mouth not only had no rich fragrance, but also had a very bad taste, as dry firewood, and almost broke the six-path sage's teeth. Seeing this, Ku could only smile bitterly and said, "Sir, all the essence of the black chicken has been concentrated in this rice, which is equivalent to a man who has been drained of his energy. Naturally, there is no taste at all. Hearing his explanation, Liu Dao Xianren smacked his lips with satisfaction and sighed, it would be great if you cooked more. Seeing Liu Dao Xianren's appetite, many discerning chefs in the competition would seize the opportunity to serve their carefully cooked dishes. Especially seeing Ku's outstanding performance, the other chefs in the competition were full of energy and were determined to gain a good reputation. When most of the chefs left, the only one left was the female chef named Ziai with Fengji's face and Furongji's figure, and Yang Ming who had nothing to do. Especially at this moment, almost everyone had something to do, but Yang Ming was the only one who did nothing, which was particularly eye-catching. Many chefs who participated in the competition did not show anything on the surface when they passed by Yang Ming, but they looked at him with extreme contempt in their eyes. They thought that Yang Ming had no real skills and got in through the back door. Some people also recognized Yang Ming as the guy who entered the examination room number 11, and immediately showed an understanding expression, thinking that Yang Ming had made a dirty deal with the examiner in private, otherwise how to explain that the examination room number 11, which had never been passed by anyone, would allow him to pass? The strange-looking woman Ziai put away the 12 knives and glanced at Yang Ming, but found that the other party was still stealing her knife skills. She snorted coldly, "Have you seen enough? If you have seen enough, get out of here." Ziai thought that Yang Ming was taking advantage of this opportunity to steal the skills, and people with skills generally have bad tempers, so she naturally didn't look at Yang Ming well. She spoke very loudly, which immediately attracted the attention of people around her. Chapter 429, Marshmallows Made of Beef. Although Ziai had a face like Feng Ji and a figure like Sister Furong, she stood out among the talented chefs with her amazing knife skills and won the championship of the Second World Cooking Competition. The most amazing thing is that when faced with the prize of the champion, that is, making a wish to the Six-Path Sage and getting what she wanted, Ziai ignored it. In front of everyone, she just claimed very arrogantly that she was just out for fun. It is conceivable that when Ziai said such arrogant words, I don't know how many chefs were ashamed and angry, and almost wanted to fight her. From this point, it can be seen that Ziai is a very conceited chef, so when she realized that Yang Ming had not been serious in the competition and stared at her all the way, he must be stealing his skills. With her conceit, how could she recognize it? Not ruining the scene in public is already a face for the Six-Path Sage. But this does not mean that Ziai will give face to Yang Ming. There was a murderous look between Zi's eyebrows, and she looked like a reincarnated female demon. A wild aura came over her like a storm, which surprised Yang Ming. Ziai glared at Yang Ming fiercely, "If you look at me again, I will dig out your eyes." Yang Ming. Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely, and he was speechless. Although he was not discriminating against appearance, you have the face of Sister Feng and the body of Sister Furong. Every move is as sorry to the audience as a Godzilla. Who would watch you? Seeing that Yang Ming was silent, Ziai raised her chin quite conceitedly, looking up at the sky with an arrogant look. However, she did have the capital to be conceited. Just relying on her superb knife skills, she had already entered the hall and could be said to be a master of the generation. At this time, the other chefs had presented the prepared dishes to the Six-Path Sage for tasting. Unfortunately, they were very tragic. Either the dishes they made did not match the theme, or the level of their dishes was not as good as the black bone chicken rice that they had made, so they were ruthlessly eliminated. They walked down the referee's seat one by one with their heads down. When they passed by Yang Ming, they saw that he still did not start the competition. They could not help but feel very unbalanced and angry. Fortunately, there were not many fools who could stand out from the numerous chefs who passed the first round of difficult interviews and came to the second round. There was no brainless ridicule. One of the smart chefs smiled sinisterly and said to Ziai, "Master Ziai, you don't need to be angry. I believe that with your level, Yang Ming, a yellow-haired boy, will never be able to catch up with you in his lifetime." It was really a pot that was not mentioned. Ziai had originally planned to let it go, but unexpectedly someone brought up the past, and she suddenly became furious. She first glared at the chef who spoke, then looked at Yang Ming arrogantly, with the corners of her mouth raised high, revealing a cruel and mocking smile. "Boy, I'm not just good at knife skills." As she spoke, she pulled out a thin and sharp knife, which was as smooth as flowing water, and like an extremely precise machine, she cut the beef accurately and delicately. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the long and thin beef was cut, like a weeping willow in the wind, and fell on the white plate like a fairy scattering flowers. It's hard to imagine that such a fat woman, with a waistline as big as a bucket, and both hands filled with fat, looks so bloated, but she has such light knife skills. It's simply amazing. It seems that in her hands, the knife is no longer a knife in the ordinary sense, but a pen in the hands of a writer, embellishing a gorgeous chapter. If you observe carefully, you can even be horrified to find that each cut beef shred is not only thin and long, but also unexpectedly consistent in length and size. How meticulous thinking and delicate mind are needed to achieve this. For example, it is like everyone can write, but few people can write fast and as regular as the words typed by the computer. Then, Zi put the beef shreds into a bucket, which already had a bucket of seasonings prepared. She rubbed the beef shreds like washing chopsticks, and blended all kinds of seasonings into it. Then, it was time to show her skills. When Zi took out the beef shreds, they had changed a lot and turned into white meat shreds. Zi's hands were changing rapidly, and because the speed was so fast, it gave people an illusion that she had turned into a thousand-handed guanyin and stretched out countless hands. It was as magical as a magic trick. In a dazzling movement, the originally scattered meat shreds were actually mixed into a sparse and dense meat shreds. When all this was settled, Yang Ming couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't help wiping his eyes, trying to see if he was dazzled. But the truth was so cruel that even if Yang Ming wiped his eyes countless times, everything in front of him was still there. What on earth is this? This is actually a ball of cotton candy. Just from the appearance, it is no different from real cotton candy. If Yang Ming hadn't been staring at Zi for a long time, he probably wouldn't believe that this was made of beef shreds. It wasn't just Yang Ming who was so surprised. When Zi finished the work in her hands, the uproar from the surrounding chefs and the audience below surged like a wave. This is simply a miracle in the food industry. It is even more outstanding than the bitter black bone chicken rice. It is not only close to the theme of invisible cuisine, but also unique and innovative. This is nonsense. If you haven't seen her production process, who knows that this is marshmallow made from shredded beef? Of course it is invisible. Seeing this, Liu Dao Sage's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but have an unprecedented expectation in his heart. I wonder what this unique marshmallow will taste like? It's really curious. Liu Dao Sage took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and was ready to taste this dish. Zi carefully placed the marshmallow on the plate, as if treating it with extremely precious porcelain, fearing that it would be accidentally broken. When she passed by Yang Ming, Zi turned her head and raised a sarcastic arc at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Yang Ming with a particularly conceited look. This is not a place for a yellow-haired boy like you. Go back to where you came from, or your mother will be happy to hold you in her arms and feed you. Since ancient times, only women and villains should not be offended. At this moment, Yang Ming really understood this truth. This dish does exist in reality, but I ate it a long time ago and I have long forgotten what it is made of. Chapter 430 Yang Ming's response. As the champion of the Second World Cooking Competition, Zi is really worthy of her name. She actually made marshmallows cooked with beef, which immediately caused a sensation in the audience. Everyone almost widened their eyes, as if by doing this, they could see clearly whether Zi had secretly switched the bag. However, no matter how they looked at it, this was marshmallow, not beef shreds at all. It is difficult to describe this as a magical skill. It can be called a unique skill. Among the audience, Gaizami was holding a dogtail grass in his mouth, looking indifferent. But when he saw the marshmallow appear, Gaizami opened his mouth unconsciously, and didn't even notice the dogtail grass falling out of his mouth. Drops of cold sweat fell from Gaizami's forehead frantically, his eyes were full of despair. In this situation, how could Boss Yang Ming win? There was no chance of winning at all. It was like humans facing an omnipotent god, as if there is an insurmountable chasm lying there. Although Gaizami has always believed in Yang Ming, after seeing this scene, he really can't convince himself that Boss Yang Ming has any other means to win. On the stage, Zi is like a proud swan, stepping forward step by step with her head held high, her chin raised high, as if her two eyes are on her head, giving people a very conceited and arrogant feeling. However, if she hadn't made marshmallows with shredded beef before, perhaps many people would not be able to stand her virtue, but now, they just think that this is what a strong person should have, and she deserves this kind of conceit. When Zi stepped onto the referee's seat and came to the six-path sage, no matter how conceited she was, she lowered her arrogant head obediently, carefully placed the marshmallow on the table, and whispered, "My lord, please enjoy it slowly." The six-path sage made a thick nasal sound, and then focused all his attention on this unique marshmallow. When watching from a distance, the six-path sage felt that this was incredible. When he looked closely at it, the six-path sage seemed to notice a subtle point. This marshmallow made of shredded meat was like a spider web. The dense silk threads seemed to be mixed into a ball, but the inside was well organized. It was not as chaotic as it looked on the surface. It had a contradictory and unified beauty. If you look more carefully, you will find that between these shredded meat, there is an invisible viscous liquid that turns into a layer of skin, tightly wrapping the shredded meat inside, like a glue that tightly binds the originally loose shredded meat together. The six-path sage's eyes lit up, and he had a vague guess in his heart. He couldn't resist the attraction of the food and opened his mouth to bite it. Ah! In the mouth, to the six-path sage's surprise, it was unusually soft and sticky, like eating real marshmallows. A sweet taste poured into the mouth like a fountain, making people fascinated and unable to extricate themselves. Oh my God, this is so creative and wonderful. I feel like my tongue is wrapped in silk threads, and a strange pleasure surges into my heart. It's hard to imagine that I'm really eating beef. Oh, this really subverts my previous concept. This is really beef shreds, not cotton candy. Why does it taste so sweet and so similar? In front of this magical dish, the black chicken rice I made before can't compare with it at all. It's really a small witch compared to a big witch. This is a masterpiece that continues the past and opens up the future, and it is also a milestone in the food industry. The six-path immortal has been conquered by this dish. The whole person is intoxicated in the endless sweetness, as if swimming in a sweet ocean and can't extricate himself. You can see that there are still some silver-white beef shreds on the lips of the six-path immortal, just like eating lotus roots, connecting the two ends entangledly. If you look closely, under the sunshine, these silver-white silk threads are shining with a layer of crystal light, which is the light reflected by the sticky liquid. A gleam of brilliance flashed across the eyes of the six-path sage. After eating so many different delicacies, how could he not know what this was? Yes, this must be sugar cane candy. The six-path sage suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Z's eyes tightly. His compelling gaze was like substance, as if he wanted to see through people. He asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Is it right?" A trace of pride flashed in Z's eyes, and he said loudly, "Yes, sir, this is sugar cane candy. I boiled sugar cane candy into sugar glue, used it to dye, and used it to connect these beef shreds." Clap! 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 Hearing this, the six-path sage applauded with joy, with admiration in his eyes. "Your dish is really outstanding. Do you have a name for it?" "Yes." Zi stretched out her hand to hold the black hair beside her ear, and said quite complacently, "It's called the cow and spring silkworms." Cow and spring silkworms? At first, the six-path sage didn't react, but when he recalled that this dish was made of shredded beef, he couldn't help but laugh. This name is really interesting and to the point. After eating the marshmallow in his hand, the six-path sage burped with satisfaction, touched his swollen belly, and sighed, "It seems that I don't need to tell you the winner of this competition, right?" Z's mouth curled up slightly, and a sharp arc was raised, and he seemed to kindly remind, "My lord, don't forget that there is another person in the field." After Z's reminder, the six-path sage suddenly came back to his senses, and it seemed to be true. When the six-path sage focused his eyes on the competition field and saw Yang Ming's figure, he was stunned. He never thought that at this time, the only person left was Yang Ming. And judging from his appearance, he hasn't started cooking yet. What is he doing? The six-path sage could not help but frown, and between his brows he made a shape, and said in a deep voice, "Yang Ming, I have to tell you that you have at most if you don't cook in the next half hour, I can only regretfully tell you that you are eliminated." Hearing the words of the six-path sage, the failed chefs looked at Yang Ming with a sense of pleasure. "You deserve it for not cooking." Yang Ming had expected this. However, Yang Ming still hadn't figured out what to cook, so he had to ask the system for help. "System, I want to use the rewards of 2 hidden tasks to exchange for the corresponding cooking methods in advance." If it were possible, Yang Ming would really be reluctant to do so, but unfortunately, he could not catch the wolf without sacrificing his child, so he had to be cruel. Detecting the host's surrounding environment. Scanning. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 431 Unprecedented Magical Cuisine. Under the pressure of the black chicken rice made by the bitter Master Ku and the beef marshmallows made by the knife Master Zi, Yang Ming finally made up his mind to use the rewards of 2 hidden tasks to exchange for the system's cooking methods to deal with the current situation in advance. When Yang Ming saw the cooking method given by the system, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a confident smile. This cooking method is very interesting, divided into several levels. One is the street method, one is the family method, and the other is the traditional banquet method. Among them, due to the current ingredients and time constraints, Yang Ming had to choose the street method. Although this method is very unrestricted, Yang Ming can't care so much. Yang Ming selected rotten meat, dead snails, rotten eggs, pickles and slop from the ingredients provided, and then mixed them together to ferment and make stinky brine. When the stinky brine was made, the smell of stinky socks that were never taken off after washing feet, with a strong nauseating and suffocating smell, suddenly swept over like a storm and spread to the entire stadium. When Ku smelled the stench, his face suddenly turned pale, and the wrinkles on his face were tangled together, as if he was holding it back. But the stench was so terrible, it was like a biological weapon exploding, bringing an unprecedented impact to people's noses. Ku felt that his stomach was churning, and a strong sour smell surged into his throat. His eyes rolled back and he couldn't hold it anymore. He immediately buried his head and retched, almost vomiting out the overnight meal. Not only did the bitterness have such a big reaction, but after smelling the stinky brine made by Yang Ming, few people in the entire stadium could remain intact. Ashura was so choked by the stench that tears were about to flow out. He pinched his nose with one hand and held on with difficulty, but strangely found that Kisame beside him stood calmly, as if he was not affected at all. Under the bombardment of this stinking stench, Kisame really stood out from the crowd, and people couldn't help but feel a kind of admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Ashura gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, you are really awesome, you can actually stand this stench." Hearing this compliment, Kisame grinned, shyly turned his head, and said, "Well, I don't breathe with my nose, I breathe with my gills." Ashura. Puff. Ashura was almost pissed off. Comparing yourself to others is really annoying. While they were talking, Yang Ming had already cooked the dish at the fastest speed. But when people focused their attention on this dish, everyone almost fainted. It was because Yang Ming's dish looked like a pile of shit. "You said you have a strong taste, but you made the dish look like a pile of shit. But why is the smell from it no different from the real thing? How embarrassing." Everyone present looked at the Six-Path Sage with pity. They were originally envious of the Six-Path Sage. After all, sitting there, they could taste the dishes cooked by excellent chefs from all over the world. It was really cool. But what about now? As a judge of the World Cooking Competition, the Six-Path Sage had to be the first to try the taste of this pile of shit. Just looking at it from a distance, this pile of shit has a lot of power, which is daunting. Yang Ming had a calm expression on his face, and placed the plate in front of the Six-Path Sage, and did not forget to remind him, "Please eat it while it's hot, it won't taste good if it's cold." Gurgle. The Six-Path Sage looked at the steaming shit in front of him, his throat moved up and down with difficulty, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva bitterly. The pungent smell of feet was enough to kill people. The Six-Path Sage smelled the stench and almost burst into tears, almost doubting his life. The Six-Path Sage dared not imagine how he would face life and his relatives and friends after eating this shit. Could it be that in the history books of the ninja world, it will be recorded that the Six-Path Sage was the founder of the ninja world, divided yin and yang, founded the ninja sect, and then, ate a pile of shit? Oh my god! This picture is too beautiful, I dare not look at it. Could it be that the descendants of this time and space, whenever they miss? When reciting the Six-Path Sage, after a moment of admiration, one must add, "Oh, the Six-Path Sage's taste is really unique, and he even ate a pile of shit." The Six-Path Sage opened his mouth bitterly and hard, and put the black unknown object in front of him into his mouth. This is... A magical change occurred. Originally, the Six-Path Sage thought that this was something very unpalatable and disgusting. But unexpectedly, once it entered the mouth, the smooth taste was really delicious. The most unacceptable thing is still to come. The smell of the feet that originally smelled particularly stinky turned into an unparalleled fragrance once it entered the mouth. This fragrance is simply incomparable to any kind of food. Whether it is the fragrance of delicious food, the fragrance of various flowers, or the mellow fragrance of fine wine, in front of this dish, they are all dwarfed by the Big Witch, and there is no comparison at all. This process of changing from stench to fragrance was so abrupt that the Six-Path Sage seemed to be riding a roller coaster, from a cruel hell to a happy paradise. It's so delicious. How can there be such delicious food? I have lived for most of my life, and I have never eaten such delicious and fragrant top-quality food. The six-path sage waved his arms excitedly, talking incoherently, with an ecstatic expression on his face. Even if he ate black chicken rice and beef marshmallows, the six-path sage had never shown such a crazy side. Just like a teenager who is keen on football, suddenly got a football signed by Beckham, the six-path sage was simply overwhelmed. The six-path sage grabbed Yang Ming's shoulders, opened his eyes wide, and stared at the tiny human like a dragon, full of unparalleled majesty. "Oh, Yang Ming, you must tell me what this is. If you tell the truth, I will forgive you for deliberately making such a delicious dish look like shit." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. No one expected that the six-path sage would be so out of control, and it seemed that he liked the dishes cooked by Yang Ming very much, and he was more excited than ever before. Zi's face was twisted into a ball, and it looked as ugly as it was. Zi's chest seemed to have been dropped by a bomb, and she roared wildly with a hoarse and lung-breaking voice. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is just a yellow-haired boy who can steal the skills. How can he make any delicious dishes? I don't accept it." Chapter 432 The End of the Six-Path Sage. Seeing that the six-path sage actually praised the dishes cooked by Yang Ming, Zi's face was abnormally twisted, and it looked extremely terrifying. As a knife master who relies on skills rather than appearance, Zi has always been a very conceited woman. That's why she was so angry when she found out that Yang Ming had stolen her knife skills. And now, this yellow-haired boy who relied on stealing skills can actually make food that makes the Six Paths Immortals look at him? Even if she was beaten to death, Zi would never believe it. So, she only did one thing. Zi shook the thick layer of fat on her body, like a large ball, and rushed to the referee's seat, grabbing the strange dish with an almost unreasonable attitude. "I just don't believe it, what's so delicious about it?" Zi was already blinded by anger, and a trace of cruelty flashed in her eyes. She held back the unpleasant smell that was close at hand and took a big bite. Click! But something strange happened. After Zi took a bite, she seemed to have lost her soul. Her eyes were dull and her hands almost broke the plate. Fortunately, the six-path sage was quick and snatched it back. How could it be? Zi felt so confused, her whole world-view was overturned. The process of the stench suddenly turning into fragrance was so abrupt that it was simply challenging any of her past experience. The waves of pleasure from the taste buds on the tip of her tongue almost drowned her like a raging wave. The fragrance was more outstanding than Chanel perfume and any known fragrance in the world. Zi bowed her head in despair. Such food was not a delicacy that should exist in the world. This was a divine dish that could make gods dumbfounded. Now, Zi just wanted to know what the hell this was. But she couldn't open her mouth to ask a question to someone she had despised before, a woman who was so conceited. Fortunately, Zi was not the only one who had this doubt. The six-path sage took advantage of this short time to eat it up in a flash, and the plate was as clean as if it had been licked clean. The six-path sage felt goosebumps all over his body, and it seemed that every cell in his body was filled with that strange fragrance, which was unforgettable for a lifetime. "Yang Ming, now, why don't you tell me what this is?" The six-path sage said with a smile. Yang Ming had known that everyone on the scene would have such a big reaction, so he had always been very calm, like a big wave washing away the sand, but could not break the towering reef, standing calmly. "Don't say that this dish does not exist in this world, so it is so exaggerated. Even on the earth where Yang Ming was before he crossed over, this dish still has an amazing influence. People who hate it very much and will never eat it. People who like it will fall in love with this stinky smell from the bottom of their hearts, even to a crazy point." Yang Ming raised his mouth and said lightly, "This is stinky tofu." "That's right, it's stinky tofu. It's just that because Yang Ming made it for the first time, and the time was too tight, there was only half an hour left, so when he made tofu with soybeans, there was not much time to solidify, so he had to fry it into balls, and then add the stinky brine that smelled so sour, it became this shit-like dish." "Stinky tofu?" The Six Paths Immortal nodded thoughtfully, licked his lips with an unsatisfied look, and said, "Yang Ming, I think it's still early, why don't you make more?" Hearing this, everyone present was in an uproar. Even the ordinary people who came to watch the excitement suddenly changed color and left the competition venue. "This is nonsense. Making stinky tofu once is already stinky enough to shake the world. You make it again, this is unacceptable." All of a sudden, the originally crowded competition venue was suddenly empty and became much more spacious. As the first champion of the world cooking competition, Ku was already vomiting wildly due to the stench, and almost vomited bile. Hearing this, Ku suddenly smiled bitterly and advised, "My lord, why don't you announce the results of the competition quickly, and then ask Yang Ming to go home and make stinky tofu, we really can't stand it." Ahem. The old face of the Six Paths Immortal blushed, "Don't worry, there is still me. I really hope to compete with Yang Ming in cooking in the third round." The Six Paths Sage looked at Yang Ming eagerly, as if he had found some rare treasure. "If you don't have any questions, let's schedule the competition tomorrow. You are tired today, so go to bed early." How could Yang Ming refuse? This was related to a hidden task of the system. For Yang Ming, who now owed the system 2 hidden task rewards, this could be said to be timely rain. When the chefs heard that the Six Paths Sage was going to arrange a cooking competition between him and Yang Ming, they were shocked. Even the 2 former champions, Ku and Zi, had never had this honor. Although they also knew that there was a third round of the competition, they had never seen the Six Paths Sage end. Therefore, all the participating chefs looked at Yang Ming with envy and jealousy, and they wanted to compete in his place. If eyes could kill, Yang Ming would have died countless times at this time. At the same time, Uchiha Madara hugged his chest and looked at this scene calmly, with a sneer on his lips. "Six Paths Sage. It seems that you can't live until tomorrow. Tonight is when the 10 tails will be free again." Uchiha Madara's heart was burning with excitement when he thought that he could also possess the legendary power of the Six Paths. He now had the Samsara Eye and the cells of Hashirama Senju, so he was ready except for the east wind. He. Hearing Uchiha Madara's confident words, a little boy who looked underdeveloped beside him laughed strangely. Needless to say, this little boy is the one possessed by Black Zetsu. After stealing the 10 tails chakra secretly for the past few days, Black Zetsu has stolen a total of 3/10 of the 10 tails chakra. When stealing last night, Black Zetsu sensitively discovered that the plan had changed slightly. If he stole 40% of the 10 tails chakra, the Six Paths Sage would find something unusual. Therefore, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara have already agreed to steal the 10 tails chakra at once today to gather enough to make the outer path demon statue undergo a qualitative change. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the little boy possessed by Black Zetsu. "You have already controlled Indra, right? When we get out of trouble and buy time, this will be a weapon that can threaten Otsutsuki Hago Romo." Uchiha Madara felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if he was using himself as a shield. Chapter 433 Six Paths Sage takes action. In the dark night, the wind howled like a ghost, and the whole world seemed to be swallowed by darkness. In this silent night, the ambitious man has already started to act. At the Six Paths Sage's house. I'm afraid the Six Paths Sage never dreamed that the beautiful woman who shared the bed with him was actually a hidden chess piece set up by Black Zetsu many years ago. With the experience of the past few days, Black Zetsu is now familiar with stealing the chakra of the 10 tails, and everything is so skillful and silent. When approaching the threshold that was about to alarm the Six Paths Sage, the beautiful woman possessed by Black Zetsu showed a fierce expression on her face, and an unprecedented suction force was generated. The huge 10 tails chakra turned into a vortex and emerged, falling into his hands one after another. With such a big movement, the Six Paths Sage was awakened immediately. But when he wanted to make a move, he found that his whole body was paralyzed. It turned out that Black Zetsu had put a very strong toxic drug in the Six Paths Sage's food before completing the plan today. Of course, this kind of drug can only temporarily paralyze the Six Paths Sage for a period of time, but for Black Zetsu, this is enough to buy a considerable amount of time. Once he stole enough 10 tails chakra, Black Zetsu immediately abandoned the beautiful woman and escaped using Earth Escape. Seeing this, the Six Paths Sage stared with his eyes, and an unprecedented anger burst out. It was like Brother Baoqiang was cheated on by his agent, and it was not until many years later that he found out that the agent not only robbed his woman, but also robbed his hard-earned money. Accompanied by extreme anger, an amazing chakra burst out from the body of the Six Paths Sage, excreting the toxins in the body like a landslide, and then regaining control of the body. In the horrified eyes of the beautiful woman next to him, he slapped her with a slap, carrying a powerful force, and destroyed the opponent's mind. "I don't care who you are, don't even think about escaping." The Six Paths Sage suddenly closed his eyes, and with him as the center, his mental power soared, turning into a circle of transparent spheres, spreading out to the surroundings, and in just a moment, it covered 100 miles of land. It can be seen that the six-path sage used this trick not without cost. It was only a few seconds, and he used this ability without the help of any tools, and his face became a little more haggard. But it was all worth it. Like a modern radar, Black Zetsu's figure was as bright as a candle in the dark night, and his slippery figure ran towards the outside of the city at a very fast speed. "I found you!" The six-path sage suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of unparalleled murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He had never been as angry as today. If he was just cuckolded, it would be fine. More importantly, the six-path sage was horrified to find that the 10 tails chakra sealed in his body was less than half left. How could this be possible? Boom! At this moment, the entire Fengde city seemed to have sensed the anger of the six-path sage. It trembled under this raging anger, wailing, and the whole earth shook violently, as if a super earthquake had occurred. In the dark night, the six-path sage was dressed in a white robe, surrounded by the seeking Dao jade, suspended in the sky, like a person who had ascended to heaven, and a sense of etherealness filled the surroundings. He looked at the direction where Black Zetsu was going away, and a chakra burst into the sky. Die! The six-path sage stretched out a hand and aimed it at Black Zetsu, and then a huge shock wave, like a white thunderbolt, tore through the darkness, penetrated the entire space, and illuminated the entire darkness. Under the illumination of this tragic white light, Black Zetsu's figure seemed so small and pathetic, as if he would be annihilated by a single blow. But at this moment, a person who the six-path sage had never expected appeared. And this person actually stood in front of Black Zetsu, like a towering mountain, and would never step back even in the face of the wrath of the gods. This person was Uchiha Madara. The roar of the wind blew Uchiha Madara's messy hair into disarray. His black hair was wildly messy in the wind. Under the pale light, his ambitious eyes were revealed. There seemed to be a flame burning in them. The heat seemed to burn even the heaven and earth. Facing the ultimate blow of the six-path sage, Uchiha Madara deeply felt that the energy filled with the power of destroying the world was so amazing. The space produced waves of ripples and even a little tiny space cracks wherever it passed. You can imagine how terrible it was. But Uchiha Madara was not an ordinary person. Under this attack, his figure was so small, but he still stood tall. On that cold and domineering face, it seemed that even fear could not leave a mark on it. There was only a desire to fight a strong enemy, which turned into a wild color, and seemed so eager to fight. Fight! 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 As the chakra in his body surged wildly, Uchiha Madara's eyes spun rapidly, and in a short time, they turned into the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, facing the attack of the six-path sage, and his mouth corners were raised high. At this moment, he really looked like Indra's supreme dominance. He pointed to the sky with one hand, and I am the only one in the world. God! Luo! Tian! Zhang! Like a crazy roar like a giant beast, Uchiha Madara shouted loudly, and the power of the Samsara Eye was like a dam that found the opening for venting. All the power poured out in an instant, turning into a surging force that attracted the attention of the world. The amazing repulsive force turned into a circle of destructive ripples, and it was an attack against the attack, crashing into the shock wave of the six-path sage. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be deprived of sound, and there was a void-like silence around, so quiet that it was terrifying. Then, a huge light shone in all directions, as if God said there should be light, and the first ray of light created tore the entire wild and dark world apart, letting the light drive away all the colors in the world, except for the bleak white light. Then, as if the whole world was about to collapse, a thunderous and earth-shattering roar broke out. The earth shook wildly, and gullies like natural moats stretched out in all directions in a winding way. Each crack was bottomless, like the Great Rift Valley in Africa, as if it led directly to hell, which was terrifying. Under this horrific man-made natural disaster, humans are so small, like ants. The houses nearby were completely evaporated in just a moment, leaving no trace of existence at all. Chapter 434, Six Paths Madara. When the six-path sage and Uchiha Madara blasted each other, even the sky and the earth changed color. However, Uchiha Madara did not die. A giant tree that seemed to connect the sky and the earth tore through the darkness and was born in the world. It stood on the earth with a wild breath, and made a shield for Uchiha Madara, blocking all the aftermath of the power. Seeing this, the six-path sage suddenly changed color, and said in shock and anger, "Outer Path Demon Statue! Ah!" As if to declare his existence to the world, or to be in great pain from the aftermath of their power, the outer path demon statue shook its tiger body and suddenly roared to the sky. The figure, which is as tall as 1,000 feet, is like a skyscraper, as if it spans through the ages, and has a momentum that makes people all over the world look at it sideways. The countless tangled and thick tree roots under it are like rampaging tentacles. The moment it sees the six-path sage, it can be said that it is a narrow road for enemies. Even if it is now just the body of the 10 tails, the deep resentment has long been irreconcilable. What's more, now it has obtained a small part of the 10 tails chakra, and the former soul has begun to gradually awaken. In just a blink of an eye, the outer path demon statue turned into a sea of trees that covered the sky and rushed towards the six-path sage. Evil beast! A trace of terrifying murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the six-path sage, and it burst out like two peerless swords. The seeking Daojade surrounding him moved with his thoughts and turned into a copper wall barrier, easily blocking the attack of the outer path demon statue. Ah! Seeing this, the outer path demon statue became even more angry, but the energy in its body was limited. At this moment, a dark phantom came to the outer path demon statue as agile as a cunning rabbit and a cheetah. This person was Black Zetsu. He held the stolen 10 tails chakra in his hand, and at this time, he kept sending it into the outer path demon statue. At this time, the outer path demon statue was empty, and Black Zetsu's move was just a timely help. It can be seen that when the outer path demon statue absorbed this huge 10 tails chakra, huge and profound changes immediately occurred all over its body. The original human-like appearance was completely abandoned at this moment, and it completely turned into a plant-like appearance. The force of attacking the six-path sage was even more rapid and strong. Even if the opponent had the resistance of the seeking Daojade, it seemed to be in danger. Oh! No! Seeing this, the face of the six-path sage suddenly changed, and he let out an extremely high-pitched and shrill roar, like the howl of a banshee, so sharp that it could pierce a person's eardrum. The six-path sage could feel that as the 10 tails woke up faster, the power in his body began to become disordered, and his strength dropped a lot. The remaining 10 tails chakra in his body actually rioted at this time, causing the six-path sage to be immediately trapped inside and outside. However, the six-path sage was also a decisive person. When he noticed something was wrong, he immediately grasped the core of the entire battlefield. That's right, the core is Uchiha Madara. This person also has the Samsara Eye. Obviously, the other party has been planning for a long time. Since he intends to release the 10 tails, it means that he has a big plan. I'm afraid the ultimate goal is to rescue his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. After all, it has only been more than 10 years since Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed, and the other party is definitely likely to do so. It's a long story, but these thoughts flashed through the mind of the six-path sage, and he quickly locked onto the target, Uchiha Madara. A crazy killing intent burst out from his eyes, and then the six-path sage fought against the backlash of the power in his body, and withstood the desperate pursuit of the outer path demon statue outside. He burst out with a speed beyond all things in the world, like a flash of light, and the whole person came to Uchiha Madara brazenly. Sorry, kid. But, for the peace of the world, please die. The six-path sage murmured to himself in a low voice, and in his hand, a raised nan comparable to the tailed beast cannon was condensed, carrying the terrifying power of destroying the world, and smashed towards Uchiha Madara. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara had the Samsara Eye, and could barely keep up with the speed of the six-path sage. Seeing the six-path sage fighting like crazy, Uchiha Madara suddenly had a dead soul, his eyes rotated quickly, a space ripple appeared in front of him, and then a figure was spit out. The person who came out of the Samsara Eye wheel grave space was Indra, the eldest son of the six-path sage. Uchiha Madara grabbed Indra's throat, raised the corner of his mouth, and revealed a hideous look. Come up if you have the guts. In this case, even your son will go to hell with me. He couldn't believe that Indra would be taken hostage to threaten him even if he killed the six-path sage. Seeing this, the six-path sage suddenly became furious, and roared like a wild beast, try to touch him. I will make you die. Although the six-path sage usually disagrees with some of Indra's ideas, thinking that he is too arrogant and too extreme. But, in the end, Indra is still the child of the six-path sage. No matter how big his mistakes are, he still can't change this fact. Therefore, the six-path sage watched Uchiha Madara, who was close at hand, but he couldn't be cruel enough to kill his own child. Old man. Indra watched the six-path sage dissipate the power in his hands sadly. For some reason, an unprecedented touch flowed through his heart. Only when you lose something can you know the preciousness of what you once had. In this moment of life and death, Indra seemed to understand what fatherly love is like a mountain. Hey! Seeing the six-path sage hesitate, Uchihamadara finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was really worried that the old man would not care, which made him nervous all the time. Until now, the dust has settled, Uchihamadara got this time buffer and immediately ran to the 10 tails. Although he was a little surprised that the mysterious guy, Black Zetsu, disappeared, facing the attraction of becoming a six-paths level, Uchihamadara could no longer care so much. Come into my body and become my power. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by Uchihamadara's hearty laughter, a surge of power suddenly flowed out of his body. Then, Uchihamadara underwent amazing changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. His wildly flying black hair turned into white hair, dancing in the air like a white-haired witch. Afterwards, the clothes on Uchihamadara's body turned into a sacred white robe, and several seeking jades surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. One of the seeking jades turned into a majestic wooden staff, which he held firmly in his hand. At this moment, Uchihamadara looked less arrogant, but more sacred and inviolable. Chapter 435 Blood was shed so seriously. Uchihamadara felt the surging power in his body, and a fanatical expression appeared on his face. Ha ha ha! What an intoxicating power! This kind of power is what I pursue all my life. On Uchihamadara's forehead, an extremely strange eye appeared, which was the Samsara Sharingan. After achieving his goal, Uchihamadara threw Indra in front of the six-path sage with a flick of his hand, just like throwing away a garbage bag. But at this moment, the six-path sage had no intention of taking care of Indra at all. Because the six-path sage was completely confused. With a hint of surprise, confusion, and disbelief, the six-path sage murmured, how could he have the Samsara Sharingan? The six-path sage was really puzzled by this question. You know, only when very special conditions are met can this eye be awakened. But obviously, this is not the time for the six-path sage to think, because he was shocked to find that Uchihamadara actually wanted to use the infinite moon reading on the moon. The six-path sage still remembers this ninjutsu. His mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, used this trick to transform a large number of civilians into killing weapons like white zetsu. As a person who loves peace and cares about civilians, the six-path sage was immediately furious and felt a surge of anger. You dare, you brat! With a loud shout, the six-path sage stomped his feet, and the Dao-seeking jade surrounding him turned into boundless sharp blades, accompanying him as he blasted towards Uchihamadara. Like a dazzling comet streaking across the sky, it was about to tear the entire night sky in half. There was a crisp sound of glass breaking in the air, and then the power of destroying the world enveloped Uchihamadara. Boom! 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 As the entire earth shook violently, a rage it flew out like a soaring dragon, turning into a huge mushroom cloud that covered the sky and the sun. The arrogant smoke filled the air, covering the world in a layer of hazy smoke. However, at this moment, from the center of the violent explosion, a burst of arrogant and domineering laughter came. Then, a purple-blue lightning that would make even ghosts and gods cry exploded, like a bird's nest from small to large, the chaotic currents intertwined and spread, turning into a net of death. Humph! A heavy and suppressed hum came out, and a figure was seen like a cannonball, flying out heavily from the smoke. His body was as hot as a cooked shrimp, and even his spine was exaggeratedly bent. This person is not Uchihamadara, but the severely injured six-path sage. The six-path sage pressed his stomach hard, his face turned pale and colorless, he could no longer suppress the injuries in his body, and he spat out red agate-like blood with a wow sound, which spread in the air and turned into a heartbreaking blood mist. As the six-path sage was one step behind, a demon-like tall figure, carrying the wild momentum of the only one in the world, walked out slowly from the smoke step by step. Uchihamadara twisted his neck and raised a grim smile at the corner of his mouth. Six-path sage, nothing more than that. In fact, Uchihamadara was able to severely injure the six-path sage, thanks to the less than half of the 10 tails chakra left in the six-path sage. The 10 tails chakra left in their bodies at this time can be regarded as the relationship between the 9 tails chakra in Naruto and the 4th generation. At the critical moment when the six-path sage exploded, the 10 tails chakra gathered all its strength to attack the six-path sage's seal, causing him to fail in the end, and Uchihamadara seized the opportunity to counterattack. The six-path sage drew a long arc in the air, passing through the place that had been beaten to a pulp, and under the inertial motion of free fall, it heavily smashed into a residential area, and immediately set off a wave of smoke. As luck would have it, the place where the six-path sage landed was where Yang Ming and his party lived. Originally, Yang Ming and his party had been awakened from their dreams by the successive earthquakes. At this time, when they saw that even the six-path sage fell into the ground decadently, forming a big character, they didn't know that a huge change had happened. It is worth mentioning that Ashura also lived here with Yang Ming and his party. At this time, seeing that his loved one was covered with blood beads all over his body, he immediately rushed up without hesitation, "Dad!" This shout can be said to be true and sincere, warming people's hearts like the sunshine in winter. The six-path sage raised his heavy eyelids with difficulty, and saw Ashura's tearful face at first sight. He was moved, and his lips trembled, and he whispered hoarsely, "Child, come closer." "Oh!" Ashura nodded in astonishment and leaned forward. Who knew that at this moment, the six-path sage suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. At the same time, a hot and surging force burst out like a faucet opening, rushing into Ashura's body. "What is this?" Ashura was confused. At this time, the six-path sage withdrew from the six-paths mode at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into an ordinary old man again. The six-path sage looked at Ashura with a loving look, and stretched out his already old fingers to brush the tears on the other's face. "I have given you all the power in my body. I know this task is very difficult for you, but I believe that you can definitely shoulder the responsibility of saving the world. Dad!" Ashura felt his throat dry and his chest was as blocked as if it was pressed by a mountain. Ashura raised his hand and saw a pattern representing the power of Yang imprinted on it. This is not only a pattern, but also a heavy responsibility. At this time, Yang Ming came over, patted Ashura on the shoulder, and comforted him, "Don't worry, your dad will be fine with me here." Ashura solemnly pressed Yang Ming's shoulders, his eyes seemed to be burning like fire. Then, "Dad is in your hands, I must avenge Dad." "Ha ha ha! Who is coming to seek revenge on me?" In the night sky, the bright light of the bright moon fell gracefully. A figure that seemed to have existed for eternity stood in the wind like a demon, with wild white hair fluttering in the wind, and an aura of supremacy, as intense and hot as magma, proclaiming his unique existence. "It's you." Yang Ming and his companions never thought that the one who seriously injured the six-path sage would be Uchiha Madara. What surprised Yang Ming even more was that the opponent was already at the six-paths level. Yang Ming touched the electric stick in his arms, and his mouth twitched fiercely, "I really hope that I won't need it." Chapter 436 The Murderer, Uchiha Madara 2. Ashura looked at Uchiha Madara in disbelief. He didn't expect that the opponent would actually do that to his father attack. When Ashura thought of the blood-soaked six-path sage, his heart seemed to be clenched by someone's hand, and a suffocating feeling of oppression surged into his heart. Ashura gritted his teeth and raised his head resolutely. For the first time, his easygoing face, which seemed to be indifferent to everything, showed a fighting spirit. As his fighting spirit soared, the Yang power seal on his hand suddenly became hot, and a surge of power that he dared not even think about flowed out. Boom! In the surprised eyes of everyone, Ashura's strength soared like an elevator. In a short moment, his strength broke through the six-paths level. The orange flame representing hope and enthusiasm flowed outside Ashura's body surface, forming a unique chakra coat. "Is this the power of my father? It's ridiculously strong." Ashura clenched his fists, feeling the strong power, and his heart was heavy. The teachings of the six-path sage flowed in his heart, making him realize that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Ashura looked at Uchiha Madara with a burning look, as if he wanted to bite every word and spit it out. "Go! Die!" After receiving the gift of the power from the six-path sage, he was as smooth as a fish in water, as if his mind was connected. Ashura raised his hand, a vigorous and ancient wooden dragon rose from the ground, rushing towards the sky like a pillar of heaven, opening his huge mouth like a glutton, and swallowing Uchiha Madara into his stomach. Hashirama! Seeing this ability that looked very familiar, Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was very surprised, and didn't understand why such a thing happened. "Who cares? Knock him down and ask him clearly." Uchiha Madara was full of confidence at this time. He stood in the night sky and let the strong wind blow his clothes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile that he himself did not even realize. A god of war who seemed to have walked out of the stone wall stepped on this ancient land, as if picking stars with one hand. Two equally strong and solid giant hands with a fanatical momentum clamped the upper and lower jaws of the wooden dragon fiercely, making it unable to close its mouth. This is Uchihamadara's Susanoo. Ah! As Uchihamadara's mind moved, Susanoo roared unruly, and his two arms exerted force, like a fierce dragon slayer, and suddenly tore his hands up and down, accompanied by the sound of cloth tearing, and shocking cracks ran across the wild wooden dragon, tearing it completely in half. Shas hasha! Rustle! When the wooden dragon was torn apart, it instantly turned into pieces of plant fragments, falling like heavy rain. But seeing this scene, Ashura had no expression on his face. He took advantage of the short time that the wooden dragon bought for him to adapt to his current strength. As if a blessing came to him, along with the surging chakra in Ashura's body burning wildly, a god who seemed to have descended from the boundless sky, as if God had pity on the world and came down to eliminate evil, stood behind Ashura with the momentum of sweeping away the evil of the world, as tall as a mountain. Would escape. True thousands of hands. Buddha on the top. Ashura's eyes burst out with a fiery gaze that burned like fire, like a sharp arrow that pierced through the world and fiercely pierced the sky. Ashura has never hated a person as much as he did today. He roared in a cold voice, "I want to avenge my father." As if sensing the fierce and proud anger in Ashura's chest, the thousand-armed Buddha standing behind him moved. Several arms drew a beautiful arc in the air, followed by a suppressed sound of breaking wind, as if the sickle of the god of death came to harvest lives, and there was a breath of death coming. Facing the familiar attack, Uchihamadara was obviously stunned, and a trance appeared in his eyes. In this trance, Uchihamadara seemed to have returned to the past. When he had the last duel with Senju Hashirama, the opponent also used this amazing ninjutsu. At that time, Uchihamadara never thought that he would meet again here after traveling through thousands of years. At this moment, in Uchihamadara's eyes, the faces of Ashura and Senju Hashirama began to overlap, as if they were indistinguishable from each other. Thinking of this, Uchihamadara couldn't help but reveal a nasty smile, and the feeling of love and hatred turned into waves of pleasure, surging into his heart like a tide. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Otherwise, the person you want to protect will be killed by me. Uchihamadara said to Ashura with a nasty look, not caring about the resentful expression on the other's face, but feeling particularly comfortable. Then, the giant of thousands of feet was like an invincible god of war. He did not retreat from the attack of the thousand-handed Buddha, but rushed forward without hesitation, holding a big knife burning with strange flames in his hand, and chopped at the other party fiercely. The stunningness of this knife seemed to have crossed time and space. In a flash, it fell from the sky like a streak of silk, bringing an unparalleled disaster to the world. One knife cut the mountains and rivers. The entire dark sky seemed to be dyed with a desperate color at this moment. With an unrivaled momentum, the knife lightly drew a line in the hands of the thousand-handed Buddha, and the cold light like the blazing daylight burst out. With the place where they collided as the center, a terrifying storm of despair suddenly swept all directions, with the trend of sweeping across the world, destroying everything that stood in the way. Whether it was a residential area or mountains, rocks, and trees in front, they all seemed so weak in front of this man-made natural disaster, just like a building block city built by a child, which was turned into ashes in an instant when touched by an adult. The entire ground was like a lifted carpet, and the ripples were spread all around, leaving only the original ground with thousands of holes in the devastated world. Fortunately, Yang Ming and his group were right beside Ashura and the Six-Path Sage. With Ashura's care, this destructive force was blocked outside by him and did not affect the people inside at all. However, when he saw the familiar and bustling residential area turned into a ghost land that no one should approach in an instant, Ashura could not help but feel angry. Uchihamadara stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the night sky. A huge full moon appeared behind him, and the originally bright face seemed to be stained with blood, covered with a layer of scarlet light, as if the beast that chose to eat people opened its eyes. It can be seen that at this moment, the Samsara Sharingan on Uchihamadara's forehead was emitting a charming light. Chapter 437 Otsutsuki Hamura arrives. Uchihamadara stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the night sky. A huge full moon appeared behind him, and its bright face seemed to be stained with blood, covered with a layer of scarlet light, as if a beast that chooses people to devour opened its eyes. It can be seen that at this moment, the Samsara Sharingan on Uchihamadara's forehead is emitting a charming light. Then, a giant tree with evil spirits broke through the wilderness, as if it tore the sky and landed on the land covered with scars. Uchihamadara raised a grim smile at the corner of his mouth, opened his hands forward, as if to embrace the world, and laughed wildly, "From now on, I will end the world that has been in constant conflict." Infinite moon reading. Uchiha Madara's feet seemed to be substantial, and he stepped lightly on them. The whole person faced the blood-red moon head-on, and the Samsara Sharingan on his forehead burst out with a charming light. Seeing this, the six-path sage was immediately horrified, coughed violently, spit out a mouthful of old blood, and shouted to Azura in a weak voice, "Quick! Stop him!" Upon hearing this, Azura's body shook violently, and the orange chakra that overflowed from his body instantly gathered in his hand, forming a tailed beast cannon that suppressed the darkness. "Don't even think about it!" Azura roared hoarsely like a beast, and the tailed beast cannon in his hand suddenly blasted out, like a sharp spear with an indestructible edge, trying to pierce Uchiha Madara's body. It's too late. Uchiha Madara turned around suddenly, and behind him, the round moon like a rock seemed to suddenly turn into a huge reincarnation Sharingan, with circles of scarlet and enchanting light radiating everywhere, reflecting the entire night sky like the Azura ghost domain, full of ominous and weird. At this time, Uchiha Madara raised a grim smile at the corner of his mouth, and quickly formed a seal in his hand. "God! The tree world is coming!" Roar! As soon as the words fell, the vast tree under his feet roared, and countless roots of varying thickness suddenly rose from the ground, rushing towards him like worms, turning into a terrifying scene that covered the sky and the sun. Boom! Ashura's black-tailed beast cannon bombarded it, like a stone falling into the sea, just splashing a wave, and it didn't pose much threat at all. What shocked Yang Ming and his party the most was that these roots seemed to have spirituality, flying in all directions, catching all the humans in other places and wrapping them into pupae. Seeing this, the face of the six-path sage turned black, and his whole body seemed to have lost its spirit. In an instant, he aged for decades. His body, which was originally seriously injured by Uchiha Madara, became more hunched, and his whole back was bent down, looking extremely lonely. Yang Ming tightly held the electric stick in his hand, and he had already cursed Uchiha Madara countless times in his heart. A guy who didn't pay attention to this restless guy actually caused himself so much trouble. Yang Ming now regrets a little. Why didn't he ask the six-path sage to lock up Uchiha Madara? Now, if he fails to complete the system's task, not only will Uchiha Madara be finished, but even Yang Ming and his men will not be able to return to their original time and space. Perhaps Uchiha Madara is still very afraid of Yang Ming, so he didn't attack them for a while. But as time goes by, it may be difficult for the other party not to attack. Thinking of this, Yang Ming frowned tightly, looked up and said to Uchiha Madara in the sky, "Madara, don't you want to go home?" "Go home?" Uchiha Madara's eyes froze, and his fanatical head seemed to be poured with cold water. He suddenly shuddered and regained his sanity. "Damn it! What have I done? Why did I activate the infinite Tsukuyomi in this time and space?" Uchiha Madara was a little confused. Why did he seem to have a vague memory of the past? Little did he know that this was the strength of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu had already secretly mixed chakra into Uchiha Madara's body, and by provoking his emotions a little, he made Uchiha Madara fall into a frenzy of power, thus blinding his sanity. Uchiha Madara smiled awkwardly. Under his command, the 10 Tails, which was originally in a rampage state, restrained its urge to kill, and stood quietly in the night sky, as silent as a pillar of heaven. "Boss Yang Ming, what can I do to go back?" Although he was very unhappy with Yang Ming, he had to bow his head under his roof. Yang Ming held the secret of time travel, so Uchiha Madara had to be humble for the time being. However, Uchiha Madara snorted in his heart, thinking that once he returned, he would kill Yang Ming. Seeing this, the six-path sage and Ashura looked at each other in surprise. Their eyes suddenly changed when they looked at Yang Ming. They didn't expect that this chef who seemed to be good at cooking could actually make Uchiha Madara, who had already become a six-paths level, bow his head. This is a hard bone that even the two of them can't chew. Who is this Yang Ming? For a moment, Yang Ming's image in the eyes of the two of them suddenly became much higher, as if there was a layer of fog covering him, making everything so mysterious, as if there were many things hidden inside. Yang Ming didn't think so much, but secretly tightened the electric stick in his hand. Once Uchiha Madara didn't obey, he would use this thing to teach him a lesson. This electric stick, cough cough, looks like the toy that men and women use for sex, cough cough cough. With the treasure in his hand, Yang Ming was naturally fearless. He looked Uchiha Madara in the eyes and said, "I want you to release the others now and let everything return to normal." "Impossible." Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, raised his eyebrows arrogantly, and pouted, unless you tell me how to go back, I won't let anyone go. Damn it! Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. It was impossible for him to say that he had to defeat the six-path sage in the third round of the world cooking competition before they could open the door to time travel, right? Who would believe this except Yang Ming? For a while, the two sides fell into a stalemate where neither of them gave in, and the whole scene was filled with a depressing and suffocating atmosphere. But at this moment, the sky suddenly exploded. Boom! As if a divine soldier had descended from the sky, a thunderous roar exploded, and the purple-blue thunderbolt was like a pair of scissors tearing apart the dark cloth, illuminating the entire world with a tragic light. But seeing this scene, the six-path sage was not surprised but happy, with the sense of pleasure of surviving a disaster. Great, Hamura is here. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple-blue thunderbolt opened up and down, turning into a door with an ancient style, and a wild breath suddenly came to his face. A foot stepped out from inside, followed by an old voice. Who disturbed the seal of the outer path demon statue? Violators, die! When this person appeared in the eyes of everyone, they saw that this was an old man who was 7 points similar to the six-path sage. This person was Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the six-path sage. He came down from the moon. Chapter 438 Uchiha Madara dies in hate. There is a group of people living on the moon who are responsible for supervising the sealing of the outer path demon statue, and their leader is none other than Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the six-path sage. A few days ago, when Uchiha Madara summoned the outer path demon statue, Otsutsuki Hamura noticed something strange about the sealed place. However, the summoning time was relatively short, and soon the sealed place returned to peace, and it seemed as if nothing had happened. Due to the pampered life over the past decade, Otsutsuki Hamura just thought he had made a mistake and didn't care much. But what he didn't expect was that it was because of his negligence that the outer path demon statue was allowed to break free from its shackles and grow into the 10 tails. So as soon as he came out, Otsutsuki Hamura was filled with a strong evil spirit, like a bloody man crawling out of a sea of corpses and bones, with a piercing cold ice light. He first swept his eyes across the scene. The ground was devastated. The guy who opened the Samsara Sharingan must be the culprit, right? Could this person be the eldest brother's illegitimate son? But looking at his appearance, his age is not right. Could it be that the neighbor Wang did something to his mother? Pa! Otsutsuki Hamura shook his head and calmed down. Only then did he realize that his eldest brother, the six-path sage, looked listless, like a gloomy old man. There was no trace of his usual demeanor. Pick. The blood relationship between brothers has long been integrated into the blood. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Hamura felt a rage like burning the sky and boiling the sea. It's a long story, but these things happened in the blink of an eye. As Otsutsuki Hamura was furious, a strong wind suddenly rose, the air suddenly cooled, and the surrounding water vapor suddenly turned into dazzling snowflakes, flying around him. Otsutsuki Hamura stared at Uchiha Madara with bloodshot eyes, and he wanted to cut him off piece by piece with a knife, and shouted word by word. Gold. Wheel. Turn. Life. Explode. As the last word explode fell, the snowflakes flying around Otsutsuki Hamura suddenly stopped, and then were pushed by an invisible and terrifying repulsive force. Each snowflake transformed into a terrifying blood-spattering hidden weapon. I saw a layer of fluorescence flowing on the snowflakes, which was rolled up into thousands of piles of snow, turning into a ferocious wave of swallowing, attacking Uchiha Madara like a storm. Otsutsuki Hamura is indeed an experienced six-paths master. He is extraordinary as soon as he strikes. Compared with Ashura, who was forcibly promoted by the six-path sage with a secret method, his strength is many times stronger. Moreover, unlike the six-path sage, he does not have the 10 tails sealed in his body, and there is no 10 tails in his body to mess with him and hold him back. He can burst out all his strength without any scruples. Looking at the fierce repulsive force that seemed to break the void, Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly shrank into needles. He dared not be careless, and immediately let the 10 tails block in front of him as a shield. Even so, he was still worried. The 1,000-foot-tall Susanoo was like a god of war from a myth, standing tall on the ground like the Himalayas. The towering height gave people a strong sense of security. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Hamura just smiled coldly. Break it up for me. When the flying snowflakes came with an invincible repulsive force, even if there were obstacles in front of them, they still couldn't stop their steps. Boom! 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 The 10 tails, like a pillar of heaven, was surrounded by snowflakes of mosquitoes. How could it be willing to be trapped in its own cocoon? Countless rhizomes suddenly rose from the ground, lashing and sweeping like iron whips, attacking in a wild posture. When the two collided, countless rhizomes were like spring snow, and they only stalemated for a moment before being completely melted by the omnipotent, terrifying, repulsive force. Then, with a high-pitched fighting spirit to win the battle, the terrifying power like the sky poured out instantly, pressing down on the 10 tails like a tidal wave. The brilliant light shone in all directions, illuminating the entire night sky like daylight. Afterwards, only the scarred 10 tails was left, helplessly struggling with the roots underneath, trying to use them to defend itself. Ah! The 10 tails trembled, uttered a hoarse wail, and then, for the sake of its own life, threw Uchihamadara's order to the wind, and moved its body sideways, exposing the huge Susanoo behind it. Asshole! Seeing this, Uchihamadara's forehead was bulging with veins, and he cursed loudly. But at this moment, the flying snowflakes rolled up a sharp tornado, carrying an invincible repulsive force that looked down on the world, and suddenly surrounded him. As if being tortured to death by a sharp knife, endless snowflakes fell on Susanoo, leaving deep and shallow cracks on its body. And when the terrifying repulsive force came, it was like a hammer hitting the cracked bulletproof glass, and the fragments flew everywhere in an instant. Puff! Suffering from this sudden attack, Uchihamadara spit out a mouthful of old blood. Then, he was hit by the remaining repulsive force with greatly reduced power, like a broken leather shoe drawing a cold arc, falling on the ground in the distance, smashing a deep pit as big as a stadium. The snowflakes were stained with the drifting blood beads, dyed with a layer of scarlet, and cast a layer of sad color on this desolate battlefield. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Hamura snorted coldly while secretly feeling lucky in his heart. Fortunately, this guy seems to be unfamiliar with the control of the 10 tails. If it were my mother, I'm afraid I would be the one lying down now. Uchihamadara lay on his back in the deep pit, and opened his heavy eyelids with difficulty. He felt that his eyes were shaking everywhere, and he couldn't see things clearly for a while. It seems that this time I hit a wall. Uchihamadara smiled bitterly, covered his chest and climbed up with difficulty. Even if he died, he would definitely die with his back straight. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, Uchihamadara felt his heart suddenly speed up, and a pure intuition reminded him that danger was coming. What happened? Even though Otsutsuki Hamura used a big move, Uchihamadara did not feel this shock. Unfortunately, he was injured too badly. Even if he wanted to move away, he was powerless. Tear. A hand suddenly pierced Uchihamadara's heart from behind him like a sharp blade. At the same time, a voice that was very familiar to Uchihamadara suddenly sounded. He. Thank you for what you have been doing, which allowed me to carry out my long-planned plan. In order to fully express my gratitude, so, please die. Under the reflection of the moon emitting enchanting blood light in the sky, a strange figure appeared behind Uchihamadara and pierced his heart. This place, this time, the timing of the sneak attack is really perfect. Chapter 439, Kaguya Otsutsuki is resurrected. At this moment, the picture seems to be frozen. Black Zetsu inserted one hand into Uchihamadara's heart, and the corner of his mouth raised a sinister smile of conspiracy. The expression on Uchihamadara's face seemed to be solidified, like a wax figure fixed in an unbelievable look. It's Black Zetsu. How is this possible? How could he appear here? Isn't Black Zetsu a derivative of his consciousness? At this moment, Uchihamadara had countless questions in his mind. He didn't understand why Black Zetsu would appear here in this ancient time and space, and he wanted to sneak attack him. Unfortunately, even if Uchihamadara was full of questions and grief, they all turned into a lonely sigh. Then, his eyes went dark, and the whole person suddenly fell into endless darkness. Black Zetsu's body seemed to melt like ice and snow under the sunlight, gradually turning into a viscous black liquid like oil, wrapping Uchihamadara's body. He finally waited for this moment. With Black Zetsu's evil smile, he merged with Uchihamadara. It's a long story, but it happened in just a breath. When Otsutsuki Hamura found something wrong and wanted to stop Black Zetsu, it was too late. Oh! The 10-tailed tiger trembled, and its branches trembled. It drew out strands of chakra from the humans who were caught and tied up like pupae. As for those humans who had not cultivated chakra, they were simply drained of their vitality and all thrown into the body of Black Zetsu, who seemed to be the evil of the world. At this moment, it seemed as if time had stopped, and there were gusts of cold wind and evil spirits. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Black Zetsu's body wrapped around Uchiha Madara suddenly changed. The body that had been swollen by absorbing chakra shrank and turned into a slender figure. She had a beautiful face. Even if she closed her eyes, the trembling of her eyebrows could not help but fascinate people. Her long hair, as slender as white silk, fluttered under the enchanting blood-red moonlight, making her look even more independent from the world, with an indescribable sense of etherealness. But seeing such a beautiful woman, whether it was the Six-Path Sage or Otsutsuki Hamura, all of them, without exception, changed their expressions suddenly. As if they had met the supreme hunter at the top of the food chain, they all showed a cautious and alert look. No other reason, because this woman was their mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. When Otsutsuki Kagaya opened her eyes, the light of the whole world seemed to dim, and everyone's sight was attracted by her eyes. Her two eyes were like bright stars in the sky. Just one look, as if even the soul would be deeply trapped in them, attracted by her charm. Otsutsuki Kagaya had not immediately adapted to the state of being out of the seal, her head turned stiffly, and swept across the faces of her two children. Hago Romo, Hamura, I'm back again. Although her tone was flat, there seemed to be no murderous intent, just like a mother talking to her children. But these words fell into the ears of the Six-Path Sage, and it was like dropping a huge rock, setting off a storm. Seeing the strange look on the Six-Path Sage's face, Azura asked in confusion, Dad, who is she? Why does she look weird? Bang! Who knew that as soon as Azura said this, he felt a huge force slapping his face hard, a purple-black-red swelling appeared, and the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string. Kagaya Otsutsuki moved the muscles of her right hand, and her cold voice blew like a cold wind, Hago Romo, is this how you teach your children? You are so disrespectful. At the end, there was a hint of anger in her tone. Asshole! Azura touched his red and swollen cheek. Even if he was usually kind, he was slapped by a woman for no reason, and he still felt extremely angry. Wood release. Wood dragon. With a raging fire, the wiry and gnarled wood dragon rose from the ground, roaring and waving its claws and teeth. However, facing everything that happened before her eyes, Kagaya Otsutsuki did not move at all, but her eyes became even colder. When the wood dragon was about to touch Kagaya Otsutsuki, it suddenly stopped in front of her, and its entire body was petrified from head to toe in an instant, and then cracks appeared all over it. Cracks, shattered on the ground like raindrops. Seeing this weird scene, Ashura was really shocked and angry. Fortunately, the Six-Path Sage stopped him from doing stupid things in time, so as not to anger Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Six-Path Sage smiled bitterly, and under Ashura's surprised eyes, he said, Mother, I didn't expect that in the end, the hidden chess you arranged finally resurrected you. Ashura was like being struck by a bolt from the blue, and the whole person was burnt inside and out by the thunder. This woman turned out to be his grandmother. Oh my god! This relationship is so messy, I just want to be quiet. Kagaya Otsutsuki is like an exquisite Barbie doll, with no expression on her face. Although she looks beautiful, she has a kind of alienation from the world, as if she is a god sitting in the sky, overlooking all living beings from a high place. Hago Romo, Hamura, this time, you two can never stop me again. Her words were still so cold, but with a supreme majesty, as if what she said was the will of heaven, those who follow me will prosper, those who go against me will perish. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki obviously has an absolute advantage. The Six-Path Sage had already been severely injured by Uchiha Madara, and used the secret method to forcibly enhance Azura with the power in his body, leaving only insignificant power in his body. At the beginning, the Six-Path Sage and Hamura joined forces to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. Now there is one missing, and Azura only has the power of Yang, and is not Kagaya Otsutsuki's opponent at all. It is precisely because of the understanding of the gap in strength between the two sides, that is the difference between a small hill and the Himalayas, and there is no way to cross it at all. The more the Six-Path Sage thought deeply, the more panic he felt, and his eyes had already closed in despair, unable to bear to witness what was about to happen. But at this moment, a voice that no one expected suddenly sounded. Wait a minute. How could this voice sound so familiar? The Six-Path Sage opened his eyes slightly and saw that Yang Ming had actually stood out from the crowd and stood on the opposite side of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yang Ming? What was he going to do? The six-path sage felt confused and felt that he could not understand Yang Ming more and more. This young man who looked like a chef could really bring him surprises. Seeing this, Ashura grabbed Yang Ming's hand and said anxiously, "Yang Ming, don't be silly. This kind of important thing should be done by us." Yukin also came to Yang Ming and said seriously, "Young man, although I admire your courage to face the bleak life, I have to tell you that this is not the place for you to show off." Chapter 440 Blackmailing the Six-Path Sage for 10 billion. Otsutsuki Yukin patted Yang Ming's shoulder solemnly, showing an expression that I am very optimistic about you. Boy, you are great just because you dare to stand up in front of my mother. But... He changed his tone, and his eyes burst into a fiery light. It's not your turn to intervene. Because Yang Ming is only a teenager, in front of the 50-year-old Otsutsuki Hamura, he is just a child who has just grown up, so he said that. Otsutsuki Hamura is like a reef under the waves, standing in front of everyone, facing his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya alone. Just standing on the ground, there is a tragic momentum of drawing a sword and riding a horse, who else but me? Mother, even if I die, I will not let the world be destroyed in your hands. A touch of ruthless determination flashed across his eyes, and the surging chakra in his body seemed to roar and soar out. Gold. Wheel. Reincarnation. Explosion. Condensing a rare amount of chakra in the world, with him as the center, circles of resolute golden threads spread out, turning into a death whirlwind, completely crushing anything swept in. Seeing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki rarely frowned, and said unhappily, "Hamura, you will seriously damage my flower garden." As the voice fell, Kagaya Otsutsuki raised her hand and used her unique ninjutsu Aim no Michu, and the two of them disappeared instantly. When they appeared again, they had already arrived at a place with hot waves and high-temperature lava space all around. The death whirlwind caused by the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion roared, and anything that was touched, whether it was rock or magma, was instantly annihilated and crushed into the smallest particles in the world, and blasted towards Kagaya Otsutsuki with a devastating momentum. However, facing all this, Kagaya Otsutsuki just stretched out a small, crystal-clear jade hand. 80 God's Air Strike. With a cold shout, Kagaya Otsutsuki moved. Powerful chakra was condensed in her jade hands. She was like a dancing ballerina, swinging her hands freely and slapping forward repeatedly. One palm shocked the sky, two palms split the earth, and three palms destroyed the world. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the whistling sound of the waving palms, the Golden Wheel reincarnation exploded like a large piece of the glass was shattered by Kagaya Otsutsuki's palm. It was so terrifying. The terrifying palm print was like a hand covering the sky, carrying a shocking force like the sky, and it pressed heavily on Otsutsuki Hamura. Snap! A clean and crisp sound rang out, and Otsutsuki Hamura was like a kite with a broken string, and was hit hard and flew out. When he came to his senses, Kagaya Otsutsuki had used Tien's Michuo again and brought him back to the original world. To be honest, Kagaya Otsutsuki always had a motherly love buried in her heart for her children, so she never killed them. In the original work, when Kagaya Otsutsuki caught Naruto and Sasuke once, she shed a line of tears because she recalled the appearance of her children. Perhaps, this can also reflect the reason why Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed by the Six-Path Sage even though she was immortal and almost not afraid of any ninjutsu. Hamura, how are you? The Six-Path Sage dragged his tired body and staggered to Otsutsuki Hamura, his face full of worry. Ahem. Otsutsuki Hamura smiled bitterly, "Fortunately, I won't die." The Six-Path Sage sighed, "Alas, it seems that this world is doomed." At this moment, Yang Ming suddenly interrupted the topic. "No. There is still me." "You?" The Six-Path Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura looked at each other, with an expression of "Are you kidding me?" Ahem. Otsutsuki Hamura suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and sputum, staring at Yang Ming with a sharp gaze. "Boy, although I admire your courage to face the bleak life, what you said is too nonsense." Yang Ming looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, revealing a lonely look of a master. Believe it or not. The Six-Path Sage had seen Uchiha Madara's fear of Yang Ming, so he was not sure at this time. With the mentality that no matter how bad it was, they would die together, the Six-Path Sage suddenly became ruthless in his heart, and the hesitant look on his face faded away, turning into an unwavering expression. "Well, Yang Ming, please do it." At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, save the world. Task description, it's all because the host played too much. In ancient times, this time and space was about to be ruined by the host. Please accept the Six-Path Sage's request and reseal Kagaya Otsutsuki to save the world. Task reward, a method for making Maotai liquor. Seeing this task, Yang Ming just curled his lips. After all, in order to pass the second round of the world cooking competition, Yang Ming had already overdrawn the rewards of 2 hidden tasks in advance. In other words, this reward is doomed to fail. But Yang Ming's eyes turned, thinking that the food city he built was in urgent need of money. Look, the Six-Path Sage in front of him is a big local tyrant, how can he not take some money from him? So, Yang Ming looked embarrassed, stretched out his middle finger and thumb and rubbed them. Okay, but you also have to know that this is a very tiring and risky job, I need some hard work money. Hard work money? It seems that this Yang Ming is a man of real ability. Seeing this, the Six-Path Sage was not angry, but a hope was born in his heart. As the current master of the ninja world, the Six-Path Sage was suddenly full of passion, the light of the local tyrant bloomed on his body, and he patted his chest confidently. What I lack the least is money. As long as you can save the world, I will give you as much money as you want. Tisk tisk, he is worthy of being a god-level local tyrant, the Six-Path Sage is so cool. So, Yang Ming stretched out a finger without hesitation. Seeing this, the Six-Path Sage did not doubt him and blurted out, 1 billion? No problem, I'll give it to you later. No. Yang Ming shook his fingers left and right and said lightly, it's not 1 billion, it's 10 billion. Not 1 billion? It's 10 billion. You're too much of a liar. Puff. Suddenly, the Six-Path Sage's face changed drastically, sometimes blue, sometimes white, as if changing his face, and he almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the Six-Path Sage also admitted that he was very rich, the kind of poor that only had money left, but to take out 10 billion in one breath, and to give it to Yang Ming, who he couldn't figure out, to be honest, it was difficult for the Six-Path Sage to make up his mind. However, next, when Kagaya Otsutsuki said something, the Six-Path Sage immediately changed his mind. Chapter 441, 15 billion, Update 1. Kagaya Otsutsuki cast a cold gaze on Yang Ming. She could feel a mysterious power coming from him, which was not inferior to hers, and even made her feel like worshipping him. This is incredible. You know, Kagaya Otsutsuki is already at the level of a world master. How terrible is it that someone can make her feel threatened? It's really terrifying to think about it carefully. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki didn't know there was such a thing as a system in the world, it didn't stop her from showing her goodwill to Yang Ming. This iceberg beauty who always had a stern face, as if she had never melted, actually smiled at a boy for the first time. If the cold winter passes and spring comes, the pear blossoms will bloom, showing a charming smile that intoxicates everything in the world, attracting everyone's attention. Kagaya Otsutsuki gently touched the black hair by her ear, and the grace of a mature lady suddenly appeared, with a crescent-like arc at the corner of her mouth, revealing her porcelain white and bright teeth. Young man, is your name Yang Ming? Are you interested in coming to my house? Kagaya Otsutsuki said this lightly, but it was like a thunderbolt in the clear sky to everyone's ears, and it immediately set off an uproar. Seeing this scene, the Six-Path Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura, who knew what kind of person the mother was, were so surprised that their jaws dropped, and their mouths opened wide enough to swallow a duck egg. What's going on? Why was the mother so kind to Yang Ming, a stranger? Otsutsuki Hamura felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. It turned out that Yang Ming was a guy with a great background. Thinking of his previous embarrassing incidents, Otsutsuki Hamura wanted to put his head in the sand. It was really embarrassing. On the contrary, the Six-Path Sage, when he heard what the mother said, felt that there was a chance, and the hesitation in his heart disappeared instantly. He quickly pulled Yang Ming's arm, and the wrinkles on his face stretched out like a blooming chrysanthemum. Yang Ming, don't you want 10 billion? Okay. Not only will I give you 10 billion, I will also add another 5 billion. Please make sure to help save the world. Could it be the Six-Path Sage? This reaction speed is really fast enough. In order to convince Yang Ming, the Six-Path Sage actually gave an extra 5 billion. He is really a god-level tycoon. His actions are different. Yang Ming was so happy that he didn't expect that he was short of money, and the six-path sage would come up with it. What is the concept of 15 billion? Even if the money is piled together, it can be stacked 10 stories high, as big as several football fields. Yang Ming was so excited that he couldn't sleep when he thought about it. The conversation between the two of them fell into Kaguya Otsutsuki's ears word for word, and her originally calm heart was actually shrouded in a bad feeling. She looked at Yang Ming with surprise in her eyes. Could it be that Yang Ming really has a way to deal with her? When she thought of this, Kaguya Otsutsuki got angry. She finally got out of the seal, how could she lose here? However, with her world-dominating keen sense, as long as she had the intention to kill Yang Ming in her heart, there was always a terrifying threat of death, like a dagger against her neck. She believed in her intuition very much, and at the same time, she didn't want to die. Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes turned, she was not a fool, and she had thought of a way to deal with it. Aren't you greedy for money, Yang Ming? Well, I will also use money to win you over. Kaguya Otsutsuki moistened her throat, and a touching mist appeared on her indifferent eyes, like a light fairy, charming the world, and her red lips opened slightly, making a silver bell-like laugh. Yi, you are too stingy to pay so little. Yang Ming, if you stand on my side, I will give you 16 billion in reward. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. No one expected that at this time, Kaguya Otsutsuki would come to interfere. What is she going to do? It is clear that she does not want to see Yang Ming side with the six-path sage. This also reflects from the side that Yang Ming does have the ability to save the world. When he thought of this, the six-path sage's heart twitched fiercely, and he looked at his mother with resentment. You don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are if you don't run the family. 16 billion? You think it's cabbage? Even if the six-path sage reluctantly took out 15 billion, it would overdraw the development potential of the ninja world for hundreds of years in the future. After all, the productivity of this era is really too backward. The corners of the six-path sage's mouth twitched fiercely. For the safety of the Naruto world, he could no longer care about so much. He immediately bit the bullet and said, Mother, do you have money now? As soon as the words came out, the six-path sage felt relaxed and suddenly full of energy, as if emitting the light of a rich man, and a heroic spirit suddenly arose in his heart. I have money, who am I afraid of? Kaguya Otsutsuki. These words really hit Kaguya Otsutsuki's sore spot. However, she is not without a solution. Kaguya Otsutsuki smiled lightly and said, Hamura, you are really old and confused. You forgot that our Otsutsuki clan migrated here from another world. I am shouldering the mission of the Otsutsuki clan to cultivate the sacred tree, just waiting for their arrival. With the wealth of our Otsutsuki clan, even if it is 16 billion, it is a small amount. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked around with a smug smile on her face. Yang Ming, as long as you stand on my side, I will take you to the world of our Otsutsuki clan after the matter is done, and pay you the promised cash. The face of the six-path sage suddenly changed. He really didn't know the background of his family so well. But for the sake of the people of the world, the six-path sage had to sacrifice his old face and held Yang Ming's hand with emotion. He almost cried and said with emotion, Yang Ming, I beg you, if my mother succeeds, this world will be over. Even if you don't say it, I can't help Kaguya. Yang Ming gently patted the six-path sage's shoulder to comfort this respectable old man. Then, Yang Ming looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki with an apologetic look. Sorry, it seems I can't do what you want. As soon as the voice fell, Kaguya Otsutsuki shuddered all over, his muscles tensed, staring at Yang Ming intently, as if he had met a worthy opponent, not daring to be careless at all. And at this moment, in full view of the public, Yang Ming finally took out his reliance. Yang Ming took out an electric stick from his arms. Electric stick. Stick. Seeing this scene, the six-path sage almost fainted from anger. Kaguya Otsutsuki's handsome face showed a blush, his eyes dodged, but he couldn't help but secretly look over. 46. Chapter 442. Everyone was confused. No one expected that Yang Ming would actually take out an electric stick. What is he going to do? This is going to cause trouble. Otsutsuki Hamura has always been very old-fashioned. Seeing this, his face suddenly became very ugly and he angrily scolded, it's really immoral. Then, he turned his head away angrily, saying out of sight, out of mind. However, Yang Ming was calm, and his face was still calm, not affected at all. He glanced at the description of this item in the system attribute column. Electric stick, 1/1 A-level item. After using it, it will produce changes that are beneficial to the host in response to the current situation. Although this item is not as specific as the previous items, it is one of the few A-level items that Yang Ming has obtained since he got the system. This alone shows how rare this item is. When Yang Ming silently recited the word use in his heart, the entire electric stick suddenly emitted an infinite light. This light radiated in all directions, as if it passed through time and space, instantly reversing the sun and the moon, and changing yin and yang. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki lost her sight for a short time under this strong light. When the light gradually faded like a tide, everyone opened their eyes again. But the scene in front of them could not help but make people stunned. Because everyone present was actually in a strange place. This was a closed small restaurant, similar to the setting in the TV series Late Night Kitchen, but there were two kitchens. Others were arranged on the seats, while Yang Ming and the Six-Path Sage were in the kitchen. Kaguya Otsutsuki sat in a superior position as a VIP. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked around, everything seemed so strange, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. Is this what Yang Ming relies on? Nothing more. As she said that, Kaguya Otsutsuki raised her hand and immediately used her unique ninjutsu, Tianzi Michu, to move everyone to the space under her control. However, after a second and a minute, Kaguya Otsutsuki was shocked to find that she was still here, as if the ninjutsu had lost its effect. What's going on? Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't believe it, and waved her palm towards a wall. 80 God's Air Strike. The powerful ninjutsu that could break the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion with a slap was completely useless at this moment, with no reaction at all. Why is this? I feel chakra in my body, why can't I use chakra? At this moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki finally panicked. If she can't use ninjutsu, what's the difference between her and a salted fish? Seeing this, Otsutsuki Hamura's eyes lit up, and he felt that his chance had come. Since his mother was sealed to use ninjutsu, couldn't he take the opportunity to seal her? But soon, Otsutsuki Hamura found out that he was also sealed to use ninjutsu. Fortunately, at this moment, a voice as if from a god sounded in everyone's mind, breaking the awkwardness among everyone. The third round of the World Cooking Competition has officially begun. They contestants are Yang Ming and Otsutsuki Hago Romo. There is no theme for the competition. As long as you can cook a dish that satisfies Otsutsuki Kaguya, you will be considered the winner. The reward for the competition is that Otsutsuki Kaguya will be sealed again. When this mysterious voice like a god left, Otsutsuki Kaguya's face suddenly turned pale. Want her to be sealed again and return to that damn place where there is no sun and it seems to be isolated forever? It's better to let her die. I won't listen to you. Otsutsuki Kaguya is like a crazy woman, as if she wants to destroy everything in front of her or leave here. But this closed space is the space created by the system for Yang Ming to deal with the current predicament. It seals Otsutsuki Kaguya's ninjutsu unreasonably. Even if she wants to leave, she can't, because she has been firmly fixed in her seat. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kaguya is like meat on a chopping board under the arrangement of the system, and she can be slaughtered at will. Kaguya Otsutsuki was not a stupid person. She obviously thought of this and her face became extremely ugly. I don't care who you are. Since you treat me like this, don't blame me for being rude. Kaguya Otsutsuki raised a cold arc at the corner of her mouth and said coldly. Didn't you want me to be a judge? I won't eat the food made by Yang Ming and others. Let's see what you can do to me. Moreover, Kaguya Otsutsuki found that there was a drawer under the table in front of her. There were signs in it with numbers from 1 to 10. Obviously, this was a tool for scoring. For Kaguya Otsutsuki's attitude of refusing to cooperate, the system actually couldn't do anything about her. After all, Yang Ming was only using an A-level prop, and it was not easy to do this. Everything depends on Yang Ming and the Six-Path Sage. In the kitchen. When the Six-Path Sage heard the voice that sounded like a god, his mouth twitched fiercely and he felt very uncomfortable. I spent 15 billion, but in the end I have to fight myself? Oh my god! Of course, this is a matter of one willing to fight and the other willing to fight. In the situation of information asymmetry, the Six-Path Sage had no choice but to swallow his anger. At least, as long as one of him and Yang Ming wins, he can seal the mother again. Thinking of this, the Six-Path Sage began to cook. As the father of the child, the six-path sage is both a father and a mother. It is not easy to raise Indra and Asura by himself. He has a lot of experience in cooking. At this time, with the hope in front of him, the six-path sage suddenly felt more energetic. As if he was performing magic, he swung a kitchen knife in his hand lightly, and then held it in his hand and chopped the pork thrown into the air. There was originally a pound of pork, but under his skilled knife skills, thin and transparent slices of meat fell on the chopping board like flowers scattered by fairies, neatly laid out together, looking row upon row, with a strange beauty. Then, he turned the kitchen knife in his hand, slicing the green peppers into shreds as smoothly as flowing water. After a period of hard work in cooking, the six-path sage breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hey, I haven't cooked for a long time, and I don't know if my skills have regressed. However, when he saw the dishes he had worked hard to make, the six-path sage suddenly felt more confident. This will definitely satisfy my mother. Thinking of this, the six-path sage personally brought the dishes out of the kitchen and walked slowly and firmly to Kagaya Otsutsuki. But at this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki's face darkened, and suddenly said, "I don't want to eat the food you cook." What? Suddenly, the six-path sage was confused. Can you still play like this? 46. Chapter 443 Kagaya Who Plays Tricks, 3 more. The dishes presented in front of Kagaya Otsutsuki are ingenious, and the six-path sage has poured out all his passion. On the exquisite tableware, this dish looks like a mighty and domineering tiger. Its body structure is composed of carrots, and 4 limbs are connected to 4 carrots. Each carrot is cut according to the size of the tiger. Its whole body is carved into the shape of a tiger, with a tiger head, tiger tail, and tiger claws, which are lifelike and lifelike. It looks like a tiger descending the mountain, with 2 tiger eyes wide open, and there is a kind of majesty of the king of beasts. On top of it, there are slices of cooked meat, which become its fur, and strips of green peppers, forming colorful tattoos, which look delicious. The appearance alone is enough to make people feel good. It can be seen that the six-path sage really made this dish with great care, hoping to conquer Kagaya Otsutsuki's stomach. When this dish was served, a rich fragrance surged out like a volcanic eruption, making Ashura and his party's eyes light up, and they immediately drooped their heads, wishing to replace Kagaya Otsutsuki and make a big meal. Eat a meal. Ashura wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and swallowed hard. I haven't eaten the food made by my father for a long time. I really miss the old days. However, facing the dishes made by the six-path sage with all his heart, Kagaya Otsutsuki did not play by the rules and said directly, "I don't eat the food you make." As soon as this was said, the whole audience was shocked. The face of the six-path sage suddenly changed, as if everything was denied by someone, and he was angry. The six-path sage took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to curse, and asked in a low voice, "Mother, why are you doing this?" "Why?" Kagaya Otsutsuki raised a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth, smiled coldly, and said without giving any face, "What good is this food competition for me? Why should I eat the food you make?" This. For a moment, the six-path sage was speechless. It's impossible to force the food into Kagaya Otsutsuki's mouth, right? Let alone whether it can be done or not. Even if it can be done, will Kagaya Otsutsuki be satisfied with the food? Obviously not. The current situation is that she can't use force, and she doesn't cooperate, and the scene suddenly fell into a weird deadlock. As the referee of this food competition, if Kagaya Otsutsuki eats the food made by the six-path sage and Yang Ming, if she feels satisfied, won't she be sealed again? Kagaya Otsutsuki has always been in awe of the mysterious voice like a god. With the attitude of being prepared for the worst, she simply cuts off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. As long as she doesn't eat the food they make, she won't feel satisfied, and she won't be sealed back again. Thinking of this, Kagaya Otsutsuki raised her eyebrows high, glanced at the six-path sage provocatively, with a smile on her lips. "Hago Romo, I want to see what you can do to me." Despicable. It's really despicable. Asura was young and full of vigor. Hearing this, he slammed the table and shouted at Kagaya Otsutsuki, "How can you do this? I am despicable." Kagaya Otsutsuki smiled coldly, "Are you only allowed to seal me, but not allowed to not eat the food they cook?" Haha. Finally, Kagaya Otsutsuki was furious and uttered 2 ha-has in a high and cold voice to end this stupid debate. To be honest, when she said this, her nerves were also tense in her heart, fearing that the voice like a god before would sound and strongly oppose her doing so. For the tyranny of the system in Yang Ming's body, even as strong as Kagaya Otsutsuki, there is no way to say it. And now, Kagaya Otsutsuki did not get the opposition of the system, and she was relieved in her heart, and she was more determined to never eat it. The corners of the six-path sage's mouth were bitter. He didn't expect that his mother would use such a shameless move. But when he thought that the lives of all the people in the world were all entrusted to him and his group, the six-path sage immediately swept away all the haze in his heart, and a firm look like a martyr appeared on his face. Bang! Under the puzzled and surprised eyes of the crowd, the six-path sage suddenly knelt on the ground and looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki with full expression. Mother, for the sake of our mother and son, please be sure to taste it, please. Hago Romo, you. Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Could it be that in order to reseal her, the six-path sage would even give up his dignity and integrity? What kind of spirit is this? At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki's mood was very complicated. As a mother, she felt deeply sad. The most tragic thing in the world is the killing of mother and son. It is said that even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. Now, her own son wants to seal her. How can anyone know this kind of sadness? Everyone thinks that Kagaya Otsutsuki is cruel and wants to destroy the world. Who knows that all this is just her mission to transform the world into a flower garden for cultivating the sacred tree? From the conversations between several other members of the Otsutsuki clan in Naruto Next Generations, it can be seen that Kagaya Otsutsuki is just an alternative worker. But the six-path sage doesn't know these things at all. Thinking of this, Kagaya Otsutsuki felt an unprecedented fatigue, and finally turned into a long sigh. Forget it. Forget it. I'll just have a taste. Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes dimmed for a while, and he raised his hand weakly, feeling that the most painful thing was the death of his heart. The six-path sage was immediately delighted. I will not disappoint you with the dishes I cook. It doesn't matter. Kagaya Otsutsuki sighed in her heart, stretched out a perfect jade hand like a treasure in the world, picked up a piece of pork with chopsticks, mixed with a green pepper, and put it into her mouth elegantly. Ah! She opened her mouth slightly, and covered her mouth with her other hand to block other people's sight. Every move fully reflected the proper manners of a princess. The etiquette is so strict that it seems that there is no mistake after thousands of trials. Once it enters the mouth, the tender and smooth taste of the meat slices bursts out instantly, accompanied by the light spicy taste of the green peppers. It is like lying on a bamboo chair at sunset, closing your eyes and listening to a melodious and passionate song. The whole body and mind seem to melt in that deliciousness, making people groan involuntarily. Kagaya Otsutsuki stretched lazily like a cat, and felt comfortable all over. The deliciousness of this dish touched her heart slightly. Unfortunately, this is still not enough. No matter how delicious it is, Kagaya Otsutsuki still played a one-point sign under the puzzled eyes of the six-path sage. 46. Chapter 444, Kagaya's Food That Will Make You Laugh, 2 chapters in 1. This chapter is 2 chapters in 1, that is, the 4th and 5th chapters are put together. Kagaya Otsutsuki has already abandoned her moral integrity in order to make trouble. No matter how delicious the food made by the six-path sage is, she only gave it 1 point. Seeing this, everyone was almost desperate. What can they do? At this moment, Kisame coughed, showing his presence, and then he straightened his chest and said proudly, "Don't be discouraged, don't forget our boss Yang Ming." Yang Ming? The six-path sage raised his tired eyelids and shook his head weakly. It's useless, mother is determined not to let us win, there is no way. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Ming came out of the kitchen with a plate of food. Everything depends on human effort. How can we know if we don't try? As he spoke, Yang Ming raised his lips and showed a calm and composed smile. He didn't take Kagaya Otsutsuki's cannibalistic look seriously. Otsutsuki Hamura patted Yang Ming's shoulder with a heavy look in his eyes. Young man, self-confidence is a good thing, but you can't be blindly optimistic. This made sense, but he was still worried about Yang Ming. Yang Ming shrugged, brought the plate to Kagaya Otsutsuki's table, and smiled gently. "Guest, please enjoy." Hee. Kagaya Otsutsuki sneered arrogantly, not giving Yang Ming any face at all. "I don't eat the food you cook." "Come on, here it comes again." Kagaya Otsutsuki is playing tricks, are you afraid? Before, the six-path sage offered a man's knee, and also moved Kagaya Otsutsuki to eat a bite with emotion, using the mother-son relationship. If it was Yang Ming, what would he use to impress the other party? At this moment, the hearts of the six-path sage and the others were extremely heavy, as if there was a dark cloud covering their hearts, which seemed extremely depressing. Alas, I failed again. The six-path sage shook his head, his face was grey. Otsutsuki Hamura also did not think highly of Yang Ming, so he simply closed his eyes and tried not to look at him. Ashura clenched his fists tightly, his eyes wide open, and he wanted to punch Otsutsuki Kagaya's beautiful face. It's really too despicable. Otsutsuki Kagaya sat on the chair calmly, looking at Yang Ming leisurely, two white onion-like beautiful legs stacked together, 3-inch golden lotus raised high, and the exposed toes could be seen to be round and plump, which could make every foot control enthusiast go crazy. Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled triumphantly, "What can you do to me?" Facing such a desperate situation, Yang Ming seemed like the Buddha of fighting and victory who had been defeated and won again and again, and there was no trace of fear on his face. Yang Ming just smiled lightly, put his hand on the lid covering the plate, and then suddenly opened the lid. Boom! No one expected that a pillar of light that seemed to penetrate the sky and earth would soar up, as if it had passed through time and space, and like the eternal truth, it would span from top to bottom, and it looked extremely spectacular. Compared with the past, after this pillar of light appeared, a wisp of ethereal fairy music suddenly appeared, as if it was confessing, as if it was whispering. It was so pleasant to the ears that it touched the softest part of people's hearts. At the same time, waves of rich fragrance, like a dam opening a valve, burst out, and the surging waves of fragrance instantly filled the enclosed space. At this moment, everyone felt that they were in the ocean of fragrance, and they were like drowning swimmers, being penetrated by these fragrances from the nose and skin, and every cell in the body was moaning comfortably. Is this really a dish made by humans? Kagaya Otsutsuki covered her mouth with her hands in disbelief, her eyes were almost popping out of her surprise. When the golden light flashed, all the lights suddenly converged, revealing the delicious food underneath. What appeared in everyone's sight was a pile of buns. However, these buns were different from ordinary buns. They were all golden, as if they were made of gold, and they were flowing with a layer of beautiful colors under the light. The most peculiar thing was that a small hole was cut on these buns, forming a slightly raised arc, making them look like they were smiling. That's right, this is the golden smiling bun. Yang Ming once entered the world of Chinese Little Chef. In the world, it was already a world after the plot development. Yang Ming was lucky to learn this dish before leaving. The filling inside the bun is made of smashed beef, which is then fried in a hot oil pan to form a unique dish. Seeing such a strange delicacy, Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but grab a bun to take a closer look. Who knew that when she held the bun tightly, something strange happened? Giggle! Giggle! The golden bun trembled in Kagaya Otsutsuki's hand, and then bursts of silver bell-like laughter came out, as if there was a soul in it, which sounded so abrupt and weird. Kagaya Otsutsuki was also startled in her heart, but at the same time she was deeply attracted by this dish. I'll just take a bite, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Anyway, no matter how delicious he cooks, I'll only give him 1 point. Kagaya Otsutsuki secretly thought so, smelling the rich fragrance, she couldn't hold back any longer. After all, she had been sealed by the six-path sage brothers and had been staying in that dark place, so it was a good thing that she didn't have a mental breakdown. At this time, the unprecedented food in front of her had already aroused Kagaya Otsutsuki's appetite. Ah! Kagaya Otsutsuki opened her bloody mouth, no longer caring about etiquette, the food in front of her, eat it first. As soon as she took a bite, the hot soup in the bun splashed out instantly, and Kagaya Otsutsuki was caught off guard and her mouth was full of it. But she was no longer in the mood to think so much. When her white teeth bit through the fried crispy skin and touched the excellent filling of beef cubes and vermicelli inside, the delicious taste like a volcanic eruption instantly burst out. It was so delicious that she was sweating all over and felt like she was about to climax. So cool! So delicious! This is so delicious! Kagaya Otsutsuki took a look at the bun in her hand, and her mind had already thrown away the belief of only eating 1 bite, and she ate it voraciously. As she ate, Yang Ming's talent as a chef that touched people's hearts had unconsciously begun to affect Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kagaya Otsutsuki only felt a shake of spirit, and the surrounding scene suddenly became blurred. She was on the princess seat and Yui and Yukin were still 2 naughty children, chasing and playing with each other. This is Such a scene made Kaguya Otsutsuki feel both familiar and unfamiliar. Deep in Kaguya Otsutsuki's heart, what she longed for most was to return to the carefree princess life of the past and grow up with her 2 children. Mother, why is the sun round? At this moment, Yui pulled Kaguya Otsutsuki's sleeve with her tender little hands, causing her to immediately shift her sight. Yukin, the younger brother, was like a little adult, with his chest puffed out and said loudly, "Of course it's because your eyes are round." The eyes are round, so the sun you see is also round? The child's thinking seems so naive, but in Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes, it is a long-lost warmth, and she just wants to stay here forever. Yui refused to give in, pulled Kaguya Otsutsuki's sleeve, and said coquettishly, "Mother, is it true?" Kaguya Otsutsuki stretched out her jade hand and touched Yui's little head, with a smile on her lips. When she was about to say something, she was shocked to find that her hand passed through Yui's head. At this time, all the illusions disappeared, and her sight returned to the competition scene. Although Kaguya Otsutsuki tried to tighten her face and pretend to be an iceberg beauty, a line of tears gushed out like a spring, and she couldn't stop it at all. "Mother," she actually cried. The Six-Path Sage rubbed his eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. He felt sick and his 3 views were overturned. As in the original work, Black Zetsu once said that Kaguya Otsutsuki was just a poor mother who was sealed. Kaguya Otsutsuki was carrying the mission of the Otsutsuki clan that could not be passed on. In Naruto Next Generations, it can be seen that she wants to destroy the world, which is an unforgivable act in the eyes of outsiders, but in her eyes, it is her mission to transform the Naruto world into a flower garden suitable for the growth of the 10-tailed divine tree, so as to welcome the tribesmen of the Otsutsuki clan in the original world to come and harvest the fruits. But she didn't tell her 2 most cherished children about all this, and the mother and son turned against each other, giving rise to 1,000 years of grievances and hatred. Now, after eating the food cooked by Yang Ming, Kaguya Otsutsuki suddenly realized that what she wanted most in her heart was not to complete the family mission, but to enjoy the happiness of heaven and man with her children. Hago Romo, Hamura. Kaguya Otsutsuki called these 2 names softly, just like her tone in the illusion, full of doting on her children. "We'll meet again if we're lucky." After saying that, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Kaguya Otsutsuki resolutely raised the sign with 10 points. Boom. There was a thunder in the sky, and the whole enclosed space suddenly dissolved. Infinite light suddenly appeared, and in an instant, the world turned upside down and reversed yin and yang. When they regained their sight, they had returned to the original place, but the figure of Kaguya Otsutsuki had disappeared. But for some reason, the Six-Path Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura did not feel happy at all. Instead, they felt empty in their hearts, as if they had lost the most precious thing in the world. "Mother, has she been sealed again?" The Six-Path Sage felt a pain in his heart and couldn't help but murmured. Yang Ming sighed with certainty, "She has returned to where she should go." The reason why Yang Ming was so sure was because a series of prompts from the system came to his ears. Hidden mission, save the world. Mission description, it's all because the host is having too much fun. The ancient time and space are about to be ruined by the host. Please accept the request of the Six-Path Sage and reseal Kaguya Otsutsuki to save the world. Mission reward, a method for making Maotai liquor. Mission completed. Hidden mission, defeat the Six-Path Sage in the world cooking competition. Mission description, perhaps only in cooking can the host find a sense of superiority over the Six-Path Sage. Defeat him and become famous in the ancient times. Mission reward, a random item. Mission completed. For the 2 missions, Yang Ming did not get anything because he had overdrawn the rewards before. Fortunately, Yang Ming did not forget the main purpose of this trip to the ancient times. Yang Ming looked suspicious and asked the Six Paths Immortal, "Well, does this count as defeating you in the 3rd round of the world cooking competition?" "Of course." The Six Paths Immortal forced himself to be energetic and smiled heartily, "Yang Ming, what do you want to get? As long as you win the world cooking competition, you can make a wish to the Six Paths Immortal." So Yang Ming said directly, "I want the 2 sets of kitchen utensils you usually use." The Six Paths Immortal blinked. He didn't expect the other party to make such a request. He had to take everyone home and put the 4 sets of kitchen utensils he usually used in front of Yang Ming for selection. Among them, Yang Ming saw the familiar Wanbao purple sand pot and Shenglong pot, while the other 2 sets of kitchen utensils seemed relatively unfamiliar. One is a kitchen knife with a sharp blade and a dragon eye-like decoration at the end of the handle. This knife is called Dragon Slayer. Seeing Yang Ming's puzzled expression, the Six Paths Immortal began to introduce. The other kitchen utensil turned out to be a chopping board, which looked very simple and had some shallow or deep knife marks on it. This chopping board is called Wuming, said the Six Paths Immortal. As its name suggests, the Wuming chopping board is not well known among many kitchen utensils, but it is the most important kitchen utensil for chefs, just like the shadow sixth man in basketball. Yang Ming had no time to check the two sets of kitchen utensils that had been transformed by the system. After hurriedly saying goodbye to the Six Paths Immortals, he hurried back to the place where he had just traveled to the ancient times. A few days later, Yang Ming and his party came here. As Yang Ming silently recited the system in his heart, the space in front of him suddenly produced a ripple. Then, a door that seemed a bit illusory appeared in front of them. After having this experience once, Yang Ming and his party had long been accustomed to it, and traveled back to the original time and space from this door. It turns out that they are really not from here. At this moment, a mound of earth appeared underground, and then a figure appeared. This person is Black Zetsu, who is now possessed by Uchiha Madara's body. The system only sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki back, but did not take Black Zetsu's life. When Kagaya Otsutsuki left, she seemed to have seen through everything and told Black Zetsu that Yang Ming and his party came from the future time and space. Black Zetsu was unwilling to fail, so he followed Yang Ming and his party all the way here. I will definitely revive my mother. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth and said, and with a fierce heart, he dragged Uchiha Madara's body with thousands of holes and passed through the gate at the critical moment when the time and space gate disappeared. Black Zetsu only felt a change around him, and then appeared in a strange desert. At this time, he could see the backs of Yang Ming and his party going away. Under the influence of the two Black Zetsu, the ninja world is bound to set off new waves. 18,146. Chapter 445 Return to Normal Plot. Konoha Village. When the villagers found that Uchiha Madara had disappeared for many days, especially after Yang Ming and his friends came back, the news of Uchiha Madara's sudden death spread. Without a leader, with the support of elite jonin such as Kakashi and Might Guy, Tsunade, who was imprisoned by Uchiha Madara, was released and ascended the throne of Hokage again. Everything, as if the wheel of history rolled over, returned to the starting point under the inertia of a plot. To celebrate, Tsunade escaped and became Hokage again. The whole Yang Ming store was booked, and it was crowded with ninjas of all levels. Tsunade's face was no longer depressed, and she looked radiant and much younger. Her skin was as smooth as a young girl, and with the top weapon on her chest, she was so charming that she could kill any otaku in seconds. Since Yang Ming store did not provide alcohol service during the day, Tsunade and her friends brought several boxes of shaku, either drinking by themselves or drinking with friends. After a while, two attractive blushes appeared on her face. Verb. Tsunade opened her drunken eyes, shook the bottle that was not much left, and shouted at the top of her voice, Shizuan, another bottle, of wine. At this time, a hand firmly grasped her white wrist, and a familiar voice came, Tsunade, you can't drink any more. Ah! Tsunade turned her head and saw Yang Ming appeared behind her. It was as if she was splashed with a basin of cold water. The whole person shuddered and woke up immediately. Tsunade hurriedly tidied her clothes and smiled awkwardly, how did you have time to come out? If I don't come out, you will be drunk. Yang Ming rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Then, Yang Ming brought out a plate, here, this is a dish to sober you up. When Yang Ming opened the lid, a strong stench instantly hit his nose. Tsunade was curious at first, so she leaned closer. When she was caught off guard, the stench of smelly socks that hadn't been washed for more than 10 years suddenly hit her nose. Wow! The sour smell was indescribable. As soon as she saw it, Tsunade's nose was snotty and she almost vomited. It wasn't just Tsunade. Kakashi and the others were drunk at first, but when they smelled the stench, they suddenly woke up like a thunderclap. Yang Ming. Tsunade's eyebrows were like two daggers, her face was red with anger, like a ripe peach, and she roared like a lion, you want to die? What the hell is this thing, why is it so smelly? Kisame, who was cleaning, smiled proudly, thinking to himself, brother is still awesome, breathing with fish gills. At this moment, the unique smell of stinky tofu was like a whirlwind, giving everyone present a sour and refreshing feeling that they had never experienced before. Yang Ming had a calm expression on his face, and his calmness made Tsunade even more angry. She wanted to pinch Yang Ming's face hard to see what this face was made of. It was so smelly, but he could still be so calm. Look, you woke up immediately, which shows that this stinky tofu is very useful. Yang Ming said seriously, not noticing Tsunade's increasingly ugly expression. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, resisting the urge to beat up Yang Ming. Veins popped out on her forehead, and she suddenly roared. You! Get out of here! Yang Ming was not affected at all, but said calmly, Tsunade, this is your fault. Since you have ordered all the dishes in this restaurant, you should finish them. Otherwise, I can only regretfully put you on the blacklist. At this moment, Tsunade's mind was filled with countless creatures named Nima running around. Tsunade had no idea that the menu of Yang Ming's shop had been updated again. She thought it was still the same. What's more, she didn't expect that there would be such stinky dishes at first. Tsunade's face was pale and full of embarrassment. She lowered her head and said, I can't eat it. This look and tone made her look like a resentful woman in the boudoir. Tsunade stiffened her neck and decided to do it once and for all. As if she was going to the execution ground, she closed her eyes, her eyebrows trembled slightly, and she opened her mouth reluctantly and took a bite of stinky tofu. Ah! Something magical happened. The tofu that was originally stinky enough to make her vomit blood went from one extreme to another as soon as it entered her mouth. Just like a lotus flower coming out of the stinky mud, the stinky smell on the surface breeds a unique fragrance inside. Fragrant. The fragrance is charming, like the fragrance of tulips, the mellow fragrance of roses, and the fragrance of jasmine. In a short moment, this fragrance seemed to cover the fragrance of all the flowers in the world, crushing them one by one and mixing them together. The fragrance of stinky tofu is not comparable to ordinary fragrances at all. It's like sitting on a roller coaster, coming to heaven from the top of hell abruptly. Tsunade is completely speechless. The whole person is like condensed into a stone sculpture, and she is stunned in an instant. Have you gone mad from eating too much, Hokage? Koji's mouth twitched. Although he was also greedy, he didn't have the courage to eat a bite of stinky tofu. That sour and stinky smell was really unbearable for humans. Shikamaru covered his nose tightly, his eyes thoughtful. In order to avoid inhaling the stench, he said simply, no. While the other ninjas were looking at Tsunade worriedly, she sighed comfortably, so cool. At this moment, how could Tsunade still have the helplessness of being forced to eat before? Tsunade tasted the stinky tofu with great joy, and exclaimed, Yang Ming, this is the most delicious food I have ever eaten. The most delicious food? Hearing this high praise, many ninjas looked at each other, and read the same signal from each other's eyes. Could it be that Lord Hokage was stupid because of the stinky tofu? Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but shudder. Kakashi and Might Guy are indeed a pair of best friends. When they met at this time, Might Guy's eyes suddenly lit up and challenged Kakashi. Kakashi, let's have a showdown, see who finishes the stinky tofu first, and the loser calls the other grandpa. If you don't dare, call me dad now. Your uncle. Kakashi's face darkened, isn't it just a competition of eating, who am I afraid of? Kakashi rolled up his sleeves, and was determined in his heart. He tried his best to hold back the disgusting smell and ate it in one gulp. As a result, many ninjas were shocked to find that there were 2 more sculptures on the scene. Kakashi and Might Guy stood still with a confused look on their faces. They all thought, this food is poisonous. 8946. Chapter 446 Kakashi's Life and Death Crisis. Asuma touched Kakashi, who seemed to be petrified, and asked worriedly, are you okay? Burp. What answered Asuma was Kakashi's burp. The smell of stinky tofu feet and bad breath mixed with it was like a biochemical weapon bursting out, piercing Asuma's nerves. So, the fragile Asuma simply rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground immediately. Seeing this, Kakashi looked down at Asuma in surprise. What are you doing? Just as Kakashi turned his head and wanted to ask others, everyone seemed to see the plague god and avoided him like crazy. Hey! Kakashi touched his head with a puzzled look on his face, and saw that Might Guy, the bitch, took advantage of this gap and gobbled up all the stinky tofu. What's more infuriating is that Might Guy also ate Kakashi's portion. Might Guy, the bitch, actually went a step further and said with a smirk on his face, Kakashi, I finished the stinky tofu first, so this is you who lost. According to the agreement, you should call me grandpa. Right, grandson. As he said that, Might Guy also winked at Kakashi, and his look was so annoying that Kakashi wanted to tear his mouth apart. Your uncle. I won't play with you anymore. Kakashi had a gloomy face, and he was not willing to agree to Might Guy's request. He turned around and left. In just a moment, he had already lost his trace. Might Guy was also joking with his friends, not taking it seriously, just shrugged and did not chase him. Seeing the others frowning at the stinky tofu on the table, Might Guy immediately patted his chest and said, "Let me help you deal with these stinky tofu." Hearing this, Tsunade's two dagger-like eyebrows crossed. You don't have to do it for me. As the Hokage, I should do this kind of thing. The two looked at each other, and the air seemed to be filled with gunpowder. Then, they turned around tacitly and walked to the left and right respectively. Seeing this, the other ninjas couldn't help but wiped a cold sweat for Might Guy. They didn't expect that he would dare to confront Tsunade. At the same time, they looked at the stinky tofu on the table, and they couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in their hearts. This thing is so stinky, why are they still fighting to eat it? Some smart people resisted the disgusting smell and tried a small bite, and were immediately amazed. The extremely stinky fragrance and the smooth tofu stimulated the taste buds on the tip of the tongue. A feeling called deliciousness is overwhelming them with an unprecedented wave. At this time, these smart people didn't understand the trick, and they joined the ranks of volunteers to help other ninjas solve the stinky tofu. For a while, the whole Yang Ming store was bustling. In order to grab the stinky tofu that is getting less and less, these ninjas who usually fight to the death have turned into foodies, and they come and go with each other, which is very lively. Of course, in Yang Ming's store, they will not do too much. Just when everyone was busy, the door of Yang Ming's store opened, and Kakashi, who had left, returned again. But when Kakashi entered Yang Ming's shop, everyone stopped, as if a recorder had been stuck, and a dead silence spread. It was because Kakashi had just escaped from a powerful enemy. Kakashi's face was covered in blood, and there was no clean spot on his body, which was covered with the color of dust and blood. He was originally intact. The clothes became tattered, with bloody scars crisscrossing, and the bones could be vaguely seen in the places where the injuries were serious. As soon as Kakashi entered Yang Ming's shop, the faith that had been supporting him suddenly loosened, and he could no longer bear the fatigue of severe blood loss. He stumbled and fell to the ground with a bang. Kakashi. As Kakashi's best friend, Might Guy flew out in a flash and helped Kakashi up from the ground. "Grandson, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Might Guy, the bitch, still remembered the bet just now, and said in a teasing manner. But there was no smile in Might Guy's eyes, but a thunderous anger, wishing to tear the bastard who injured Kakashi with his hands. Kakashi's lips trembled, and he really wanted to slap him. Might Guy misunderstood. "Do you want artificial respiration? I'll give you artificial respiration right now." As he said that, Might Guy pouted and was about to get close to Kakashi's lips that were covered with human flesh. If Might Guy kissed him, it would be a nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Kakashi felt a chill, and with his weak body, he shouted as if he had exhausted all his strength, "Water!" Might Guy suddenly realized, slapped his head, put Kakashi aside, and quickly poured the glass of water down his throat. Ahem! After drinking the water, Kakashi's originally dry and grey lips finally regained some color, and his face also had a hint of vitality. Seeing this, Might Guy hurriedly asked, "Kakashi, which bastard hurt you?" "I." Kakashi looked embarrassed and stammered, "I don't know." Might Guy looked up and down at Kakashi as if he had just met him for the first time. "You are not someone else pretending to be you. How can you not even know who the enemy is?" "I really don't know." Kakashi's mouth was bitter. When he thought of that mysterious man, Kakashi felt extremely annoyed. Kakashi was attacked not long after leaving Yang Ming's shop. However, the person who attacked him was too fast. Kakashi only felt a gust of wind blowing, and he was inexplicably attacked several times. Even if Kakashi opened his Sharingan in time, with his superior dynamic vision, he could only capture a vague figure. That person was like a ghost in the night sky, his body was as light as a swallow, his movements were as fast as lightning, although the various ninjutsu used did not seem to be so connected, and a little unfamiliar, but with a bloody momentum. If it were not for the fact that it was close to Yang Ming's shop, Kakashi would have been in trouble. And that mysterious person was probably afraid of Yang Ming and the many ninjas in the shop, otherwise he would have rushed into the shop by now. "Kakashi, what's wrong with your eyes?" At this time, Might Guy suddenly found that Kakashi's Sharingan was bleeding, which looked quite scary. Kakashi covered his Sharingan and smiled bitterly. I guess I was injured by a mysterious man just now. That guy seemed to come for my Sharingan. He almost dug out my eyes just now. 2546. Chapter 447 Buddha jumps over the wall. At this time, seeing that Kakashi was so seriously injured that even his Sharingan was almost dug out, Yang Ming, as the owner of the small shop, immediately returned to the kitchen and prepared to make a dish for Kakashi to heal his injuries. Kakashi's injuries were too serious. If he used the Wanbao purple sand pot to cook ordinary dishes, it would be difficult to recover from the injuries in a short time. After all, Kakashi's eyes were almost dug out, and such injuries were not simple. Fortunately, Yang Ming had completed the system task before and obtained a very advanced cooking method. Hidden Mission: Investigate the whereabouts of the legendary kitchen utensils, Part 3. Mission description: The Naruto world is vast and rich in resources, and it is said that the powerful Six-Path Sage once left 4 kinds of kitchen utensils in the world. As the future god of cooking, you have the obligation to find their whereabouts. The host goes to Lulin, uses the power of the dragon veins there to travel through time and space, and returns to the ancient times of Naruto to find them. Mission reward: How to make Buddha jumps over the wall. Buddha jumps over the wall, also known as Mantungxiang and Fu Shaoquan, is the chief famous dish in Fuzhou and belongs to the Fujian cuisine. There is an ancient poem that says, frogs, wax clams, and zishi tongues, enter the composition with sweet and fresh seafood, which refers to the rich seafood of Fujian cuisine. This time, the system rarely gave a Fujian dish. There is a doggerel that vividly describes Buddha jumps over the wall. The fragrance of meat spreads to the neighbors when the altar is opened, and the Buddha hears that he has abandoned Zen and jumps over the wall. At the same time, in Fuzhou dialect, Fu Shaoquan and Buddha jumps over the wall are pronounced the same. Since then, people have quoted the poem and generally called this dish Buddha jumps over the wall. The ingredients used to make Buddha jumps over the wall are luxurious, and it is the most luxurious dish among the cooking methods that Yang Ming has mastered. Buddha jumps over the wall is a combination of 18 main ingredients and 12 auxiliary ingredients, which almost include all the delicacies in the world, such as chicken, duck, lamb elbow, pork belly, hoof tip, tendon, ham, chicken, and duck gizzard, such as fish lips, shark fin, sea cucumber, abalone, scallops, fish tripe, such as pigeon eggs, mushrooms, bamboo shoots, bamboo clams. These materials almost cover small, medium, and large spiritual beast materials, and are extremely luxurious. They can be called Viagra among supplements. Just one meal can make you radiant. More than 30 kinds of raw materials and auxiliary materials are processed and prepared separately, and then layered into the jar, just like an ambitious New Year's film, with a gathering of big names. Yang Ming first used 18 kinds of raw materials by frying, stir-frying, cooking, and frying to prepare various flavors with the characteristics of frying, stir-frying, cooking, and frying, and then stacked them layer by layer in the Wanbao purple sand pot, and poured in an appropriate amount of rice wine to fully blend the soup, wine, and vegetables. Then, the pot mouth was sealed with lotus leaves and covered tightly, and heated on the fire. Shark fins, abalone, and other ingredients are naturally beautiful, and after being trained and inspired by the unique production techniques of Buddha jumps over the wall, a jar of delicious food is created. During the cooking process, Buddha jumps over the wall almost has no fragrance. On the contrary, when it is cooked and opened, Yang Ming only needs to slightly open the lotus leaf, and the aroma of wine will be fragrant and go straight into the heart. When the Buddha jumps over the wall is cooked, Yang Ming carefully holds it in front of Kakashi. Without Yang Ming's instructions, as Kakashi's best friend, although Might Guy is not very reliable at ordinary times, he is still very reliable once he gets serious. Might Guy took the Buddha jumps over the wall from Yang Ming and took a spoon to scoop a little. I saw that the soup was thick brown, but thick but not greasy. The soup was thick brown, and Kakashi took a spoonful of it and kept smacking his lips. Firstly, it was because Buddha jumps over the wall was very hot, and secondly, it was because the soup was rich in gelatin, which easily dried Kakashi's lips, like a kiss after falling in love at first sight that made people forget everything in the clouds. After drinking a mouthful, Kakashi's face flushed, and compared with his pale face due to excessive blood loss before, he seemed to have a little more life. Kakashi struggled to get up, and without saying a word, he quickly snatched the soup spoon from Might Guy's hand, and didn't care about burning his tongue. He scooped a large spoonful and drank it down voraciously. It's so beautiful. Kakashi was intoxicated, as if he was in the sweetness of first love. It's hard to imagine. This soup is thick and mellow, but the fusion of various seafood and mountain delicacies gives a taste that is not at all aggressive. The beauty of the taste is like going through 9 bends and 18 turns. The charm is the exclamation when the road turns. Of course, the various mountain delicacies and sea delicacies here do not affect each other. In fact, it is also thanks to the role of the kitchen utensils that Yang Ming has just obtained. Nameless chopping board. The ingredients using this chopping board will not be affected by other ingredients. There are many times when the ingredients are continuously sorted in the kitchen, the smell of the ingredients left on the chopping board will affect the taste of the next batch of ingredients, and then ruin the whole dish. And another kitchen utensil, although it does not seem to have a big role, it is the most practical. Dragon slaying sword, abnormally sharp, eternally reinforced. The abnormal sharpness allows this knife to easily cut the ingredients with skin and bones, and the eternal reinforcement will not easily break or rust. After drinking the soup, Kakashi licked his lips and couldn't wait to try the rest of the dishes. Shark fin, abalone, tendon, flower mushroom, pigeon egg. The taste is mellow but not greasy, soft and smooth, and all kinds of delicious ingredients quickly pass over the tip of the tongue like a slide, bringing bursts of surprises that make people scream. Because Buddha jumps over the wall is to simmer dozens of ingredients in one pot, it has a common meat taste and maintains its own characteristics. It tastes soft, tender, and smooth, with a strong meaty aroma, but not greasy. The ingredients penetrate each other, and the taste is in the taste. When eating Buddha jumps over the wall, the aroma of wine is mixed with various aromas, and the fragrance spreads all around. It is rotten but not rotten, and the taste is endless. Not only Kakashi eats it deliciously, but others feel melted by the aroma when they see him eating. Some people say, the happiness of children is steaming and tasting fresh food, the happiness of teenagers is stir-frying and freshness, the happiness of 30 years old is braised pork and temptation, then, the happiness of knowing the destiny is a pot of warm, non-competitive, long-lasting, and fragrant Buddha jumps over the wall, which is memorable. It was as if time had become a flavor, a fragrance that has been passed down for centuries. After a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall, Kakashi felt a warmth spreading to his limbs and meridians. The bloodstains on his body were crisscrossed, and flesh buds sprang out, connecting with each other at a speed visible to the naked eye, removing the bad flesh and forming a new body, and then covering it with new skin. Even his Sharingan, which was almost dug out, had its sensitive nerves around his eyes reactivated, and a cool feeling came from his eyes. When Kakashi opened the Sharingan, he felt that all the fatigue accumulated in the expired eyes had disappeared, and he felt relaxed all over. The healing effect of this dish was so terrifying. If Tsunade were to treat it, this kind of injury would take at least a week to heal. But with this dish, it only took half an hour. 46. Chapter 448, Opening the Sharingan, Jiraiya disappears. In Kakashi after the assassination, the banquet that was originally held to celebrate Tsunade's return to the position of Hokage ended in displeasure. After the false alarm, Kakashi moved directly into the Hokage building at Tsunade's suggestion for safety reasons to avoid being attacked again. In the days that followed, it seemed that the mysterious killer knew that he couldn't do it, and the village seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. Unconsciously, the weather gradually turned cold, and the graceful snowflakes fell, covering the earth with a layer of silver. It turned out that Christmas was coming. Speaking of Christmas, what else can stop the restless hearts of young people? This is a festival of confession. In the past, men and women who had a crush on someone would have already prepared chocolates to give to others. But now it is different. After more than half a year of operation of Yang Ming's shop, people have long been accustomed to the existence of ice cream. Especially the sentence, if you love her/him, give her/him ice cream, which has been recognized by many young people. Look, early in the morning, a long queue formed in front of Yang Ming's shop, all of them were young people. Nowadays, love is about ambiguity. Men and women who are interested in each other lean on each other, all of them come to taste ice cream. Of course, there are also some rich people who are too lazy to queue up. They don't care about the minimum starting price of 1,000 yuan, and don't care about the delivery fee of 250 yuan. They directly ask Uchiha Itachi to deliver the takeaway to their homes. This made Uchiha Itachi very embarrassed. When he drove the ostentatious and advanced Batmobile to the owner's house, it would be fine if it was a man who opened the door. If it was a woman, she would take the opportunity to ask for Uchiha Itachi's contact information, and ambiguously said that it didn't matter even if she paid for warming the bed. After receiving the jealous eyes of the other male companion, Uchiha Itachi was at a loss. Although Uchiha Itachi's experience seems to be enviable, in his heart, there will always be only the girl who took him to eat 3-color meatballs in his childhood. She is Uchiha Izumi. Unfortunately, on the night of the Uchiha clan extermination, Uchiha Itachi was burdened with a mission that almost made him collapse, and he gritted his teeth and killed Izumi with his own hands. Perhaps, I still have a chance to apologize to her in person. During the break, Uchiha Itachi half leaned on the car door, raised his head and looked at the distant sky with a faint gaze, as if at this moment, the white clouds in the sky turned into familiar faces. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his hand and shook it forward, as if he could touch these faces. His face was unprecedentedly gentle. Perhaps he has always hidden his gentleness under his cold face. Under the mask called coldness, there is a heart that loves life far more than others. After I resurrect you, I will take you to have a cup of ice cream. Uchiha Itachi said secretly in his heart, I think you will like it. Thinking of being dragged by the other party to eat 3-color meatballs in childhood, Uchiha Itachi's cold heart melted like honey, full of sweetness. After a short break, Uchiha Itachi returned to his normal appearance and drove the Batmobile to deliver food. Only by working hard can he repay the kindness of Boss Yang Ming for resurrecting his loved ones for him. Just as more and more people in the village gave ice cream as a gift of confession, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Serial tasks: make ice cream a Valentine's Day gift. Stage Task 1: make ice cream a Valentine's Day gift for the villagers of Konoha. Task description: as an ambitious and aspiring chef, the era of just cooking is outdated. Let's start with ice cream and make ice cream a myth between lovers, replacing the declaration of love. Task reward: open Sharingan. Task completed, reward issued. This serial task was triggered when Yang Ming just opened the store. Now it has been more than half a year before it was finally completed. It is really the longest one. However, it is all worth it. When the familiar power emerged in Yang Ming's body, Yang Ming was still patrolling the hall of the store. He ran to the bathroom and looked at the mirror. At this moment, his black pupils had changed a lot. He actually skipped 1 Megatama and 2 Megatama and directly formed 3 Megatama. Of course, when Yang Ming formed 3 Megatama, it had already caught the eyes of many caring people in the store. Then, the system quickly updated this serial task again. Serial task: make ice cream a Valentine's Day gift. Stage Task 2: make ice cream a Valentine's Day gift for half of the people in the ninja world. Task description: as an ambitious and aspiring chef, the era of just cooking is outdated. Let's start with ice cream and make ice cream a myth between lovers, replacing the declaration of love. Task reward: open the Mangeki Sharingan. Well, if half of the ninja world uses ice cream to express their love, I don't know when it will happen. This is just like not expecting Kishimoto Fumaizu's plot, not expecting Togashi to continue publishing, and not expecting the author to be concise. With the Sharingan after that, it seems to be useless to Yang Ming? Really? Let's wait and see. Just as Yang Ming was constantly trying to use the Sharingan, Zabuza suddenly rushed into the bathroom and said breathlessly, "Boss, something bad has happened." Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and waved his hand, signaling Zabuza to calm down. After the other party calmed down his impatient mood, Yang Ming spoke calmly, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" "Boss, Tsunade just sent Shizuan to inform you that Jiraiya has no news now. I'm afraid he has met with an accident." Zabuza's words were earth-shattering. Jiraiya has no news at all? What happened? It turned out that after the labor contract that Jiraiya had renewed with Yang Ming expired, he left Konoha village and seemed to be looking for novel materials. In secret, Jiraiya was in contact with Tsunade, probably on a secret mission. But she didn't expect that after this trip, Jiraiya seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and there was no news at all. Originally, Tsunade thought that Jiraiya was not convenient to contact her, but after a month of no news, Tsunade knew that something bad had happened. On the one hand, Tsunade mobilized people to form an elite team to search for Jiraiya's whereabouts, and on the other hand, sent Shizuan to inform Yang Ming, hoping that Yang Ming would help find him because Jiraiya used to be the owner of Yang Ming's shop. At this moment, the voice of the system appeared at the right time. "Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, find Jiraiya." Mission description: it seems that it is time to capture Jiraiya and make him a soldier. How can a small shop not have a few cage-level masters to sit, Shuang, buy? Mission reward, a random item. This chapter is a transition chapter to fill in the gaps between several hundred chapters and reveal the subsequent tasks. 91. Chapter 449 Jiraiya's New Book. Regarding Jiraiya's disappearance, Yang Ming plans to wait and see how Tsunade arranges the manpower. In addition, he also asks Bai to go out and find out the news to see which direction Jiraiya went. After all, Yang Ming is now in the dark, and the amount of information is too little. As a veteran cage-level master, Jiraiya actually disappeared secretly while on a mission. Yang Ming's first reaction was, could it be that Pain attacked Jiraiya? In the original work, it was because Jiraiya inquired about the news of the Akatsuki organization and found the base of the Akatsuki organization all the way that he suffered an accident. But now, is the tragedy repeating itself? Probably not. Because of Yang Ming's butterfly effect, the Akatsuki organization has fallen apart, and Pain and Obito have become enemies, fighting each other fiercely. What's more, after Uchiha Madara was resurrected, with the help of the power of Konoha village and the information obtained from Black and White Zetsu, the Rain Country, which was suppressed at all levels, could not raise its head at all, and the remaining personnel of the Akatsuki organization were also exhausted. Even if Uchiha Madara is not here now, they have no reason to attack Jiraiya. So, the question is, who is the person who attacked Jiraiya? Time passed between fingers, and soon the daytime passed, ushering in the arrival of night. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it was time for Yang Ming's shop and tavern to open. Early in the morning, the 3 lucky winners who won the prize in the daytime came to the door of the shop early to wait. Asuma, with the dog-tail grass on the corner of his mouth, greeted the person in front of him, Tsunade-sama, you are here too. Tsunade has regained the position of Hokage. Without Denzo to get in the way, she has been making drastic reforms recently. She is busy every day. Today, she took a break from her busy schedule and handed the work to Shizuan, and ran out alone. When Tsunade saw that it was Asuma, her eyes softened a lot, and she joked, "Why, you don't dare to smoke after getting married?" Ahem. Asuma waved his hands with embarrassment. He would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. He was not afraid of Yui Kurane, and he was not afraid of kneeling on the washboard. Absolutely not. In order to cover up the embarrassment in his heart, Asuma said nonsense with a serious face, "I am studying Jiraiya's new book A Good Man Is Me is a Good Man recently. I have a great enlightenment and I am determined to stop smoking and be a good man." Hearing this, the other person immediately showed a contemptuous expression, but it was Hungda who had not seen for a long time. "I'm a ghost if I believe you. The 3rd generation said that you don't learn from his good things, but you learn all the bad things like a real person, and become an old smoker." Hungda winked at Asuma mischievously and teased, "Asuma, tell me the truth, is Hong pregnant?" "How do you know?" Asuma blushed after being teased by the fierce Hungdu. Hungdu covered her red lips with her jade hands and giggled, almost laughing to tears. "Because." Hungdu covered her twitching belly from laughing. "Jiraiya's new book, A Good Man Is Me, a Good Man, is a book about the love between boys. What a story of friendship." Puff. Upon hearing this, Asuma's face suddenly turned purple, and he almost drooled. "Lord Jiraiya, I trusted you wrongly, you are actually this kind of person." Asuma looked up and asked the sky speechlessly, he just wanted to show off, he never thought it would turn out like this, the title of the book is so confusing. Just as the 3 of them were talking and laughing to relieve their boredom, it was time for Yang Ming's shop to open, and the door slowly opened. Ranmaru, who was wearing a bunny girl costume, came out. In this dark night, his clothes really made people think about it. I saw that he had 2 long toy ears on his head, and the completely black lace top wrapped his already slender body, and 2 furry white balls were deliberately glued to his chest. When he walked, the 2 white fluffy balls swayed around, which was very eye-catching. Just a glance, he couldn't move his eyes away. The lower body is wearing a pair of specially made tight pants, outlining a pair of small and exquisite calves, which makes people want to play with them. Behind the pants, there is a furry rabbit tail, which originally looks very cute, but when he walks, the little tail jumps and jumps, making him look a little more cute. Ranmaru's crisp voice sounded, "Guests, please follow me in." As he said that, Ranmaru walked in front and led the 3 people into the tavern. Asuma's eyes subconsciously focused on Ranmaru's furry rabbit tail, which swayed left and right as he walked. Under the dim yellow light, the mottled shadow swayed on the wall, and the sexy clothes on his body gave Asuma a strange visual experience. Unconsciously, a fire of evil burned in his stomach, making Asuma feel dry mouth. If it were modern times, there would be a sentence to summarize it, starting from 3 years, life imprisonment. In this blurred vision, Asuma followed the crowd, passed through the small door that only allowed one person to pass, and came to the tavern that looked like a paradise. There was a small pond on the side of the door, and the sound of gurgling water entered the ears, giving people a relaxing atmosphere. The 3 people who came in were all regular customers, and they all knew that the tavern did not provide snacks, so each of them brought some snacks such as peanuts. At this time, in addition to the original Anran wine, the tavern also provided a monkey wine, which was the wine that Yang Ming got from the ape demon's residence, but after systematic improvement, it became more delicious. None of the 3 wanted to abuse their hands, so they naturally chose monkey wine. Tsunade put one hand on the table to support her chin, tilted her head, and half closed her eyes to watch Yang Ming busying around. Yang Ming took out a high-footed glass, and a jar of wine had just been opened, and a mellow fragrance immediately spread around. Tsunade gently lifted the cup in her hand, and the light yellow wine was rippling in it with a drunken color, which made her stretch out and take a deep breath, feeling the pleasure of her chest and abdomen being filled with the fragrance in an instant. She took a sip and felt the rich and mellow fragrance, and the sweetness was incomparable. What's even more amazing is that after drinking, Tsunade felt refreshed and just felt drowsy, as if she was sleepy in spring. Her heart didn't beat, her brain didn't feel hot, and she felt extremely comfortable. Just a sip, all the fatigue after work disappeared, and she was instantly refreshed. Tsunade sighed in her heart, it's a pity that the amount is too little. It's not enough to drink. Thinking of this, Tsunade grabbed a handful of melon seeds and threw them into her mouth. Sure enough, drinking and cracking melon seeds is my favorite. Chapter 450 Attack in the Dark. Tsunade was also drunk, and she was drunk 30%, looking at Yang Ming with hazy eyes. Yang Ming, I plan to let Asuma lead the team to investigate Jiraiya's disappearance first. For my sake, please give me some help. It seems that after Tsunade regained the position of Hokage, she was very short of manpower. Jiraiya's disappearance was such a big thing, but she only sent a half-shadow level strongman to look for him. Although Asuma's current strength is much stronger than the original, there are too few people, so Tsunade personally went to Yang Ming for help. Yang Ming wiped the wine glass with a rag and smiled when he heard it. When are you leaving? I'll take a few employees to look for it together. In 2 days. Tsunade shook the high-heeled glass in her hand, and the rippling wine reflected her slightly tired eyes. Let you prepare first. By the way. At this time, a flash of inspiration came to Tsunade, and she slapped her head and turned to look at Hongdu. What about the new book you said about Jiraiya before? When was it published? Hey. Hongdu was slightly surprised. You mean A Good Man Is Me Is a Good Man, the novel about the beautiful friendship between boys and boys? That was published more than 2 months ago. Hongdu seemed a little puzzled. Tsunade-sama, what's wrong? Didn't Jiraiya-sama have no contact for the past month? There should be no contact between the two after more than a month, right? No. Tsunade's face suddenly became serious. If I remember correctly, this book was published not long after I assigned Jiraiya a task. Hearing this, Asuma was so surprised that he didn't even notice that the foxtail grass in his mouth fell off. Think about it, Jiraiya would be so idle that he would write a novel and publish it while doing a task. Tsunade's eyes were thoughtful. I haven't noticed it before. It seems that this book should be Jiraiya's way of conveying signals to the outside world. Hongdu was speechless. Could it be that the novel she used for entertainment actually hid a huge secret? Jiraiya, you are too good at playing, aren't you? You have taken the story of male and male beauty to a new level. Things are urgent, Tsunade. I will go back and let Shikamaru analyze this book. Asuma said in a deep voice. Then I'll leave it to you. Tsunade nodded slightly. With this incident, the 3 of them didn't want to stay in the tavern any longer. They finished their drinks and left. Yang Ming looked at the empty tavern, his eyes thoughtful. What happened that forced Jiraiya to send a signal to the outside world in this way? For a moment, Yang Ming swept away his previous over-optimism, and his chest seemed to be resting on a big old man, heavy. After cleaning up the tables and chairs, Yang Ming said, Raya, Ranmaru, it's time to get off work. Great, it's finally time to get off work. Ranmaru rubbed his eyes sleepily, and followed Yang Ming out sleepily. Leia touched his fluffy hair. Ranmaru, why don't you lie on my back and sleep for a while? No. I can walk by myself now. Ranmara turned his head proudly and raised his legs that were healed by Yang Ming. In order to prove to Lei, Ranmara swept away his previous sleepiness, walked past Yang Ming at a brisk pace, and ran out of the store first. Ranmara stood by the gate and smiled at Leia, who was walking slowly. "Look, I'm fine." The boy's smile was like a flower, just like cherry blossoms blooming. But at this moment, something strange happened. Whoosh! 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 Sharp sounds of breaking wind rang out. The three kunao were like the size of the god of death, breaking the tranquility of the night and inflicting a terrible and serious injury on the boy. Blood, tragically splashed out, like cherry blossoms withering and falling, scattered all over the ground, full of sadness. Ranmara opened his eyes innocently, lowered his head and looked at the sharp weapon that broke his chest in disbelief. The blood stained his clothes red, looking so desolate. No. Leia felt his heart warm up, an indescribable grief and anger surged into his mind, and he ran up like crazy and hugged Ranmara in his arms. Fortunately, Ranmara's lung was only punctured, and his heart was not hit, so he was lucky enough to keep a breath. "Ranmaru, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you." Leia gently put down Ranmara's thin body and ran towards the direction where the kunao was flying. Strangely, the other party could have taken advantage of the gap just now to leave, but he didn't do so. He always kept a certain distance from Leia so that Leia wouldn't lose him. Obviously, this is a way to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Leia's eyes contained deep hatred. A dragon has a reverse scale and those who touch it will die. Ranmara is his only reverse scale. Whoever dares to hurt him will be killed. In the silent night, the two chased one after the other, like elves in the dark, and left Yang Ming's shop far away in an instant. Since only Leia and Ranmara were on duty at night, everyone else went to rest, which means that Yang Ming's shop was at its most empty at this time. Originally, Yang Ming didn't care, but just as he walked to the door, a dark figure suddenly appeared not far in front of him. What a fast speed! Yang Ming's eyes suddenly shrank into needles. Without any staff to protect him, relying on his chakra of a senior ninja and several ninjutsu he had mastered, it was difficult to resist. This mysterious man was hiding under a black robe, wearing a death mask from Naruto on his face, which looked even more weird and hideous in the dark night. "Gaga! I'll take your Sharingan." The mysterious man said this lightly, and the whole person was like a ghost. In just a blink of an eye, the other party's figure disappeared, and he approached Yang Ming in an instant as light as a swallow, like a cloud dragon stretching out its claws, and one hand dug towards Yang Ming's eyes. This person was so arrogant that he wanted Yang Ming's newly opened Sharingan as soon as they met. Yang Ming's eyes had already opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and he could only barely keep up with the other party's speed. Due to time constraints, Yang Ming did not have time to use Flying Thunder God to escape. So, Yang Ming stepped forward and used the swift escape technique. His feet were like bombs exploding. A swift force burst out. In just a short moment, Yang Ming's speed was pushed to the extreme, and he narrowly avoided the attack of the mysterious man. "Hey!" The mysterious man let out a light "hey!" from under his mask. This time he dared not to underestimate Yang Ming anymore. He was like a black whirlwind, whistling and sweeping over. Yang Ming glanced at Ranmara, who was dying on the ground, picked him up, and used the Flying Thunder God technique in a short time. Under the astonished eyes of the other party, he disappeared on the spot. "Fuck!" Seeing this, the mysterious man was furious. There is such a shameless ninjutsu? 210.